We still on for dinner?
Pepper, 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock, right?
How about 8:30 at the vegan place?
Actually, I'm in the mood for barbecue.
Sounds good.
Take a call and stay in the game. With the Plantronics rig, headset, and mixer, life comes to games like never.
Welcome everybody to the Winter Regionals here at the Riot Studio. I am, of course, Max Atlas Anderson. I'm joined here for the first time by Jake Spawn Tiberi. How you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm doing fantastic, and I'm looking forward to the 2 best of 3s that we have here tonight.
Yeah, and I'm super excited. First, I'd like to briefly explain the format here. Of course, the round of 8 will be 2 double elimination matchups with the top 2 from each match going through to the round of 4 at the Perth Supernova. And of course, what's really, really important is what's at stake. The winner of the round of 4 at Perth will qualify through to the Gamescom wildcard tournament at Cologne, Germany, with a chance to represent the Oceanic region at the Season 4 World Finals, which is absolutely massive. Of course, we're not there yet. We've got 2 best of 3s here today. The first one being Team Immunity versus CMS, who qualified through the Winter Arena. Jake, this is going to be a really difficult matchup for CMS.
Yeah, if there's a David and Goliath battle in the Oceanic region at the moment, this is going to be it. Team Immunity, obviously a massive player, and if CMS are going to have any chance, they really need to take control of the early game, and I feel the way they do that is through their jungler Feelings.
Yeah, I think Feelings really has a lot on his plate today, of course. I'd like to mention the first sort of key matchup that we have here is in the bottom lane, of course, Radier, who we talk about every single time we have an Oceanic event, of course, always really high in that Challenger League, of course, with 60% win rate there in all of his games. What do you feel Levi124 has to do in this matchup, Jake?
Well, Radier is such a dominant AD carry, and you see that Immunity sometimes leave him alone because he's that good at positioning and can kind of peel by himself. So Levi really needs to not back down from that and be scared in lane. We find that a lot of people try and back off away from Radier, and he just asserts so much pressure and bullies people out of lane. So if Levi's going to have any chance at all, he needs to really step up and try and take it to Radier in this matchup.
Yeah, there's also the fact that Rosie's in that bottom lane as well. Of course, now has been named Venom. Used to be Venom in the past, was then Rosie, and is now Venom again. It's all a little bit confusing here with the name changes in the Oceanic region, but he is so aggressive and has such a massive champion pool as well. This bottom lane is going to be really difficult for CMS.
Yeah, for CMS, once again, Rosie, that diverse champion pool that we talk about, not afraid to go AP on a lot of his bottom laners and brings out some niche picks like the Zyra and the Zillion that we really look forward to maybe seeing tonight. So once again, they really need to make sure that they're not bullied out of this lane and try and keep up as best as possible and let maybe the jungler impact the game early.
Yeah, I think that having Feelings in that bottom lane for CMS is going to be really, really important. Of course, the rest of the map is also ridiculously strong here for Team Immunity as well. Swiffer in that mid lane is a phenomenal player, plays a lot of sort of team fighting champions and also a lot of poke champions like Syndra, Orianna, of course, that Nidalee coming out as well that he's absolutely known for. He often tends to get a little bit caught in towards the mid to late game. He often just feels like he can be anywhere he feels like. Gets a little bit too arrogant, maybe, would be a phrase that I'd like to use, but he's a phenomenal player. It's going to be really hard for Ballsy as well in that mid lane.
Yeah, and of course, Swiffer sometimes getting caught because of that farm-heavy style. He likes to get on champions, as you said, that he can really start racking up this CS, turn himself into a bit of a PvE monster and try and impact the game through that. So Ballsy, once again, needs to try and stay even in the lane and really needs to try and shove Swiffer in early, I feel, because that will create opportunities around the map. If he can shove Swiffer in early, it's going to free up a lot of that pressure and maybe even try and draw Spooks to that lane to give these other lanes a little bit more breathing room.
Yeah, and I'm really glad you brought up Spooks as well, because we were saying that a lot is on Feelings' plate, but if Spooks happens to get a champion like Lee Sin, which he's really known for as far as early vision on the map is concerned, then he can really be wherever Feelings is and really assert his dominance as well. Because we've seen when Spooks plays the likes of Lee Sin or, of course, Kha'Zix as well, that he's an absolute monster on, he can really dictate the flow of a game.
Oh, definitely. And look, Spooks likes to get out there early and really try and dictate the flow of the game. But what I'm looking for this game, actually, is Spooks to maybe play a little bit more of a reactive role. When we saw Feelings, we saw some nice, cheesy level 1 and 2 ganks after the red buff. So maybe if Spooks can play a little bit reactive to that at the start and punish Feelings for that over-aggressive style, maybe swing some 2v2s in the favor of Immunity, it will really go into snowballing Immunity's early game, and then they can really tape over with their map pressure and their really solid objective control.
Yeah, and the only thing that we haven't mentioned here is, of course, the top lane. Of course, Jake, where you're from, of course, when you were playing professionally, of course, being in that top lane, that's your abode. How do you feel this matchup's going to be between Style and Swiper?
Swiper is really known for his prowess in that top lane. Perfect lane control and really, really good map awareness as well. So look for him to pick up a teleport, but still really go aggressive in that lane. I feel that Style might be up to this challenge, however. He showed a couple of good showings against UTS in the collegiate finals.
Yep.
And really look for him to not back down. Out of everyone, he looked the most confident in his lane and really looked to push some advantages. So I'm really looking forward to that matchup purely because of how dominant Swiffer has been over the history of Oceanic League of Legends.
Yeah, that's really, really true. Of course, Swiper not actually being in that top lane for as long as the other members of Immunity have been on the team. Of course, apart from, of course, Swiffer and Spooks, who came in relatively quickly. But Swiper actually saw originally in that support role, which was a little bit interesting. Of course, was the first Team Immunity player that accepted my friend request as well, because he's just a really, really nice guy.
Really, really nice guy. Helped out with some shoutcasting as well.
That he did. And the Challenger qualifier helped me out. It was fantastic as well. It's good to have some insight there from Team Immunity just to know exactly what they were saying. It was just basically, we're just real good.
Yeah, and that's what they are. Immunity as a team are one of those teams that are really, really good at being bullies and pushing early game advantages. So look for them to get in there early and really get in the face of their opponents. I got asked a question the other day, and how do you beat Immunity? And it's just that you can't let all three lanes lose, because when you do that, they're really, really strong at rotating through the mid game, and they starve you out of your own jungle and really take control of objectives. And that's why we keep harping on about this early game.
Yeah.
Because if they're going to have any chance CMS, they really need to ensure that their lanes don't get pushed in early.
Yeah, and vision control is also something that Team Immunity are fantastic at as well, especially around that mid to late game, just because they often have this massive amount of pressure, and their forward warding is incredible. They just have this line of wards across the enemy jungle, and there is almost nothing they can do. As you were saying, they just get starved out.
Yeah, well, as soon as the first row of those 3 outer towers go out, it ceases to be the opponent's jungle. It all just becomes Immunity. They just take it all, and they really resource-starved teams. So look for feelings to get involved. Really look for maybe even some early game picks. I said that if they get 2 or 3 really good level 2 champions, Venom and Radier really like the level 2 all-in as well. So maybe look for a nice, strong level 2 bot lane coming out of CMS to maybe try and swing that level 2 and really start getting some early game pressure together.
Yeah, there's a few picks that like that, like the Jarvan, of course, that Feelings did actually play in that grand final against UTS. Renekton in the top lane could be another option as far as early game pressure. Who would you say a mid champion for a lot of early game pressure? Like Ziggs comes to mind for me.
Yeah, Ziggs is a really good level 2. Orianna is another really strong level 2 with the amount of control she brings with her ball on that shield. Even someone like a Zed or bringing a Kayle to the mid lane.
Yeah, Kale's been seeing a lot of play.
Yeah, really shove lanes early to really get that lane pressure. Top and bottom are more about the trades, whereas mid you can gain lane control purely by shoving really, really hard at the start of the game.
Yeah, and so anyone with a fair bit of wave clear would generally be a good idea.
I'll be looking for a wave clear champion, purely because if they get behind as well, the wave clear will help late game, trying to get a little bit of that control back.
Yeah, and there's also the bottom lane as well, which we could talk about. Having something like a Morgana Jinx comes to mind as a really strong level 2. What would you say in the bottom lane would be the best choice?
So when you look at level 2 in the bot lane, you always look at Leona first. So Leona is the best all-in level 2 champion. And depending on how brave you want to be with this matchup, that would be a really good suggestion if you really want to go all-in. Couple with that a Lucian pick maybe if it can get through the ban stage. Of course, that light slinger passive, making him really, really strong in those duels. Could turn into a really good level 2 duel down there.
Yeah, we need to talk about the fact that Braum is not going to be available as well, so we're not going to be mentioning him as far as level 2 action is concerned. He's just hasn't had enough time here in order to get him into the competitive spotlight. Lyssandra's also been banned on this patch, and as well as Shen, I believe, is still struggling a little bit with that ultimate as far as that one getting cancelled out a little bit too easily. So we're just going to forgo him from this particular matchup. So look to see CMS trying to get a lot of early game pressure, but Immunity, their strategies and the fact that they can almost guarantee a 1 lane is just so scary for them to go up against. And I could imagine that confidence would be a massive issue here for CMS, just because Immunity, they're the titans here in Oceania, and now CMS they came as the runner-up here from the Winter Arena. Of course, Team Immunity qualifying through as the victors for the Autumn Regional. So it's just going to be so difficult for them to get into the right headspace for this. How do you think that they can go around trying to get the right mindset for the game.
As I said, the mindset just has to be that they are not expected to win this game.
Yeah, that's true.
So they can just go out strong, maybe present something that Immunity hasn't seen. Because one of the advantages they do have is that we've seen Immunity in every single comp.
Yeah.
Every single tourney, Immunity is featured heavily, and there are a lot of games to get some image of. CMS, they're relatively unknown.
Yeah.
So they have some people that are fresh onto the scene and can bring some new ideas, especially with such a unique patch that we're going into as well, with the trinket changes, a little bit of early game pressure that's a little bit more important on this patch. We see a lot more invades. It will be really, really interesting to see if they can come up with a way to break Immunity's dominance and map control. I think it's really, really important that they don't get down on themselves if they make some mistakes. And as I said, just keep gunning with some of that really, really outright aggression that we saw from them against UTS. They didn't win the games, but they really, really kept trying to take it to UTS, which I think will be really key in these matchups because we haven't seen for a while how Immunity plays from behind.
Yeah.
So it will be very, very interesting if they can jump on that early lead, if we can actually see how Immunity will do from a behind position.
Yeah, we actually haven't seen Immunity from behind since Season 3, I'd say, and apart from in some of their games against Curse and or Little Wraith if it was a little bit earlier on. So they have suffered a couple of losses, but that's about it at this point. So maybe studying up that and making sure that, they understand that Immunity they don't really know how to play from behind because they're so good that they never actually get the opportunity to play from behind.
Yeah, and I think the most important thing about Immunity is they're so good at playing their game. So anything that can throw them off that is going to put them outside of their comfort zone. They have probably the biggest comfort zone out of any of the professional teams. But if you can get them away from that, it'll be interesting to see how they react. Radier especially, I think that I don't think I've actually seen him lose a lane in a very long time. So to see him maybe get an early bit of jungle pressure would be really, really interesting to see how he coped with it.
Yeah, and there's also the fact that Venom's in that lane with him as well. So it's a little bit ridiculous because Venom's just so strong, has such a diverse champion pool. Of course, you mentioned that Zilean earlier. His Morgana is incredible. He can play ridiculous things. Like he plays Zyra still as well. I mean, we've been seeing that a little bit internationally, but not quite as much as we used to. It's not necessarily the C9 Classico that it was before.
Great Lulu player, which is seeing a lot more support play. He's really, really good with that Lulu. So
and they can pick that up as an ambiguous pick as well and really throws off the champion select phase.
Yeah, well, Lulu Karma are those two ambiguous picks at the moment.
Oh, yeah.
Are they going mid lane? Are they going support?
Or top?
Yeah, even top at times. Seeing a lot of Lulu from Soaz at the moment.
That's true.
So yeah, are they going mid, support, top? So it just keeps the pick ban phase nice and open and doesn't really give away your hand if you take that as a first pick. However, I would be looking for a lot more aggression out of the first pick, maybe an Elise or a Lee Sin, just to get Spook set up in that jungle, because as I said, that's really important in this game.
I'd actually like to talk about Elise because she did get nerfed out a little bit. There was a lot of sort of controversy as to whether she was still strong. Do you feel like she's still this priority pick that she appears to be overseas?
Yeah, well, we saw that Elise's role shifted. So her Cocoon used to be max last because the stun duration didn't used to go up with levels. So what we saw is a little bit of the power shifted away from her kit and put on the late game Cocoon, which means that you now max at second.
Oh, okay.
So the other thing that people are tending to do now is go a lot more CDR heavy, get the Boots of Lucidity, go into maybe an early Glacial Shroud into that Frozen Heart, get that Spirit of the Ancient Golem and really try and max out that CDR so that you can keep getting these 2.5 second stuns up every single time. You couple that with a Morgana and you have a lot of lockdown on a single target. So that's why Elise's preference has shifted away from being this high damage that can build tanky to being more of this CC bot that brings a lot of utility to her team, especially with the Repel and the Spiderlings, which brings so much early game objective control.
Yeah, there's also the fact that she's so useful in these pick comps that we've been seeing a lot of course, coupled with the likes of Morgana, as you said, and the infamous LeBlanc, who is massive, of course. I've seen the PBE patch notes just recently. She has taken a massive hit, so we may not be seeing quite as much of that dominant LeBlanc that we've been seeing, of course. This is a bit of a tentative thing that we've just seen just very, very recently that's being tried out on the PBE. So it has been known that LeBlanc is very, very strong. Of course, we did say that in the NA LCS as well as the EU LCS just recently in the Super Week. So my goodness. We'll see whether LeBlanc gets through, but I think that's going to be a priority ban along with that Cassidy as well.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing. Do you let LeBlanc through? Do you let Cassidy through? It's impossible to take out the whole of Swiper's champion pool because it's just so huge. So at one point, you're going to have to let a poke champion through or a farming champion or an assassin. So you have to pick your poison in this, and you really need to know what you want to play against, because if you leave them all up, that gives Immunity all the cards to play.
Yeah, and they can just decide what kind of team comp they want to go for as well. I mean, Swiper plays an incredible Shyvana, and then you can couple that with Swiffer's amazing Orianna and have the Shockwave Dragon's Descent combination, which is just so incredibly popular. And there are a lot of opportunities that you can go for. And of course, Lucian being one of Radier's absolute favorites. So if he manages to get that, couple that with the Nidalee, you've got sort of that standard poke comp situation. There are a lot of things that Immunity can do, and they've basically, you need about 8 bans, I think, in order to really cut them out of what they need to be doing. So it's very, very difficult going against these guys.
Yeah, it's practically impossible, and that's what I said. It's not about trying to cut them out completely. It's about steering them towards picks that you want to play against.
Yeah.
So maybe even by a little bit of cheeky leaving certain picks open, they can dictate this game flow and dictate what they're actually going to play against being CMS.
Yeah, it's going to be true. I'd like to mention the next matchup as well, Avant Garde Redemption versus Curse. This is something that I'm quite excited about because I've been following Avant Garde Redemption since ACL Melbourne last year. I was way on that hype train. I love those guys. Of course, the lineup has completely changed since then, and this is the first time I've seen them actually get in. Of course, they missed out on a spot in the autumn round of 8 because Optic Snipers did kick them out in that qualifier, which was a massive upset. Optic Snipers played phenomenally in that last matchup. Of course, I mean, I think it was 4Geeks Ziggs with that incredible triple kill at the very end that, oh my goodness, hearts in throat style. And unfortunately, the Avant Garde Redemption team weren't able to get through, but they are now finally here. What do you feel about their new lineup? Do you think that they've got what it takes?
Well, look, the fact that they got here shows that they do have what it takes.
That's definitely true.
Because they knocked out some really good teams to get in. But they're going up against Curse. And Curse has been the only other team that has shown they can consistently take games off Immunity and really dominate through that jungle with Shelby. So look for AVR to actually, I'm not going to say struggle, but I'm going to say they're going to go in there with a slight disadvantage purely because of the confidence that Curse has built up over the last couple of months. So they're coming in here thinking that they've got a really good crack at taking it all. And I think that you have to nearly sway with them. Immunity going to be a big hurdle to get over, but I think they have a shot, and everyone has to acknowledge that now. Obviously, AVR playing really, really solidly through the mid game. They did get behind in a couple of their early games, I think.
Yep.
So maybe if they've patched up a couple of their mistakes, they can really bring some strong momentum into this as well.
Yeah, they should. Of course, Curse are looking fantastic. They have had a new analyst being put in. Of course, they've been training a lot harder. Of course, since they became Team Curse from Little Wraith, they've had a lot more structure and a lot more practice time, and they've really put their hearts and souls into this. And it's been fantastic to watch their sort of evolution from what was just, Little Wraith, just this fun team, to the monsters that are Curse. So it's really brilliant to watch. And
the monster that has become Keen in that mid lane.
Oh, yeah.
Really, really showing some dominance and getting up there and being recognized as one of the best players in the region. Him and Shelby are a really lethal 1-2 punch, and they really bring a lot of control and exert pressure not only in that lane, but across the whole map. So it's really exciting to watch them play.
Yeah, it really, really is. Of course, I think he's rank 1 at the moment here in Oceania.
Certainly is.
Yeah, incredibly powerful in that mid lane, of course, for Curse. And we'd like to mention another few things as well about Shelby. I think everything hinges around that guy. Of course, he's just so powerful. We are going to go to a quick break, everyone. So if you just give us a moment, we're just going to help get the rest of Team Immunity into this lobby, and we'll be back very, very soon. Welcome back, everyone, to the Winter Regional Round of 8. Of course, I'm Atlas, and I'm joined here by Spawn. Of course, that timer was lying to you. We're only going to go for about a 30-second break. Everyone has made it into the lobby. One thing that we'd quickly like to mention is the fact that because Team Immunity were a little bit late here, they're not going to get any bans going into this game. And Spawn, you did mention to me just then that this might actually hurt CMS more than it hurts Immunity.
Well, we mentioned how against Immunity you want to take certain strategies away, and you can only do that with a full ban. So a partial pick and ban phase will actually maybe hamper CMS's strategy a little bit more than Immunity in this case.
Yeah, we'll see what does actually go down. We have the teams into the champion select here. Of course, our blue side is going to be Team Immunity, and our red side going to be CMS, of course. We'll see what does get banned out first, of course. None going to be coming through on Swiper's side, and we'll see whether Style decides to get rid of these really priority picks, because, of course, with Immunity having first pick, this is going to give them a lot of power as far as getting that first sort of really strong champion in there.
Yeah, well, this means that you have to either hit Spooks or you have to hit that mid lane. So are we going to take away some Assassins, or are we going to take away that Elise Lee Sin? Because you have to really pick your poison and try and ban out one person now. Yeah,
there are about 4 strong junglers at this point, though, and with Immunity having first pick, it could almost be really detrimental for CMS to ban out junglers.
It's one of those things we actually saw in NA Regional, NALCS today. It was done really, really effective against Amazing. The Kha'Zix has gone as the first priority pick, so it looks like they might be heading that direction. Maybe look for a Lee Sin ban here as well, or maybe they get rid of the Kassadin and LeBlanc combo just to get those Assassins off the table.
Yeah. We'll see what they do decide to go with. Of course, yeah, you were saying that they targeted Amazing ridiculously strongly and then picked away the Lee Sin. And this put Amazing on the back foot. Is it because there's not enough really strong junglers at this point?
It's just that there's 3 or 4 junglers that pretty much do the same job and really bring awesome skirmishes and really strong early game pressure. So when you throw someone to a Zinzana or a Nocturne, it really changes the way that they have to play jungle, and it doesn't have that same feel, and people aren't as practiced on these other junglers at the moment.
Yeah, and of course having Feelings being adept at that Jarvan at this point as well, so they can feel free to sort of ban out all of these junglers, because I could imagine Spooks probably doesn't have as much practice on Jarvan as he used to back when Jarvan was massive flavor of the month situation.
Yeah, definitely. And Jarvan has a completely different feel about him. His knock-up is a lot narrower on that EQ combo, and you max the W second, not the E. So Q into W is generally the Jarvan build at the moment, just because it's so much more mana efficient and it helps with the clear. So really looking through to this. We've actually seen a Nidalee ban, which is really interesting. Of course, one of Swiffer's really good champions, but maybe something a little more potent I would have expected in the early game.
Well, I guess there is the fact that Immunity tends to get ahead quite easily, and if you're playing from ahead, then Nidalee is ridiculously strong when you're sieging out those turrets, so that could be a reason that they went for that one.
And there's a Kassadin ban straight away, no hesitation on that one.
LeBlanc. Is it going to be first pick, though, here by Team Immunity? Because that means there's a lot of picks here for CMS in the round 2.
Yeah, well, that wasn't... I actually didn't think about that. With Immunity having first pick, there's so many OPs open as LeBlanc's locked in, that now CMS really have open season. So maybe we see a Lucian here, Renekton being locked in, Style taking his own pick.
Yeah.
And maybe a high priority AD, trying to get Radier out of his comfort zone.
Twitch hasn't been banned. Twitch is ridiculously strong at this point. If this Thresh does get locked in, look to see Radier playing Twitch, I feel, at this point, because, my goodness. That being said, I mean, we do have this Thresh in the bottom lane. I mean, if Twitch is picked up, they are free to get that Lucian with a lot of early game power. Spooks does manage to get his hands on the Lee Sin, so unfortunately not going to be able to pick that one up on the Feeling side. But having this Renekton as well means that CMS are going for a lot of early game power. It's good.
Yeah, well, Thresh, Renekton, 2 really strong early game champions, and both have really good level 2s, as we see Radier hovering over that Caitlyn, a really comfort pick and really safe. Can farm really well under tower, can also push out the lane, so very diverse. Immunity right now not giving away their hand at all, just going back to really comfort picks.
Yeah, there's a lot of pick potential as well with having the Lee Sin LeBlanc. I mean, you have a lot of assassination, and then with that the ace in the hole as well, just if they think that they're running away, they're really probably not going to be running away at that point either. And I find it interesting. I mean, they've gone for a lot of siege potential with this Caitlyn. When there was the Twitch and there was the Lucian available, is that maybe a little bit of a I don't know whether that was necessarily the right decision, just because with the power of Lucian and Twitch at this current point.
I think that with all the single power lockdown already with the Renekton and the Thresh, it would have been hard to pick Twitch into this matchup. Twitch is, of course, a really strong AD at the moment, but maybe a bit unnecessary in risk factor. With a Siege comp also, you want someone that can hit the tower easily, because Nidalee, of course, gives that nice steroid through her E.
Unfortunately, she was banned, which is a little bit of an issue.
Sorry. But Radiant can really start this fast push and really get Caitlyn into the swing of taking down early objectives.
Yeah, that's true. And Ballsy looking at this Orianna as well. He did play that one in the grand final against UTS. Did relatively well, actually, in that first game when he did get that champion. So he is... This matchup, though, I don't know whether it necessarily goes entirely in Orianna's favor. I mean, level 1 to 2, she's fantastic. But do you think that she's going to be able to hold her own against Swiffer?
Well, the thing that she can do is shove.
Yeah.
So you max that W, try and push to the tower, and maybe you just try and keep Swiffer mid lane. That might be a good strategy because we've seen a lot of the LeBlancs at the moment roam all over the map and cause some really bad havoc. So maybe Ballsy just says, okay, I'm just going to try and farm and try and push to the mid lane. We also see the Lucian picked up. Really, really, really strong AD at the moment. So, of course, this is the level 2 all-in that we were talking about, maybe coupled with some jungle pressure, waiting on a jungle from Fiora.
Yeah, and if this Annie does get locked in as well, I mean, this is a massive old pick here from Venom. He's actually Rosie at this point as well. So he's gone from Venom to Rosie to Venom back to Rosie again. So going to be locking in that Leona Caitlyn bot lane there. A lot of power in that one. How do you feel about this Leona into Thresh?
Leona into Thresh is not too bad because you can open with the R at later levels, and early game you can just walk straight at Thresh. You don't actually have to go in with that E. So you can walk straight at Thresh, wait till he has to play you back, and then just swap straight onto the AD carry. Maybe also just looking for, once again, that really quick shove out that we were talking about. Leona really early in the game, along with the Piltover Peacemaker, if she lights up some of those minions, can really start pushing the lane. We also saw the Shyvana picked up. Really common matchup in this top lane. Both going to take teleport. Yeah. Might just be bumping bodies a little bit. And there is the Jarvan lock-in from Feelings. So this really aggressive level 2 gank we're looking for, straight from red to mid. It's going to be interesting to see if they pull this one.
Yeah, I'm actually really happy that Feelings picked up that Jarvan. He did some fantastic play in, I think it was actually the first game here against UTS, and it was just really good to see Jarvan being played after such a long time, and he did so well in the champion as well. So a comfort pick here for Feelings, able to see that one. We'll see whether Spooks is on his Lee Sin. He's very, very comfortable on that one. We'll see whether Feelings can maybe sort of mix up Spooks a little bit with this sort of unconventional now pick.
Yeah, and try and drag Spooks all over the map. The one thing to note, though, is every single person on Immunity has a way out of that Cataclysm. So that won't be the high-impact spell that we're looking for. It is that early game pressure that we're looking for. So, as I said, try and drag Spooks all over the map. Try and get him out of his comfort zone. Try and not get counter-jungled will be a big thing because Jarvan does not duel very well at the early game. And really try and hit these lanes heavy at the start of the game.
Do you feel like that standard would work for one of these sort of 4v0 split pushes that we've still been seeing even after the turret changes in 4.7?
Yeah, so it's really common for the top laner to follow the jungler around for a couple of camps, get the level 2, maybe get the standard, head it into a lane, use that to fast push, and really try and knock down some turrets early. Maybe try and get to the inhib like they have in a couple of the international games. But I would look for standard lanes here. I think Immunity are really, really comfortable in standard lanes.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think they need to swing anything really aggressive at the start of the game. I think they'll set up nice and defensively, maybe look for a late invade and go for standard lanes.
Yeah, and do you think that it's going to be important for them to get their wards in deep into CMS's jungle just in case CMS decides to go for something a little bit cheesy, something a little bit different? Yeah,
that's going to be really important. The coverage at the start of the game to see if any cheese is happening. It doesn't look like it. It looks like a general CMS lineup that we saw from the games against UTS. However, if they do go for some cheese, it's really important that Immunity have some map awareness to really be able to pick that up early.
And this is Team Immunity. They're going to have a fair bit of map awareness, of course, being the veterans that they are. So we'll see whether CMS can actually hold their own against these guys. I do like the fact that Style did get that Renekton. I'm not sure whether Ballsy picking this Orianna is necessarily that early game focused, but she can shove, so that's probably good. How does it look like if this game does go to, you know, the 25-minute mark or something like that, as far as just general team comps are concerned? How do you feel these teams stack up against one another?
Well, I feel in an even game, CMS hit their power spike earlier.
Yep.
I think that their first dragon is really, really good. Obviously, that Jarvan Orianna combo is going to be really, really potent at the early game. It brings a lot of crowd control into the mix, and they have a really, really bruiser-heavy front line with that Jarvan and Renekton.
Yep.
Throw in the Thresh in the box, and maybe Orianna and Lucian can get some work done. However, the later this game goes, the harder it's going to be for them to win. Jarvan and Renekton both have heavy drop-off without item, and Shyvana and Shyvana, Kate, even Leona will become much more potent as the game goes on.
Yeah, the fact that she scales so well with defensive items as well, Leona just becomes this massive CC bot that can't be killed in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, definitely. And once they start getting that level up and that nice cooldown that gets brought into supports a lot at the moment, she really can throw out a lot of spells. I think that this LeBlanc can get up and running, maybe have to curb some mid games, but we've seen LeBlanc late game is really, really potent. Whichever target she wants to get to generally does die. And with the power being swung to her W, sometimes even lots of targets die at the same time. So it'll be really interesting to see if Swiffer can get this LeBlanc going and really try and swing this mid-game power.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of this distortion mimic into just the entire team and then flashing out again, and just for so much harassment by a lot of these LeBlancs when they get ahead.
It's like the human cannonball. They just literally throw themselves at it and then jump back out. It will actually be interesting to see if Swiffer goes for a standard LeBlanc build, which is a DFG, or a really farm-heavy build against this Orianna, starting with that Chalice into a little bit more of a death cap, couple of Dorads build.
Yeah, sort of the Athene's Unholy Grail type thing. We are going to go into a quick video, and then we're going to get this game underway. Don't go anywhere, guys. Of course, welcome back, everybody. Of course, we have CMS here in our red side, and of course, Team Immunity on the blue side in the first game here in the winter round of 8 here in Oceania. I'm so excited, Spawn, getting into the game, finally seeing some action, seeing the first items come out. What do you think might happen here in the level 1? Do we feel like CMS is going to get invaded here by Immunity?
Look for Immunity to set up a little bit defensive. CMS are nicely fanning out also. I think they're just going to sit in the middle of the river, fan out, as I said, guard all those entrances, and I don't think anything will happen apart from maybe a late invade. Look for standard lanes. We do have everyone going to their respective lanes. Grey Fox Baby heading to the upper side of the river, so maybe trying to get a deep ward on that blue buff, but looks pretty standard so far.
Yeah, of course, Spook's trying to get that Sonic Wave out, doesn't manage to find any target here on Grey Fox Baby, so wandering out of that one. Nice jukes there. But so far, we do have a bit of a two-man squad here on the side of Swiffer and Spooks trying to enter that jungle. Of course, it's a bit of a X5 maneuver back when they used to be on a team together. Just always wanted to hang out. Spooks just, I'm just going to follow Swiffer around, I think was his motto there. But he is wandering up here to the top lane. But as you say, just a bit of a defensive maneuver here at the beginning.
Defensive maneuver, and we do have Jarvan maybe heading top. There is a ward on his red buff, so he just has to be careful of that. As I said, Lee Sin a really good duelist at the start of the game, and Jarvan not really bringing much to the level 1 fight, as that resonating strike will. So maybe look for a red invade. However, it does look like we're swinging back down to standard lanes.
And as we can see, Rosie and Radiant just sitting here in this brush, looking to see whether Levi and Grey Fox Baby do come through that way. But of course, Levi not going to fall for any of those shenanigans and is just going to walk all the way around. Although, unfortunately, he might get the jump here in this bottom lane. Yeah. I doubt, you know, Leona not with that much power in the early game. But First Blood does go to Radiant, does get the first auto attack off.
Does get the first auto attack. And here we have Ballsy actually starting with his Q and trying to shove in early. Nice balanced lanes, as I said, playing standard. However, with Swiffer going a little bit aggro.
Yeah, we do have, Ballsy does have access to that Clockwork wind-up though, which is fantastic for him in that lane, especially in the early levels, just because he has that little bit of extra ability to do damage.
And Swiper getting his early ward out straight away onto these Jarvan tricks, getting one just in case that level 2 gank does come in. However, it doesn't look like he will be, and that Feelings is unfortunately going on a more standard jungle path.
Yeah, were you expecting more of the level 2? You were saying that they are known for doing a little bit of a level 2 in the mid gank here on Feelings when he does play that Jarvan. Would you have liked to see that this game?
I think it was called out a little early that Orianna was going to be shoving, and that Swiper, of course, got that ward down. So I think it was called out to Feelings that it would be a little bit futile to try and go for that gank. We do see Levi taking a lot of damage in this bot lane.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate. Sort of unable to keep up with the range here on the side of Radier. With that, Caitlyn, of course, notorious for a lot of damage. But as we can see, Ballsy actually very, very low on mana. The chains do land. Spooks with the flash forward, does get the Tempest Cripple. There's the Resonating Strike, but it's going to be Swiffer picking up the kill. Very nice first blood, really, really early.
Yeah, and definitely, and that's what we were actually looking for CMS to do. Really big aggression there from Spooks, flashing in, landing the Resonating Strike, following that up, but really, really well played, and first blood over to Immunity.
Yeah, Swiffer making sure that he lands the crucial chains as well. Ethereal chains is a ridiculously difficult skill shot to land. That's why I never play LeBlanc myself, because it's just a little bit more difficult. But Swiffer with so much practice on this champion, and I just find it completely ridiculous that it managed to get through the pick and ban phase. Yeah,
well, you have to think maybe if Immunity had those bans, it wouldn't. Bashing Body's top lane. Bottom has really been pushed in now with Grey Fox Baby trying to get a little bit of aggression, but whiffing that hook. Radier is absolutely dominating this lane so far, and Rosie hasn't even actually had to do much.
Yeah, he's just sort of standing around going, when can I leave, man? I'm pretty done. The one thing that I really, really love about watching Radier play as well, especially when he's on this Caitlyn, is his knowledge of the turret range as well. He's sitting right on the edge of that and making sure he gets all that auto attack harass off at the right times. As we can see, he's farming up a Storm now, 29 to 16 there in that bottom lane, and Levi is just really struggling, only on about 300 health at this point. Yeah,
Levi's really started to hurt. Radier, of course, has that extra regeneration from the Leona starting item, whereas Thresher's gone coin with the gank in the top lane. Nice flash away from Swiper. Not much happening there. As I said, with no Ignite being bought from top lane, as it is really, really hard, as we have some aggression mid.
Yeah, chain landing, but nothing going to come from that one. Not very much joy, just going to pop a health potion there. Is ballsy, but as we can see, Swiffer with a lot of power in this lane as well. Now with that first blood. Hasn't been back to buy yet, so hasn't really converted that lead into damage, but definitely doing well. Swiper now back at full health and happy just to farm his wave here at his turret as well, which is a bit unfortunate for Style, you can imagine.
Yeah, definitely. And here's a gank in the mid lane.
My goodness, there it is. The Resonating Strike just doing work, finishing up that kill, and this is the Spooks and Swiffer train. As we know, they've been on a team together forever. The Sonic Wave actually landing there on the feeling is going to catch him out, and Style not going to get his back cancelled out there either.
And this is really looking bad from CMS early. We said that you really need to slow down this mid lane and maybe throw some jungle pressure there, and Spooks has just beaten Feelings to the punch every single time. Now with 2 kills, over double the CS in that mid lane, this is going to be really hard for this Orianna to continue to push out.
Yeah, and when you've got a LeBlanc as well with so much power early, now level 6 as well to the level 4 Feelings, as we can see that QR combination doing so much damage here coming out of Swiffer. Has his Ignite back up, also has that flash available as well, so look to see relentless pressure. Oh, and there was the Zenith Blade not quite hitting onto Levi. Nice relentless pursuit out of the way.
And Style actually not doing bad in the top lane, but the CS discrepancies all over the map, with the exception of
there's a Zenith Blade on a Grey Fox Baby though. And a lot of damage coming down. Rosie does manage to pick up that kill in the end with an auto attack. Really nicely played, and the Flay just not quite on time.
Just a little bit of a misplayed play, maybe a little bit of jittery nerves with the early game not going well. There's more aggression in the mid lane.
Yeah, Sonic Wave Resonating Strike will land. The chains don't, but there's the Ignite. We'll see whether it's enough damage. Swiffer in a little bit of trouble. Nice flash to get him out of the way of Feelings, and Feelings with a nice counter gank.
Yeah, really good counter gank, and as we have the dominance being popped in the top lane as well, don't think much is going to happen here. Feelings chasing both players out in the middle lane. He should take that farm. That's going to push in the direction of the mid lane turret. Yeah,
and of course Swiffer just out of vision range as well there. Didn't manage to get hit by that Dragon Lance. So thankfully going to be okay here, and Radier just skirting around that turret, making sure he can get off as much harass as possible. Now 58 to 34 in that bottom lane, so almost double as well down here. So things not looking fantastic here for CMS as it sits on 3 kills now. 2-0. 1-0-1 here for Swiffer in the mid lane as well, which is just oh so dangerous. I think CMS really needs to just consolidate from this point. It's going to be really quite difficult.
Yeah, and the really, really bad thing about this bottom lane is they've had to pick up another Doran's Blade, which just really hurts the expensive build path of that Lucian, who of course wants to go BT or the Blade of the Ruin King into the Trinity Force. So that's really going to slow the build down.
Yeah, we've seen some Lucians go, oh, as there's some action here in this bottom lane as well, Levi taking so much damage from that Peacemaker now that it's got a few points in it. They just can't lane.
No, definitely not. And if we could just check the gold discrepancy quickly, I think that Levi is going to have to back again without another major item. Just able to pick up that Vamp Scepter, so maybe not as bad this time. But the more he keeps getting pushed back, the more damage this tower is going to take, and the more immunities map control is going to grow as this game goes along. As we have Rosie now even pushing Grey Fox Baby off the tower.
Yeah, really, really nice Zenith Blade. And there's the ace in the hole. Easy kills, easy money. That ultimate was perfectly placed there by Rosie. Flash was available from Grey Fox Baby, so that Solar Flare could have been dodged.
Just a little bit of unsuspected damage, I think, as the blue buff was also taken away. And this is what we're talking about with Immunity just extending their lane control across the map into the opponent's jungle. Surprisingly, Style doing really well in this top lane, however. Up some CS, forcing Shyvana into a really defensive build early, which is key to make sure that they're not running away with that lane. And really showing the early game dominance of the Renekton with very little jungle help so far, as Spooks just picks up his red buff.
Yeah, that being said, of course, we do know that Shyvana Renekton is going to be a losing lane for Shyvana in the early game, so is 8 CS enough of a lead here?
Well, it's the lead he's got, so I'm sure he's going to take it at this point.
Well, yeah,
but I think it's more of the fact that where the lane is sitting, so it's being constantly pushed into Shyvana's lane. Maybe if a dragon is started, but there is a lot of people heading top.
My goodness, Feelings. Swiper's going to find him here. Does have a ward. Swift is coming up, though. That's going to be a lot of damage if he manages to get there. Nice flash out of the way. And Feelings just going to head back to that turret and just hope that that is enough to keep him safe.
And Feelings wanted nothing to do with that 101 LeBlanc, as we do see the Chalices coming out, so maybe a little bit of more of a farm-heavy build. Maybe with some early kills, it would have been better to go with an aggressive DFG. Spooks, once again, counter-jungling, taking away the Wraith. As Style is, once again, just showing no fear of Swiper in this top lane.
Yeah, he's trading out quite nicely as well. And oh, the Relentless Pursuit. Not quite enough to get away from that Peacemaker, which is doing a lot of damage now with that BF sword on top of everything else here for Radiant. And as we can see, there is a massive item discrepancy here in this bottom lane. It's almost a BF sword worth of damage. And is it better for CMS to perhaps let this turret fall just so they can potentially freeze?
The earlier this turret falls, the faster the game will be over. What you don't want to do against Immunity is give them any pressure. If as soon as this, especially with a Caitlyn on the team, they will rotate mid, they're going to take that. As the hook
there's
comes
the
in,
hook, it's a flash as well. The box does come down. Radiant does manage to 90 caliber net out of there. The Eclipse doing some nice damage. The Culling coming through, but there are minions there. There's the flash as well. Feelings is now taking a lot of damage. The Ignite's ticking. We'll see what he does go down. Radiant turning that one around, and Rosie now getting very aggressive. Spooks has been found. Radiant at such little health. Levi is trying to give it all for picking up this kill, but oh, that's just the Peacemaker. Finishes that one off. That was ridiculously well played by Radiant.
And adding insult to injury, Swiffer over the back takes out Thresh at the turret and look for the rotation after this turret into maybe a dragon, although the death timers are still relatively short, only 11 minutes into the game.
Yeah, they do have to walk all the way from their base, so that dragon could be an option. Ballsy now getting silenced out there by that Q-chain combination from Swiffer. Swiffer at a little bit of low health just because he had to dive that turret. It's always difficult being a LeBlanc getting kills all the way across the map.
And there is the first turret going down. This is what we spoke about. Immunity really going to shove this lane up again, take their advantage and maybe look to rotate mid to try and get this fast objective, this fast push objective focus comp really into gear. And this is a point where Feelings has actually gone a little bit more damage. I think that they're going to be really hurting for a tank with both Feelings and Style going damage, because maybe we're going to see some teams group up now for some objectives.
Yeah, I think that Tiamat that Styles obviously going for is probably not going to come out quite early enough. He probably wants to have at least a giant spell for this dragon fight, wouldn't he?
Yeah, definitely. And I think that this is looking towards the mid lane before a dragon fight, so maybe Styles does have a little bit more time, but Feelings definitely is not going to be tanky enough. Thresh has gone Sightstone first, so maybe he can lend something to this fight, but now even top lane looks like it's going to slowly be going in the way of Immunity, with Styles starting to get pushed in by this Max E Shyvana, I think.
Yeah, Max E has been coming out a fair bit, just try and get a little bit more percentage health damage and also the ability to farm out those creeps from range just because he's a little bit low level. Radiant does get hooked up though here in the bottom lane. Flayed back as well. There's a Relentless Pursuit to try and get Levi in range. And there's the culling. Radiant is going to take a lot of damage. We'll see. There it is. The last auto attack from Grey Fox Baby. Finishes him off. He's not going to survive this time.
And the reason that did happen is because as we see a gank coming into the top lane
And in the
mid
mid lane. So ballsy taking a lot of damage here. The kick did come through, but not enough there, and Swiper managing to get out in the top lane as well. So failed ganks across the board, apart from that bottom lane where that death sentence was fantastic coming out from Grey Fox Baby, and securing that kill onto Radier is definitely going to help out CMS as far as getting the mentality in there. Chain's not going to land on ballsy either, so he's just going to take a quick QR combination.
And that was from the rotation of Venom on that Leona. Sorry, Rosie. Look for a gank mid, look for a gank top. As we go into a replay, Grey Fox Baby landing the hook, Feelings getting stunned up by Rosie, a really good two-person Solar Flare, and then the chase was just on. Feelings really wanted Radier there, maybe tunneled a little bit, and Lee Sin and LeBlanc just heading down middle the river as fast as possible. At this point, Levi has no choice but to try and trade his life, but Radier picking up that one, and then we see Swiffer just cleaning up the fight at the turret. So really well played from Immunity, and that's when they got the bottom turret off that
yeah, it's
fight
sort of
as well.
Just the incredible tunneling that you do get into when you're trying to kill a Radier, just because he's that sort of incredible magnanimous player.
Yeah.
But as we can see, there was a little bit of action there in the middle lane as well, but nothing to come for it. One extra kill has actually been picked up here on the side of Immunity, so 8-1 now. We do only have about a 5,000 gold lead, so it's not necessarily completely over at this stage. I mean, if you get like something like an 8,000 gold lead at 14 minutes, things are going to be looking very, very rough. But we'll look to see what happens here at about 20 minutes, because if it's about 10,000 at that point, it's going to be very, very difficult for CMS to do anything this game.
Yeah, and CMS really needs to look to do something shortly, because as I said, they do actually have the better early game champions, and the further this gold lead gets out of hand and the longer the game goes, the more it's going to be against them. So maybe look for them to try and pull something off that's going to swing the game earlier rather than later. As Style does opt into a Negatron Cloak, because of all that mixed damage that Shyvana brings and because of the Fed LeBlanc, I think a really, really good pickup as a second item.
Yeah, really intelligent coming out from Styles. Does have that Tiamat as well, so he's going to be doing a fair bit of damage. The Ignite does go down onto Swiper there, and the dice back through the creeps, doesn't want to go too far. The Dominus is on as well, but in the bottom lane, we have 3 men against Rosie. Does get the Solar Flare into Grey Fox Baby, instantly deleted from that Resonating Strike. And Feelings now taking a lot of damage. There's the culling onto Radier as well, but he wants to get this kill. He wants that red buff, but he's not going to get it. Spooks is going to pick that one up. And in the meantime, Swiffer taking down Ballsy in that middle lane as well, and Swiper now not quite going to get the range on that Dragon's Breath.
And just action all over the map with, once again, a really, really good play from Rosie going in on that Leona. Spooks really mirroring Feelings there, and Feelings going really aggressive, getting caught out in this game early and often. And the push on the bottom lane has really begun in earnest now. Swiffer just too much for this Orianna to handle at this stage. 3-0-2, able to push her out of lane.
Yeah, we've got to mention Spooks as well. 4-0-2 now on that ever-present Lee Sin. His ganks this game have been incredible. As the inner turret in the bottom lane does go down, fair bit of work. The Relentless Pursuit to get Levi out of trouble did, of course, have that lantern to take as well. But the top lane turret's going to fall, and we've got objectives just taking nosedives across the map.
Yeah, and this is where the wall of wards will start happening. We can already see it on the bottom side of the map, the dark side being a little bit more, the top side being a little bit more dark. But the rotation to mid is happening with Spooks coming in there again.
There's the Sonic Wave. Max range, managing to pull off the insect play here as well. Ballsy is definitely going to be taken down, and Radier picks up that kill as well. Easy as you like. Spooks with that play was just beautiful to watch. Max range on that Sonic Wave.
Yeah, and Swiffer whiffing the chain just so Radier can pick up the kill. Nice guy, Swiffer. Taking another turret mid lane whilst there is a little bit of a fight going on top. I don't think much is happening there, although the Dragon Descent does come out.
Yeah, Dragon Descent comes out. Swiper doing a fair bit of damage, but the action's in the mid lane here. There's the ace in the hole. Feelings going to get those Feelings hurt here in the form of his life, and he's going to be taken down. Style now taking a fair bit. Does have that Dominus running, and it's just going to be the wet noodle fight in the top lane as the inner turret in the mid lane goes down, so everything falling now. 5 turrets being taken on the side of Immunity when just that top lane being taken down from CMS, and this is starting to look very, very grim.
Yeah, and this is a disadvantage of going that Elder Lizard on the Jarvan jungle. Maybe if he had just picked up the Spirit of the Ancient Golem, would have had a little bit more tankiness, although he has opted for a Giant's Belt now, but I think it may be too little too late, as Levi does try and even up some of the turrets by taking the bottom turret. Interestingly enough, Dragon hasn't been touched by either team yet.
Yeah, no one's actually been down there at all. Of course, it has had some constant vision. CMS now with the vision advantage there on that Dragon, so at least they can say that they did have that turret advantage. Style now in a lot of trouble, those Spooks. Lands that Tempest, there's the cripple, and he's going to be taken down. Spooks picks up that kill, another one. Unstoppable now, 5-0 and 4. 9 kill participation as well on the side of Spooks. If there was an Oceanic Fantasy League, I would be happy if I picked him up right now.
Yeah, definitely, and he's just showing him the prowess on that high skill cap jungler, what Lee Sin is actually capable of in really good hands, and Spooks just showing how comfortable he is on that pick.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe look for that to be taken away next game. I don't think it's going to get to another pick ban stage, maybe along with this LeBlanc also. Although that it does look like CMS do pick up a Dragon, and they didn't lose a tower, so a kill for a Dragon. They'll probably take that trade at this part of the game.
Yeah, they will. Only 8,000 gold the lead now for Team Immunity, so things still looking good for them regardless of the fact that they did lose that Dragon. They do have all of their lanes with a lot of pressure, apart from that mid lane that Ballsy's managed to push up to the middle, but look to see that not continue, especially with all of this pressure in the bottom lane. They're going to have to forego that one to try and defend their base at this stage. But Swiper now almost has that Blade of the Ruined King finished, has a Giant's Belt there as well. I was about to say under his belt, but I think you can't put a belt under your belt because it's a belt, so it's just going to be your belt. And of course, we've got the Spectre's Cowl now being picked up on top of the Tiamat here from Style. So not being able to get too much money. Does, of course, have the those Mercury Treads to try and build up some of that tenacity so he can't get locked down too much. But my goodness, the item discrepancy is really starting to look fantastic here for Team Immunity.
Especially in that bottom lane. We have the Last Whisper coming out as well as the Bloodthirster that's fully stacked. So not even a Trinity Force finish yet on Levi. Interesting build actually from Radier going that last.
Oh, he walked into the death sentence and the box is there as well. Radier is not long for this world. Oh, the flash from Levi, that was fantastic. Follow up difficult flash with another difficult flash.
That flash isn't actually that difficult anymore as we go in on Styles and he gets obliterated off the map. I'll just explain why that flash isn't difficult. Recent change means that if you click on impassable terrains, instead of your champion trying to walk around it, they now walk to the closest part of it. So a little bit of a change makes those flashes a little bit easier to execute. Although, as I was saying, that Last Whisper, a little bit confusing because there's no armor built yet on the side of CMS, apart from the Renekton, who hasn't really bumped into Radier.
There's a Sonic Wave, there's a Resonating Strike there. Spooks are going very, very deep. Sorry to cut you off there, Jake. I just got a little bit excited. There's the chains actually mimicked. Resonating Strike for massive damage. The complete whiff of the Shockwave and people swapping positions all over this team fight. It's going to be a whitewash for Team Immunity.
Yeah, and Feeling's just really not liking Spooks there. Instead of jumping on the whole team, singles he's out and whiffs the Orianna ult on the behalf of Ballsy. So maybe a little bit of miscommunication there as the top turret is taken. Moving on to this inhibitor as well. Looks like the first inhibitor of the game will be going down in the wave immunity, although not if... No, there it is. There it goes.
I think that was definitely going to go down, of course. Creeps crashing into this middle lane inhibitor turret as well, and we've got Radier just sort of licking his wounds here in the bottom lane. He's the feeder on Team Immunity at this stage. 100% of the deaths. My goodness, he's going to be feeling really bad, of course. Spook's going legendary in that last team fight, 8-0 and 5, so he is really the thing to talk about, especially considering his item choice.
Yeah, especially now he's gone to Bloodthirster with the Boots of Mobility Home Guard.
Oh my
So
goodness.
he's all over this map and doing tons of damage. Radier, of course, would be blaming his team. No backup. This AD is just being left alone as per usual. Maybe even a little bit grumpy. But he has got the only 2 deaths on his team, with Venom deciding to actually go for a Trinity Force on this Leona as well. So maybe we have a couple of interesting build paths coming out of the Immunity team.
Oh, the Sonic Wave actually landing onto Ballsy. They're completely blind. And there's Swiffer managing to pick up that kill as well with the Mimic Distortion. Ridiculously well played. The knockup does come through for Feeling. Swiffer taking a fair bit of damage. See whether they can actually... Oh, the perfect juke coming from the Distortion as well. Coming back, landing the chains as well. Grey Fox Baby with a nice zoning box, but there is the point blank ace in the hole. Still actually getting death sentenced by a dead Thresh. That was very interesting. Meanwhile, we're going to have Levi going down here as well. So that's going to be 3 dead on the side of CMS. Traded for Swiffer. Swiffer feeling a little bit bad for Radier here, so wanting to get at least a third of those deaths.
Yeah, definitely. And now CMS forced completely away from the game as we have a blood splat coming through. So
Yeah. I think that was just a little bit too much obliteration on the side of Team Immunity. They are going to actually destroy this game, but I have a feeling that they probably won.
yeah, I'm going to go ahead and call it. Immunity won that game. 23 minutes, 14 seconds, really, really strong. And it all started, you would have to say, in that mid lane with some really great early game ganks from Spooks.
Spooks was absolutely amazing that game. He was ridiculous. Coming through with 10, 0, and 8 actually at the end of that game. Picking up that Bloodthirster, which is not something you'd normally see, but once you get about that fed, you're going to be buying whatever the heck item you want. And it was just an absolute schooling here by our Team Immunity. But more of a masterclass necessarily than a schooling, because they are just so incredibly good and they played that early game to perfection.
Yeah, definitely. And as we said, we were looking for Feelings to get a little bit more involved. Immunity took that away with some really good early wards in the top lane. So that's just threw CMS off their game plan straight away. And then, of course, Spooks beating Feelings to that mid lane, getting that kill on the LeBlanc, and then the repetitive dive. I think that's where it was. It wasn't one visit, it was repetitive visits. It looked like the other lanes had themselves under control. Renekton winning out against the Shyvana early, but that matchup swinging heavily in the favor of Swiper in the end. So he just kept going back mid, the only place that was getting pushed in, and kept applying so much pressure to the point where I think it was a level 6 versus a level 4 at one point.
Yeah, it really was. And those Sonic Waves were just finding their targets out of nowhere. I have to mention on the side of CMS, Grey Fox Baby, he landed some brilliant death sentences, actually managing to pick up the only kills there for his team, basically. I think, unfortunately, didn't participate in the kill against Swiffer towards the end there, but taking down Radier there early on was brilliant from those guys. So the bottom lane coming through fairly nicely, but I mean, that's about all you can say as far as CMS this game.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe some early pressure from Style. Good, kept the Shyvana up in the lane. Kept Swiper teleporting back to his turret. Even went even on turrets, so not a bad effort in that regard. But you just see once Immunity get that lead, and it came in the mid lane and then was 4 spot as well with that 4-man rush down river that ended up in a 3 for 0 actually.
With some fantastic play from Radier that we did see in the replay as well that was just beautiful to watch.
Oh, definitely. And that's what the snowball is all about. That's how Immunity play the game. They get really solid leads and really clear-cut advantages, and then they just don't give their opponent back anything. You literally give them a finger and they take a whole arm, and they don't give it back.
Yeah, no one had their arm that particular game. We'll see whether CMS can bring it back in game 2. You could imagine that the momentum's definitely in the favor of Immunity here. I think CMS need to put it in their heads that they can try and get back into this one. As we do have another replay, Jake, can you just let us know what's happened here? This is, of course, when Immunity are very far ahead.
Yeah, so this is when Immunity's far ahead, and this is where we see Spooks go really, really aggressive. So they come around the side, and Spooks is looking for that Q, which he lands time and time again, and he gets in straight away, puts down a ward, I believe. No, this is where he goes back out. Okay, so they kind of reset, but they've blown the flash. Grey Fox Baby with a really good play, but gets stunned up, and this is where Immunity go really, really hard. So the Q lands in onto Grey Fox Baby, and this is a whiff of the ultimate from Feelings as the Dragon's Rage flash. People going everywhere. Ballsy gets taken down. Swiper just taking up this turret, taking no damage somehow. Everyone walks away, and a massive trade, 3 for 0. And this is the first inhibitor of the game, which really sealed the deal for Immunity, who were already really far ahead in that fight.
Yeah, my absolute favorite part of that one was looking at this Shyvana, and it looked like he was on his BMX trying to jump over that Cataclysm, and he landed it perfectly over that shockwave as well. So unfortunately, the Cataclysm not hitting anyone, instantly flashed out of, then the completely whiffed shockwave just going to mean that Immunity rolls over everything and just instantly cleans that one up. Fortunately for CMS, I doubt it would have gone any other way regardless of had they played that perfectly, to be honest.
Yeah, well, as you just saw a little bit of a discrepancy in the confidence of the calls. CMS did some good things early, got shoved in the bottom lane a little bit too much, but the confidence of the calls. Look for Ballsy this time to really tell Feelings to get to his lane early. I feel that is going to be the outright call, and that Feelings will be listening because he might be getting yelled at a little bit to really try and match that pressure that Spook sprang, because that was really important. That really dictated the flow of the game.
Yeah, and of course, having that flash into the Tempest Cripple as well, get the slow, get the easy Sonic Wave resonating strike, and Ballsy had nothing that he could do even after flashing. So really, really well played. Of course, we're going to have Game 2 coming up very, very shortly, guys. Do not go anywhere. It's going to be fantastic. welcome back everyone to the Regional League of Legends Oceanic Round of 8 here for winter. I am, of course, Atlas, joined by Spawn again here for Game 2 between CMS versus Team Immunity. They're going to be getting into this lobby soon, and man, I'm feeling for CMS right now. Oh my goodness, no pun intended. I actually didn't intend that one, Spawn, okay. I mean, I know I've been told no more puns. But I'm really feeling for these guys just because that was such a difficult game for them.
Yeah, that was a really difficult game, and I think it all stemmed from that Lee Sin pick. I think they either need to pick that up or get that off the board because Spooks was way too comfortable and brought way too much early game pressure, especially to that mid lane, which really let Swiffer get going on that LeBlanc.
Yeah, unfortunately for CMS as well, it was absolutely flawlessly executed there by Spooks as well. Just no hesitation, flash Tempest Cripple, get the slow, get the Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike, and my goodness, it was just so well done. So we'll see whether that one gets banned away. Of course, now we're going to have 6 bans on the field, Immunity making it on time to this particular game. So we'll see whether they manage to do that one. I'd like to bring up our key matchup here for this one. It is actually going to be here in the mid lane, Swiffer versus Ballsy. And how do you think that one went last time? I mean, I know there was that gank in the mid just to start things off, but do you think Ballsy, had he given the 1v1, would have held his own?
Well, he pushed up early, and we said that's what he needed to do. So that's the first thing that he did correct. He tried to get the LeBlanc to play under tower. However, it was just the gank came in at level 3. So there was absolutely nothing he could do after that. And the repetitive camping just really dictated the flow of that mid lane. So Spooks had a little bit too much of a say, but I think all in all, he did okay in the first 2 levels from what we could see. And maybe if he calls for a little bit more jungle help this game, and when he gets feelings into that mid lane, maybe for some level 2 or level 3 action to mirror that Spooks aggression, he can maybe try and swing this matchup because you can see they really need him to get on top in this mid lane.
Yeah, they do, of course, have the first pick this game as well, now being on the blue side. Do you think that's going to help them as far as having that sort of first pick semi-advantage?
I think that the first pick advantage isn't as huge in this patch because there's so many things you can leave open. And I think Immunity, no matter what, are going to get something that they will want to play. So unless it's a really high priority pick that we haven't seen, CMS, now would be the time to pull it out. So maybe they'll have something, but I expect the bans to be mirrored with the exception of swap Kassadin with LeBlanc and swap something with Lee Sin. In fact, if they had 3 bans, nearly throw all of them at that Lee Sin pick because that was unbelievable.
Yeah, that being said, I mean, when X5, when they had Spooks and Swiffer on their team back at, I think it was ACL, no it wasn't, it was the PAX Grand Final, when Swiffer had his hands on that Kassadin, it was absolutely incredible to watch, almost taking out Team Immunity there in the game 2 of that Grand Final. But it is going to be Kha'Zix being taken away here by CMS, answered by Renekton instantly from Swiper. Yeah,
so Style did well in that top lane, and they've given a respect ban with a Renekton, and there goes LeBlanc.
Yeah, thank goodness that one's going to be taken off the table because Swiffer was an absolute monster on that champion. Just so much damage potential. And
Immunity's actually taken the Kassadin away, so maybe know something that we don't about Ballsy and trying to get that one off the field. I think Kassadin just a really good pick at the moment, both against mages and against AD. You can go a little bit tank heavier on him, is a little bit more mana dependent at the moment. So a very versatile pick, so maybe just don't want to play against it.
Yeah, I think that's probably the case, and you have to ban it out if you are on that red side as well. So, going to be taking away that Kassadin, and we've got CMS now thinking very hard. They're taking away the Caitlyn, which I think is a little bit insane, leaving the Lee Sin available.
So the Lee Sin, unless it's a first pick and it's something, well, there's in Italy, so the Caitlyn Ziggs last 2 bans, and Tryndamere being locked in.
Oh,
wow,
is it? It's being hovered. It's being hovered.
Okay. Cool.
Oh my goodness, because last time Swiper wasn't actually allowed to play. Wasn't allowed to play at the round of 4 at Supernova. Unfortunately, we'll see whether maybe he's allowed sort of out of his just sort of standard pickups, whether he's allowed to play his fabled Tryndamere that we just love to see. Hopefully he manages to pick that one up, but I don't think it's going to happen. Oh, he does! He locks it in!
So there's a Tryndamere. Tryndamere will be played, so this is going to get exciting. I'm actually not sure that the Shaco is the right pick with the Tryndamere. You can't run 0 tanks into a lineup unless they're taking Malphite mid, which I don't think they will do. So maybe swap to a little bit of a tankier mid lane jungler. Please, Spooks. 10 seconds left.
Spooks, what are you doing? What are you doing? I think this might be a shout out to Scream, who was in the competitive scene quite a while ago, has actually decided to play Shaco all the way through an entire account leveling process. But as we can see, it's actually going to be the Shaco locked in.
That's the Shaco. So we're calling it Shaco, not Shaco.
Shaco?
We'll do that. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Would you prefer Shaco? I mean, you're the analytical guy. I mean, I'm happy to follow your lead.
Shaco's fine. And this leads to maybe a 1-3-1 split push. Tryndamere and Shaco both not team fighting too well. So we've already got 2 split pushes on the field. As Jax has gotten through, so Feeling's happy to pick that one up against Tryndamere. Fun fact, Tryndamere actually beats Jax level 1 and 2. So watch out for that one. Ballsy going with Jace? No. There it is, the Lucian pickup. Pretty standard. Didn't do too bad on that Levi 124. So might be happy playing that again.
And we'll see what these guys decide to pick up. The Riven being hovered over here by Swiffer. That would be an interesting decision. I haven't actually seen Swiffer pick that one up. Oh, Radius, Vayne though. This would be very, very exciting. A lot of hype around here. He hasn't actually locked it in yet, so we can't get too excited. But back when Vayne was very, very strong, Radius played it almost every single game to incredible effect, almost double of the stuff.
And the only thing that confuses me about this Immunity team right now is that they have 4 split pushes and there's only 3 lanes on the map. So we do have Ahri being locked in, which is good, a little bit more of a pick champion as opposed to a split pusher. And Radius still hanging over this Vayne. So there's a Vayne locked in as well. So 3 split pushes, Ahri, Swiffer and Rosie just going to run around the jungle together holding hands.
I think that they're just going to have a little bit of fun this game, it looks like. Team Immunity just feeling like they just want to play the champions that they want to play. Of course, Spooks opting to go with that Shaco is very interesting to me. And I very much like Grey Fox Baby hovering over this Thresh as well, because his Thresh was brilliant in the last game.
Yeah, so I think Thresh was one thing that they did do well. And Feeling's going back to comfort. Jarvan, maybe saying, I can do better than what I did last game. Give me my favorite again and let me do some work. As we have the Fiddlesticks being hovered over.
This is... Okay. Sorry, I got really excited for a potential Shaco support, because I feel like that could be hilarious amounts of fun. And I think Rosie's just sitting there thinking, oh, do I have to be the tank for the team? What? But team, guys, what? I don't really want to... And he's looking at the Darius as an option. Not going to be happening this time.
I don't think the Ezreal will either. Gangplank, possibility. That raise morale does give a steroid.
Well, maybe because their team comp's this ridiculous, he just wants to offer a parlay to the enemy team and bring things back, because this is looking pretty strange on the side of Team Immunity. Only 10 seconds to go and the Viger is being looked at.
Okay, so Viger bringing a stun to what is lack of CC on the team, so maybe that will work.
Yeah, that could be a possibility. Of course, the Blitzcrank now going to be that lock-in as well. We don't actually have the extra sort of the alleviation of the mana issues that he's had that's been brought in here at the 4.8 patch, because of course it is the 4.7 patch currently. But my goodness, this is an interesting team composition coming out from Team Immunity. And Spawn, I want you to analyze exactly how this team comp's going to be used on a strategic level.
So I think what we're going to have is a really, really aggressive game. So look for Spooks to try and make the whole jungle here. There's a lot of counter jungling. That Shaco going into the weaker Jarvan, looking to get some early advantage in that regard, and looking for Swiper in the top lane to just try and... It's going to be a race. It's literally who can get to the inhibitor first out of top lane and bottom lane, and I think it's going to be very, very interesting to see that. But we do have Hook City down the bottom.
We do.
Interesting pick with Blitzcrank. I don't think you actually want to bring anyone closer to a Vayne.
Yeah.
So that's a little bit interesting. However, I trust that Rosie has something special in store for this. Maybe some follow the Shaco around the jungle and just let Radier farm by himself and create some havoc. So I think that's what we're going to see.
That being said, there's something to be said for the rocket grab into condemn combination against a wall. So, I mean, you have a fair bit of lock-up, but I guess he has the knock-up with his Power Fist anyway, so not entirely sure whether that's going to be exactly it. But the lineup coming from CMS looks really, really strong. Yeah,
well, CMS looks like they got exactly what they wanted. They've got a really good disengage comp with the... of course, the Flay and the box from the Thresh really help out with that. Jarvan has a lot of peel as well in his W. They've got a strong split pusher in style and that Jax, and they look like they've got a really solid mid lane as well. Of course, Nidalee not having too many problems against Ahri, so they look like they got what they want. However, it looks like Immunity is super confident going into this game.
I
and
think
they
that's
have
exactly
comfort
what
picks.
they are, yeah. I think it's sort of comfort picks and also a bit of a throwback pick situation. I think letting Swiper have his Tryndamere is the big deal for me. I mean, I know I was casting with him just the other day and he was saying, yeah, I'm never allowed to play my Tryndamere. So now finally they let that Tryndamere out of the cage into that top lane. So we'll see whether that actually works out in this case. But we'll just have to see how it goes, because to be perfectly honest, I just do not understand the Team Immunity team comp and haven't seen Shaco work out for quite some time. But Spooks, of course, is an incredibly strong jungler. And I don't know whether it might be just a little bit of overconfidence. Maybe CMS can bring this one back.
Yeah, maybe, and maybe they can do it through an early game evade because Shaco does have to set up. So he generally has to take his boxes first, and they have a pretty good level 1 fight with a Nidalee heal, giving a steroid, or even the Spears being able to check bushes. And of course, that Jax taking Counter-Strike level 1 normally, that's an AoE stun. The Thresh and Lucian, really good level 1 combo. So maybe they can pull something back in the early game here in a what looks to be a favorable level 1 matchup. So it could be interesting, and they could really go for this game and try and show some really good aggression.
That being said, I mean, if Team Immunity get a pick at level 1, I mean, having that rocket grab into the Charm, into the Condemn as a possibility. Of course, Radiant probably opting to take that tumble first off, but that is a lot of CC and lockdown and pick potential there in the early game. But
yeah, definitely
maybe not
a lot
enough.
of CC, but maybe just something that could swing the game in CMS's favour. Maybe we look for some irregular lanes as well this time. Jax fares much better in a 2v1 than Tryndamere does. Jax can also jungle a lot better than Tryndamere does, so he can walk around camps, and does lend a little bit more to fast pushes given his passive, so maybe a 4-0 push at the start of the game. So there's a couple of things here that CMS can do to try and shake the game up. I think that we could actually have a very interesting game with the picks that have been presented.
Yeah, I think that it's definitely going to be interesting. I mean, considering the fact that we haven't seen very much Shaco in competitive play, and of course Tryndamere not gracing the Rift all that often either. I really, really like seeing Swiffer's Ahri as well, because he played that so much when he was back on Exile 5 a long time ago, and he's just always been brilliant on that champion. And she's sort of fallen out of favor just a little bit just because of that change of charm, making it so much more imperative to hit that ability. But it's so fun watching a really good Ahri play. Yeah,
and Ahri is one of those players, as you said, that's just exciting to watch play because of the action that she creates. Those 3 dashes, able to get around the map, able to wave clear and roam with the Q. So yeah, she's just one of those champions, along with the Rosie pick on Blitzcrank. That whilst they're not in favor, they're really exciting to watch.
They really are. So we're going to have a quick video and we're going to get straight into this game, which I'm incredibly excited about. Don't go anywhere, guys. Welcome back, everyone. We are, of course, onto the Rift. We have, on the blue side, CMS picking it up this time. And, of course, on the red side, it's the very interesting team comp coming out from Team Immunity, who are already up 1 game here in the winter round of 8. We'll see whether they can manage to pull it out. This is an interesting comp and not very tanky, one could say.
Definitely favouring that split push, and we're looking to see CMS group together whilst Immunity has spread out, so maybe we're going to see this late invade through the bot lane.
Yeah, they are trying to get there. Of course, Radiant has set up shop towards that lower side of the river, but not going to be able to spot this one out just yet.
If they go through lane, they can get into that river brush, but I don't think they're going to go quite yet, which may be a little bit of a mistake. Shaco looks like he is going to set up at the red buff, however.
Yeah, so not going to be seen too much. We'll see whether Radiant didn't actually spot them coming through into this brush. Has seen them now, though.
Definitely has seen them now. And no, they don't even look like they're going to go for the blue buff. No, they go in as 4. So continuing the invade, a little bit dangerous. Shaco, as Rosie might look for a pick over this wall.
Oh my goodness, he was in range for that rocket grab had he gone for it. Looking very scary here for CMS with that potential rocket grab being devastating in the early game, but they're sticking together nicely. Nothing going to come of that one just yet.
Okay, so looks like we're going back to standard lanes. Jax is heading top. Jarvan going to start at this red buff. Maybe the ward coverage on the bottom side isn't fantastic, although, yeah, there's no river brush ward, so Jarvan may go straight mid after this. Yet to be seen. And Jax is actually checking out the blue buff and clearing away those boxes potentially. Just making sure.
Such an aggressive ward there on the blue side jungle of CMS.
Yeah,
Team Immunity.
Really shows whether Feelings is going to go for that early gank or whether he's going to go for his clear. So really good ward there from Team Immunity as we head into standard lanes.
Yeah, Swiper intelligently picking up that dash away. from Style. Get rid of that Counter-Strike stun potential.
And that's why, if we go on to the top lane matchup, that is why Trinity actually beats Jax out early. Because if you get that Counter-Strike out, you can do this because your cooldowns are shorter.
Oh, there's the flash as well. Nice Counter-Strike in order to stop all that damage. And not going to be getting the level 1. There's the Feelings coming through. Spooks is taking so much damage. He's going to go down instantly. Feelings coming in at exactly the right time. Ballsy actually taking the charm. See whether anything can come from it. Ignite does go down. The flash not burned yet from either mid laner, but both heal and ignite are down. But wow, Feelings with the perfect timing.
Yeah, super aggressive from Feelings there, and look at him go straight away, heading towards that mid lane, looking to get some pressure out on Swiffer.
Nice flash to get out of the way of that one. So the standard, the flag and drag, as we like to say, going to be dodged out of the way quite nicely here from Swiffer. So unfortunately, Spook's not getting the early game that he really wants. Is that ridiculously dangerous here for this Shaco?
Well, he does look like he's going to go across to the mid lane, could possibly rotate, but as Jarvan goes in on Swiper in the top lane.
Yeah, there's the standard. Nice knock-up actually getting taken down here as well. The slow coming in, then the stun, and Feelings going to be taking down Swiper as well. Very different start coming through for Feelings.
Yeah, and this is the aggression that we talked about. Feelings hitting both lanes and the jungle earlier as the hook lands in bot lane also.
Yeah, Rocket Grab not going to give as much joy either. Going to pick up that creep instead. Radiant tumbling out of the way and Rosie getting hit by that death sentence. A little bit unfortunate for the Team Unity guys.
Definitely. So what this does do is it lets Spooks tax a lane and get a couple of levels because Feelings is of course going to get this 3 buff start, taking away the blue buff from Spooks, and of course getting his red and now his blue buff. So puts him ahead, puts him in a nice position, and maybe we'll see a little bit more aggression as he starts to level up. Ballsy having a little bit of a hard time in this lane, but we'll be able to max that E and get a lot done with that here.
Yeah, Death Sentence and Flaving landed here in the bottom lane as well. Nice Condemn, stuns up Levi as well. The Ignite going down on Grey Fox Baby might have been a little bit preemptive, but they do manage to get out with their lives intact.
Flash traded on the support, of course, so Rosie flashing back with that hook and then Grey Fox Baby mirroring it. Very nice. We are seeing Ballsy get pushed into the turret. Nidalee generally doesn't have a problem lasting under the turret, but aggression shown from Swiffer in this lane, trying to get Feelings off his back also.
Yeah, there's another Death Sentence actually landing here. The Piercing Light coming through as well. Really nice Condemn, and Grey Fox Baby taking a lot of damage. There's the heal. Nice Exhaust onto Radier as well to stop a lot of that damage. Grey Fox Baby does end up going down. Rosie picks up that kill. We'll see whether Radier does have his dancing shoes on, whether he can juke that one out. A nice rocket punch into Levi's head. Makes him have to get the heck out of there and Radier into safety. There's the flash, but tumbled out of instantly when that Piercing Light comes through, and Rosie picking up a double kill in the bottom lane.
And we just saw how important minions are on both sides. Rosie getting chunked by minions on his side, and then Levi not accounting for the minion aggro as he flashes in for the aggressive play. Really well picked up there by Rosie with 2 kills so far, as Swiper has managed to somehow push in this top lane after getting killed early.
There's also the fact that Style actually has 12 creep kills in that top lane as well, to the 29 here of Swiper, after Swiper did go down early on. So not entirely sure what happened there in order to create that. But the kills have been answered for here by Team Immunity, and it's going to be Radier still sitting on very low health, but he's going to hop back to base now with 2 assists here on his side. And it looks to me like Rosie's going to be able to build up a really early Talisman Ascension. That's going to be a super fast Blitzcrank.
Yeah, definitely. But I guess whilst it's 2-2 and Immunity has the lead, the gold is on Feelings on CMS's side, so exactly where they want it. So maybe they take a little bit of confidence from that fact, whereas it's on the support for Immunity, although Rosie is a pretty dangerous support.
That's true. Has opted to go for that Sheen as the very first item as well. So going to start the interesting item purchases off straight out of the gate. Really wants the Trinity Force here. Swiper now managing to get the crit. Does get the stun, the heal from his Q. So he's going to be okay here in this top lane as well.
And whilst we have Spooks coming in, we also saw that CMS were able to take a Dragon. So back within 200 gold, doing really, really well. As Swiper's trying to push up this top lane, so Spooks can come over the wall with a little bit of a tower dive.
Yeah, Style now completely out of mana as well, so it's going to be very difficult for him to get the Counter-Strike, which is so imperative to try and change that. But Swiper has actually hit level 6 here as well. Really, really nice timing. Spooks actually has to make sure that he gets the heck out of there. Swiper does get the turret aggro, but I don't think he even needs to cast his ultimate here either. My goodness, he's playing with fire.
Yeah, definitely, and we just saw the aggression of that.
Swiffer now.
Swiffer's down bot.
Yeah, Swiffer in that bottom lane. We do have the Condemn, actually. Levi getting knocked against the wall. True Silver Bolt's actually coming through and going to be able to do a lot of damage. Swiffer picks up that kill with the true damage of that Orbit Deception as well. So nicely played here by Team Immunity.
Yeah, beautiful roam down from that mid lane. Radier with the awesome Condemn, but then saying, team, can you help me out? I don't actually think I can 1v1 this guy. So Swiffer turns around and picks up that kill. Really beneficial roam after CMS had picked up a dragon and then Italy had to go back to buy.
Yeah, I think no one really understood quite the damage potential coming out from Rosie here with this Sheen as well. Getting a lot off there, but there's Ballsy taking a lot of damage in that mid lane. Spook's not going to be able to chase him down too much and just going to try and heal himself back up.
Yeah, but what that does do is that forces Italy back off a cannon creep, so maybe the lane's going to push up, although it does look like Swiffer is going to push the lane back out. Tryndamere now has to be a little bit careful. This is Jax's first power spike and can duel quite well at this level 6 part of the game. With that ultimate every third strike, of course, doing extra damage.
Yeah.
Looks like it's gone back to a little bit of a relaxed mode. Spook's not invading. As I say that, of course, CMS Styles goes really aggro top lane. But
yeah, everything going down. But Levi taking so much damage in the bottom lane. There's the Silver Bolts proccing. And Grey Fox Baby now is in. We do have the Mana Shield coming up. Feelings is trying to do something in this bottom lane as well. Meanwhile, in the top lane, a little bit more of a fight style now, completely out of mana. Nice knock up onto Radier. He has popped that ultimate. We'll see whether that is going to be enough, but no, Cataclysm going to come down and finish off, seal the deal on that one, and it's going to be Feelings being the saving grace here for CMS.
Yeah, Feelings really showing why he likes that Jarvan. Really smart there as well, holding the Cataclysm till the killing blow, using it for damage rather than CC, because of course Vayne can just tumble straight out of that.
Yeah.
Just because of the way that the mechanics in that work. So really, really nicely done by Feelings and picking up the 3rd kill of the game for CMS.
Yeah, intelligently played. Unfortunately, Style forced back out of this lane as well, so Swiper going to be free to just push up here on his absolute favorite champion. And as we can see, he's now double the CS there of that Jax in that top lane. Just incredibly, incredibly powerful on this Tryndamere is our Swiper.
Yeah, just really, really comfortable, and you can see that coming in just by the pure mechanics of the champion. Sometimes you can tell how much people are actually comfortable on a champion. Not more about how they're killing people and stuff like that, but more how they just play the lane. And Swiper looks like he's not worried at all by this Jax, which could is supposed to be a counter pick, so it just shows how much prowess he does have on this Tryndamere, as we have an invade here by Spooks.
Yeah, Feelings actually does a lot of damage now as well. We do have the decoy coming through, but Ballsy just going to easily take that kill. Spooks is so squishy.
As Swiffer comes in for the kill, however.
Goodness. Yeah, that was just so much damage. Now he's turned on to Ballsy as well. We're going to be able to see that one, but he's not going to be able to finish that one off, as we do have, of course, another little bit of engage there in the top lane at the same time. Just action all across this map now spawned.
Yeah, definitely. And there we saw the aggression of Spooks being mirrored a little bit too late by the mid laner Swiffer, but able to get the red buff, which is going to be a really big pain for this Natalie.
How he managed to hit that charm was ridiculous.
So nice sidestep around the creeps, lands the charm, lands the ignite, gets the Orb of Deception out, and just absolutely destroys Ballsy on that Nidalee. Now 3-0-0, has a needlessly large rod. As there is a dive coming in top also.
Yeah, both ignites going down, and there is the ultimate coming out from Swiper, just going to heal himself back up and just E over that wall to safety. Swiper just knows what to do, and those tower dives so easy when you do have the ability to stay invulnerable for so long.
Yeah, definitely. And a really good pick up here by Style in the top lane. Some Ninja Tabe, of course, the passive on that, helping the auto attack. However, I think that Swiper actually might be able to go back here and buy his Blade of the Roaring King, which is just going to lead to even more pain in this top lane. As Ballsy tries to hold out with some farming in the mid. Not too far off, 16, as we have some action in the bot lane.
Yeah, the box going down. Radier taking a lot of damage, doing the best that he can. Does have that final hour proc. We'll see whether he can do some fancy footwork here. The knock-up coming onto Levi as well. He's gone very, very deep. The Cullen gets blocked by the rocket grab. Levi now focuses his attention onto Rosie. We'll see whether Rosie can do anything, but as you can see, he's definitely going to be able to do enough damage here as the Blitzcrank that he is. Flay not going to work out. Death Sentence going to hit a creep, and my goodness, Rosie on this Blitzcrank is a carry of his own.
As we have 4 members coming into the bot lane for CMS here. Feelings and Ballsy joining the fun, but nothing doing. Spook setting up for another game. But Rosie just 2v1ing there in the bot lane, bringing that Sheen damage and just showing the power of the attack damage Blitzcrank, apparently.
Yes, indeed. Tons of damage coming through. Does almost have that Trinity Force, so you can definitely stay that one. Now there's a nice counter-strike coming through, getting the stun onto Swiper here in this top lane. Spooks has been found. We'll see whether he can actually get some joy onto this particular gank, but the ultimate does get popped. The Fear not going to proc off those those little puppets either, so unfortunately not going to find anything here is Spooks, and he's having a bit of a rough day.
As we go into a replay and what happened in this bottom lane, we see that Radier gets caught under turret, flashes out, nice use of the stealth there, and this is where Rosie takes over. He says, all on me, grabs Levi out of his culling, and then just really good use of the abilities here. Uses his W to get a Sheen proc off, and then you see as soon as the Sheen's back up, into the Power Fist. Nearly could have finished off Levi, but just not able to finish that kill. And the roam down from CMS was completely useless at that point.
Yeah, it really was. As we can see now, as we come back into live, we do have a death by a grasp now being picked up by the Killing Spree Swiffer on that Ahri. He's going to have so much burst potential now in these fights. CMS Style just going to be taking on Swiper here just a little bit with the help of his mid laner.
And at this point, Immunity are just looking for kills. As you see Radier run past a minion lane at turret trying to get some action happening. As Spooks comes into this bottom lane, Style in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, the Ignite actually gets popped here as well. Swiper managing to stay out of that Counter-Strike stun. See whether he pops the ultimate. He does manage to get it off. We'll see whether there's going to be enough follow-up damage coming through from Ballsy. But oh my goodness, that timing was absolutely amazing. But shutdown coming through. Ballsy picking up that one. Now 5 to 9 here on the side of these guys. But oh my goodness, Swiffer with so much damage. The last auto attack coming through. Finishes off Feelings there as well. And that definitely hurt his feelings.
Yeah, and that's where we see as Ballsy also picks up Spooks. But didn't quite see what happened there, but Swiffer shows the power of that E and the Deathfire Grass hitting at the same time. So much amplified damage on that W and Q. Az goes a little bit aggro, has to pop the ultimate to get out of that turret range. Missed the E, unfortunately, but still going.
Yeah, very, very overexcited here and manages to completely outplay Ballsy there in the mid lane. Really, really nice work on that Orb of Deception as well. And Radier is going down incredibly low. They do manage to pick up Grey Fox, baby. Swiffer now is in a lot of trouble. Style is going to be able to finish off that kill. Gets the shutdown now as well. 500 gold on the side of Style. Jack's definitely not going to feel too bad about that one. Yeah,
and Sam, Grey Fox, baby, getting so unlucky as we see Rosie trying to 1v1 Levi again.
Yep, there's the Power Fist coming through.
Goes in, lands an awesome box, but Rosie just all over him, giving him nothing as Spooks comes in for a gank on Levi also. So getting a little bit unlucky there. Seems that Radier always has his flash up at opportune times, which I'm sure isn't a mistake. However, what is important is we got a 500 gold shutdown onto Style in that top lane, so maybe that can get this Jax going.
Yeah, Blade of the Ruin King has been finished up here by Swiper, and not quite yet done here for Style, so you can imagine once he picks that one up, things are going to go quite well. But they are going to be able to pick up their second dragon here of the game.
And only a 3.4k deficit, so not doing too bad this game. As we have Rosie taunting in front of a tower, a little bit of a dance going on there.
Yeah, a little bit of a slightly, I guess, confident play coming through. Rosie, of course, on his world-famous Blitzcrank. Not sure whether it's necessarily world-famous, but it is here in Oceania as well, especially if you've seen Rosie play throughout the years.
As we see Spooks arriving a little bit too late for that dragon, actually feeding on this Shaco.
He is.
0-3-0. Spooks got to lift your game here, buddy. But realizing he's a little bit too late, but he will hand over the blue buff. As we have red buff top lane is going head-to-head. Tryndamere is absolutely monstering his way through under that turret, popping the ultimate for good measure, but he does have the Blade of the Ruin King. Moving into some Berserker Greavesword, exceptionally aggressive build here, and working on this tier 2 turret. So it looks like so far he's winning the turret race against bot lane.
I have a feeling he's winning the turret race against everything. Nice spear landing onto Swiper here as well. He has to commit to this turret. We'll see whether he can get out of this one. A nice flash there over the wall. We'll see whether the spear can follow up. Meanwhile, more action in the bottom lane. Grey Fox, baby, taking a fair bit of damage. Levi getting stunned up against that turret. We do have Radier just managing to tumble the heck out of there as well because he was in that turret range, which is not something you want to be in range of when you're evading.
Definitely not. However, we do have Swiffer going and Spooks going in for an invade on this buff. Picked up by Spooks, I think, although...
No, that was picked up by Swiffer with a perfectly timed smite from Spooks to make sure Swiffer got the blue buff.
So really good coordination, and Swiffer contesting this turret pushing as well on an Ahri, saying I can clear waves and get things into the turret as quick as you guys. Also took down his tier 2 in that, so now the gold lead really starting to grow. Up to 6,000 again. Wow, that expanded really, really quickly. And the pressure that is Immunity is going into CMS's jungle, taking away all the resources. So Feelings maybe starting to get a little bit starved out here, falling He's still ahead, but 3-2 as opposed to the 3-0 that he was in the first place.
Yeah, that's true. Unfortunately, Spook's not having such a great time on the side of Team Immunity. Sort of the only saving grace here for CMS has been that jungle matchup, which has gone really, really well. Of course, Feelings has actually taken the Lantern Express. Radier going to make it back to his turret just fine, though. This global gold, though, the fact that it's 5 turrets on the side of Team Immunity to 0 here for CMS means that Spooks does have a fair bit of money in his back pocket.
And we have Spooks with a red pot heading down to bot lane. Swiper getting ganked. Still hasn't popped the Endless Rage, so... Whoa.
That only just came up, like a second before he died.
Okay, and as we see, Spooks has gone in for the gank on the bot lane.
Yeah, Levi taking a fair bit of damage here. The Silver Bolts do proc. The culling has actually been soaked up entirely from the clone there of Spooks. He does turn his attention, over to Feelings. He does go down. Grey Fox Baby gets rocket grabbed perfectly by Rosie. Maximum range, showing his prowess on that hero.
Beautiful rocket grab there, leading to a kill as Spooks chases Levi down with that red pot, able to get the Ignite. Kill. I only noticed that Spooks just took Ignite on his jungler as well. Really aggressive. That red pot, that Igniter style, picks up the first one. So a 3-for-0 trade in that bot lane. Immunity really flexing their muscles here and really starting to take over this game like they did last time.
Yeah, they really are. Things have gone, oh my goodness. As we were saying, Swiffer now dodging away of everything. We'll see whether he's got another proc here of that Spirit Rush. I don't think he does. The Cataclysm catching him up really nicely. Feelings finishing off that kill. Does trade 1-for-1. But killing Swiffer, I think, was definitely worth it, he would say, in capitals.
I think that was in all chat. Worth. Swiffer, unfortunately, missing the Orb of Deception that would have taken out Ballsy in that trade. Radius still split pushing in the bottom. Venom now on a little bit more of a roam around the map kind of role that he likes to pick up to get involved in some of the action. That Trinity Force nearly completed on that Blitzcrank, which we are waiting for so he can just explode. As Radiant might be looking to 1v1 Levi in this bottom lane as well.
Yeah, he has actually a 2-level advantage here over Levi as well, which is not something you really want to be experiencing if you are against that Vayne, just because she's so powerful now, especially at that level 11 mark that she has hit. Oh, nice steal there from Ballsy with an auto attack.
Yeah, definitely. Immunity trying to move in on that jungle, but Ballsy just showing a lot of map awareness and taking that away. That would have been really dangerous on the Vayne. As we see Style going aggressive on Swiper again.
Yeah, Style now not taking very much damage at all. Does have that Warden's Mail to really try and mitigate a lot of this damage. Spooks has come in though, and Style's just saying, we were having a sweet 1v1, man. What have you done? See whether he can escape from this one. Of course, the clone coming through. There's interesting decision to come straight back in, but Rosie was up there for the follow-up, and I don't think Style was going to escape.
Yeah, I don't think Style was getting out of that one at all. Immunity now 4 strong in the top lane, looking to push down to this inhibitor turret. Watch out, Feelings. You might get jumped on here, and you're in a lot of trouble, my friend.
Yeah, there's the charm landing as well, so Swiffer just going to be able to lock him up, and auto attack actually to finish off that kill. Nicely done.
Nicely done. As the culling is burnt bot lane, Radier going in for a 1v2.
My goodness, that flash out of the box as well does manage to pick that one up. We'll see whether he can do a sweet double lift here on this one. Grey Fox Baby gets smashed against the turret.
Ended up on the wrong side of Radier as well. Radier actually using his turret to kill the man. As we see a 4-man push in the bot lane from Immunity, but really well played by Radier in that bot lane, using that flash tumble mechanic, as you said, to get out of the box and utilize the stealth to wait for his to get a little bit of lifesteal back, and that was really, really well played. As he's now 6-1-3 and has finished that Phantom Dancer as well, so he's looking really, really good in this bot lane.
Yeah, really hitting that power spike early on that Vayne as well. I mean, you really want to, if you're playing against that Vayne, probably want to hang on to a bit of a lead against her while she is weak a little bit earlier on, just with that lower range, making it a little bit more difficult for her in the laning phase. But Ballsy now taking a lot of damage. The Flay now on Radier though, and he's going to get cataclysmed and destroyed.
Absolutely deleted off the map.
Oh my goodness.
That was a 4-man gang squad just coming down in and taking out that Fed Vayne, getting a little bit more shutdown gold. And while we have a little bit of a lull, although Dragon's just coming up, they're actually getting the items that they need on the side of CMS. We now have the Death Cap picked up on the Nidalee in the mid lane, as we have the hook landing on Grey Fox Baby.
Yeah, he just gets obliterated. And Swiffer picks up that kill as well. The Dragon now finally being contested here by Team Immunity. We'll see whether they can do anything. Levi, my goodness, Feelings picking up the Dragon. Very, very nicely played. Rosie going to pick up the kill over there onto Levi at the same time. Swiper has found his way down here as well. Style now trying to turn this one around. I don't know whether he can because Swift is there with a lot of damage coming through on that orb.
Yeah, so 9-2-2 Ahri now. really, really unlucky for Levi to dash through that wall with and end up in the arms of that Fed Tryndamere. But really, really well done by Feelings, actually, to pick up that dragon. Gives them a little bit of hope out of that fight. But unfortunately, Immunity just going to push in on this middle turret now with 3 of their members, although it looks like it might be able to be defended again because Spooks had to go back and Radier's headed bot lane.
Yeah, so it's going to be 3 strong here in the middle lane, only 2 here for now, but we do have 2 extra members from CMS coming through, so we'll see whether they can herd them off, and they have indeed managed to convince Immunity that staying around that inhibitor turret was a bad move. We're going to have Swiper just taking away every piece of the jungle that he can.
So as I was saying in the bot lane fight, as we have Style going in on Radier, another 4-man squad trying to chase Radier off, flag and drag in, and the hook misses.
That tumble.
Okay, so CMS are actually getting the items they need. They've nearly got 2 Randuin's Omens, and against 3 auto-attack-based champions, 4 if you account for the Trinity Force Blitzcrank, they're going to really be making headways in with this 1 item path. They've also picked up the Blade of the Ruined King and, of course, that Death Cap that we spoke about. So they're actually not looking bad, even though they're really far behind in this game. So it's nearly up to a 9k gold lead. But I think that they've got the pieces together that if they play smart and can drag this out, they might
Grey
be
Fox
okay.
Baby does get hooked here by Rosie. Spooks is going to try and get the last bit of damage, but Rosie's going to be the one to solidify that kill. Style not going to be able to find that Counter-Strike either, and Rosie turning this one around, likes his chances. 2v3. We do have Radier coming around as well, but it's now going to be 4 people as well. The Shiv coming through. Spooks managing to get that one from ridiculous range. Not going to land the rocket grab, unfortunately. So CMS managing to find safety in their turret.
And perfect box to block the Nidalee Spear through there. So as we can see, a little bit more attention being paid from Immunity to group up because CMS has definitely decided that the only way they're going to win this game is through picks. So really, really well done from Immunity to recognize that and stop any form of a comeback. The lead's now out to nearly 10k gold. And as they leave Radier bot once again to split push, they're pushing in this middle turret.
Yeah, and this is what they need to do. They want to be doing this split push. And now that Orb is Ascension starting to do ridiculous damage. The Death Sentence landing onto Swiffer, though. He does manage to pick up Feelings, but he's going to pay for that one with his life. Swipe is now under the turret, though. No cares at all. Style is now trying to 1v1, and we'll see whether that Endless Rage is going to be enough. Does just manage to spin across that wall and get to safety. Yeah,
and we see the advantage right there of having that Randuin's built up on that Jax. Sorry, it's a Warden's Mail at the moment, but it's just stopping so much of that auto attack damage coming out of that Tryndamere. So they do the right thing. They get the Ahri, another shutdown gold on Swiffer, but unfortunately, Radier just sitting bot lane, split pushing, takes another objective away. So even when it looks like they've won a fight, they actually lose the fight as they're about to start up this dragon with the Tryndamere and the Shaco.
Yeah, unfortunately, Spooks doesn't quite have his Blade of the Ruined King just yet, so going to be lacking a little bit of that damage. Does have his clone there in order to stop a lot of the Baron damage coming through. So 2-man on this Baron. We've got Radier coming around as well to offer some more Blade of the Ruined King and true damage from his fantastic hit there for taking down that Baron. But CMS are onto it. They're wise. They're coming through. They might be able to stop this.
Definitely able
Feelings
to
has come in as well. This is very, very low, and we do have the really nice smite. He has unfortunately not been able to do it because Swiper's managed to pick that one up. The Randuin's has been popped here by Feelings, but Swiper is going to just ignore that one and take him down. Grey Fox Baby gets exploded the bottom side of this fight as well. So unfortunately, CMS not quite managing to claw their way back in with another objective steal. Feelings not managing that one after that really nice dragon steal. So it's going to be Immunity with the Baron heading towards the base. Yeah, and that gold lane has, that gold advantage has just exploded, now above 10k. Immunity pushing in with still 2 members of CMS with death timers, and this might be the first inhibitor of the game as the orb lands on Style and he gets... Yeah, I just didn't even need to come into that one because there's no play-by-play for just instant kill, basically. So unfortunately not going to be able to get that one down, and it was just massive amounts of damage coming through from Swiffer. He has taken a fair bit, so they're not going to be able to continue the push, and we do have Radier in that bottom lane as well. Just constant split push here by this Vayne.
A constant split push by Vayne, that's what we expect to see. Now picked up the last Whisper, which means that those Randuin Omens that I was just talking about now do a little bit less. Still the attack damage is always good. A little bit of a gank push brush being set up as CMS are rushing down the mid lane. Look for the flank coming in from the right. However, the people on Immunity are quite low, so they need to play this one a little careful.
Yeah, they do have to play it carefully. Swiper is a long way away as well, as is Radier on that Vayne. The Jax has been sent down in order to try and deal with him, and Feelings managed to pick up that turret as well. So Final hour has been popped here by Jackson. He does get condemned away out of that Counter-Strike as well. Swiffer now taking a fair bit of damage. The box coming through as well. Oh, the hook just knocking Grey Fox Baby out there. Swiper has found his way into the middle of this fight though. Levi taking so much damage. Rosie doesn't want any of it though. He's going to flash in and get that ultimate off for the extra kill. And there's Swiffer picking up the last one. Unfortunately, Feelings found himself between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, definitely. Rosie, unfortunately, not being able to pick up the last kill on the chase. As they rotate down to this bottom lane where there are some minions to pick up the next turret. You will actually also notice that Rosie, not content with just a Triforce, has also gone for a bit of a Cutlass in his build also, as he whiffs the hook. But this is going to be the first inhibitor of the game in the mid lane. Immunity looking really, really strong. Don't want to close it out yet. May want to rotate bottom.
Yeah,
Another good thing to point out, as you just saw, Immunity, leave the base and rotate. Just for people watching at home, it's always really good because of that.
Gets hooked. Really, really nicely played. Does get this Counter-Strike off, but Swiper going to be able to get the last crit. So nice hook there on the side of Rosie.
So what it does is if you leave the base and rotate, it allows for picks over walls, which is really, really important, and also ensures that you're not going to be trapped inside a base where you have to run through a turret to get to safety. So it's really, really important that if you are going to rotate to a lane, do it outside of the base, as we have Swiper going really aggressive.
Yeah, that's 2 hits, and it's going to be Grey Fox Baby going down. Feelings now forced to flash away from his own turret, which is always when you know that things are going badly. He is going to get completely shut down here by Swiffer, and this Ahri is starting to do so much damage. 14, 3, and 6. That's going to be the inhibitor turret going down, and that's going to be the inhibitor as well. And we do have, of course, the super creeps coming through the mid lane, and I think this game is not long for this world at this point, Spawn.
Yeah. Really, really strong closeout here by Immunity, although they are backing off, which is interesting. Maybe looking to get that top lane pushing, which is pushed extremely far out. It's really important that you don't get over-aggressive in these situations and leave the door open for a comeback. Of course, with the amount of kills they've picked up, there is so many shutdowns available for CMS if they do turn a fight at the moment, as Spooks might be getting caught at this blue buff.
Yeah, and that would be what Spooks does. He does manage to deceive out of the way. We'll see whether he does manage to get that fear down as well. Spooks now running for his life, and Rosie's just having a bit of a giggle this stage. Not too worried about Style at all. We'll see whether the rest of the team can come through, because Style trying to get as much damage down here as he can onto this Blitzcrank with his Trinity Force, and Spooks coming through. Now unstoppable on that Shaco, and that would have been quite aggravating.
That was a beautiful kill steal there by Spooks, because Rosie was giving him no help in that duel. So to pop out of his deceive there, it's get a Shiv kill, as Feelings once again gets 1v1 by Swiffer. Would have been very, very satisfying for the jungle from Immunity. Immunity just looking like they're having a little bit of fun. That was actually a Gunblade that was picked up by Rosie.
I was actually going to mention this, of course. You may have seen it in my face where I got a little bit excited at the purchase of that Bilgewater Cutlass, just because the hybrid Blitzcrank is the most beautiful Blitzcrank. I would have liked a Ginsu's Rageblade, but unfortunately we did manage to just get that Hextech Gunblade, which is my personal favorite item actually. But
yeah, definitely, the more usable items, the better. And obviously on top of that, as CMS still trying to fight off these super minions, really, really admirable for them to play this one out to the very, very end. Looks like, however, Radiant is working on that top turret as it falls, and it looks like it's going to be the final inhibitor of the game and maybe the push.
Yeah, we do have the final inhibitor going down. Always notoriously difficult to come back from 3 inhibitors down.
Just
Community giving a lot of respect to CMS at this point.
Yeah, definitely, and it's because that this mid lane is just not quite at the turret yet, and Swiffer, of course, is still making his way down. Style laughing at his opponents, as only Jax can. As we have the speed up and the whiffed hook from Grey Fox Baby, unfortunately.
Interesting death sentence to box combination here by Spooks as well. So just standing in that box, and Grey Fox Baby just got the heck out of there because he didn't want any part of what he'd just set up. And now it looks to me like the circling of the drain of CMS. They're just trying to fend off these super creeps and the entire team here of Team Immunity. Charm not going to be able to land. The spear is, though, and that is so much damage coming through onto Swiffer. He's not going to be able to take another one of them. We'll see whether they can be actually landed here through from Ballsy.
Yeah, so unfortunately Immunity hasn't got a tank, so they are finding it a little bit hard to tower dive this. And CMS are just picking up a fair bit of CS underneath the turrets, but maybe look for Tryndamere to go in with his Undying Rage. As the hook lands, this might be it.
Yeah, Levi just gets completely obliterated. Swiper picking up that kill. Grey Fox Baby now in amongst everything. Admirable effort for Feelings to be the next one to fall down in the middle of his Cataclysm. And he was in the sky when he just got shot out of there by Swiffer. Really, really nicely played, and Super Creeps are going to be collapsing onto these Nexus turrets. Style does go through for a style kill there onto Spooks, manages to finish that one off. And there's Blade of the Ruined King being popped. Ballsy just retreating to his fountain, and I think he might have to stay there for the remainder of this matchup unless he wants to be another statistic on the board for Team Immunity.
Yeah, definitely. And here we have Immunity taking down the second inhibitor turret, now working on the Nexus. GGs go out, and that will be game 2-0 for Immunity. Really well played, however, for CMS. Pushed them to a 32-minute game in that second one.
Yeah, 32 minutes coming through, and that's definitely something to take away from a Team Immunity game, even though they may have had a little bit of I guess, interesting team composition, one that probably didn't involve too much forethought, I think, on the side of Team Immunity. Just wanted to have a little bit of fun this match.
Yeah, definitely an interesting team comp, but they still carry the individual skill over, and they were on champions they like. So for CMS to put up that much of a fight was really, really enjoyable to watch, and great experience for, I think, the guys on CMS, who will only get better from here.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, making use of these experiences, especially against a team like Team Immunity, there is no better team to go against as far as a learning experience is concerned here in the Oceanic region. So I think that they can take away a lot of things from just how Immunity plays these matchups. And also, it was just fantastic to see, especially Swiper on his Tryndamere and the Rosie Blitzcrank as well, which is always brilliant to watch. He hovers that so many times, and you just really want it, but you never quite get it. So, man, it was actually a really, really fun game to watch, as you say.
Yeah, really fun game to watch. And it started in CMS's favor, remember? So
yeah.
Feelings got some really, really good moves. Went in for that blue buff invade at the start, picked up the first blood on Spooks, then ran top, picked up another kill on Swiper, actually. So helped Jax get a little bit ahead in that lane.
Yeah.
Picked up a 3 buff start, which is always really, really important on a jungler like Jarvan. As we go into a replay in the bottom lane, I think this is a 2v1 from Radier. So he pops the ult, gets hooked in, and flashes out of the box. That's really, really critical. Able to 1v1 Lucian there. And then here's a condemn into the turret for the style point kill. Radier, really, really smooth play on that Vayne, and just mechanically really sound on that champion.
Yeah, and of course, Vayne just being such a difficult champion to play mechanically and just showing the prowess of someone who is really, really strong on that Vayne as well. Much like the double lift of old, if you were to remember his professional Vayne mechanics in some of those games.
Yeah, definitely. And like, look, if you look at it from one way, Immunity got 2 really handed victories in this. But if you look at it at the start of the second game, you can really see the aggressive and team play that CMS like to bring. And they also got a couple of really good 4-man picks on Radier in that game as well.
Yeah,
which
they
against another team would maybe even kickstart that snowball. They got complete control over early dragons. I think they were 2-0.
2-0, yeah.
And then the third one they got as well with a contested dragon that Feelings picked up in a smite battle. So really, really good in that objective control, and we're able to push Immunity back a little bit. So look for that to keep growing. I think it shows that Immunity, whilst on not a fantastic team comp, does have some areas that you can exploit them. So, as I said, I think that if a team can get ahead of Immunity, it'll be really, really interesting to see how they do play from that behind position, even though they handled this quite well.
Yeah, and of course, Grey Fox Baby needs a mention as well in that Thresh. Because in that first game, when things were, I guess, a little bit more standard, you might say, still was landing really, really nice death sentences, making sure that he got the plays in the right spots, and the box was always really, really well placed. So definitely having a bottom lane with that potential as well, and getting a couple of kills there on Radier is just a brilliant thing to take away from this matchup as well. And something that CMS, I mean, they've got things to work on, definitely. But there is potential there, and hopefully they make sure they stay together, keep practicing, and make sure that they can bring their A game for their next matchup here, because the next one could potentially mean that they're out here of the round of 8.
Yeah, definitely. So that's not going to be the last we see of CMS, guys. It, of course, is a double elimination tournament. So they have another matchup next week. But really, really interesting games. And I think that there is a lot to work with there.
Yeah, there definitely is. So 2-0 now for Team Immunity. They are going to be going ahead in this sort of 4-person Group A matchup. We are going to have Curse versus Avant-Garde Redemption coming up next, which is going to be a brilliant matchup to watch out for. So we'll see whether anything can happen there. I mean, as a bit of a taster, I mean, I'm really looking forward to see Chelby play on the side of Curse. And Profound is brilliant. So the jungle matchup is going to be fantastic here in our next matchup.
Yeah, so once again, this is another really interesting jungle matchup for completely different reasons. Profound and Shelby play quite a similar style, and Shelby is known to be, I guess, the heart rate monitor of Curse. If he's really up and about and playing well, Curse nearly unbeatable. Whereas if he gets behind early, he doesn't really have a back off button, Shelby.
Yeah,
so he has been known to get a little bit behind and still keep going super aggressive, and I think Profound is a smart enough jungler to take advantage of that. So look for Profound to really put the pressure on Shelby these games, and if Shelby steps up and plays well, I think Curse gets a win. I think that if Profound can keep on top of him, it'll be a really, really interesting matchup.
Yeah, I really hope to see Profound really managing these counter ganks and really create the close matchup that we're really looking for here, because Avant-Garde Redemption have so much that they want to prove at this stage. Just because they were denied that spot in Autumn, they just really want to get back on that horse, make sure that they can show us that that gaming house that they are all in and managing to practice together in is really going to be paying off.
Definitely. And I think that if a team has something to prove in this tournament, as you said, it's AVR, because they've picked up a couple of new players in the bot lane, I believe. So it's going to be one of those matchups where they really need to show a really strong start. And as I said, I think that if there is a combination of players put together to beat Curse, AVR has a couple of them.
Yeah, they really do. Of course, Squiggle actually coming down to that bottom lane for AVR from Eviscerate here, who was once actually playing for the top lane position. So has transitioned into that bottom lane really, really nicely as well, as we did see in the qualification matches when they did manage to get through. And of course, Spoil has played brilliantly on champions like Caitlyn as well. So looking really, really good. We'll see whether they can stand up against Airy and Trashboat, two really, really fantastic players.
Yeah, really great players. Curse's bot lane's really, really strong, so it'll be a really good matchup to watch that one.
Yeah, it definitely will. So everyone stick around. We do have Curse versus Avant-Garde Redemption coming up very, very soon. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back almost instantly.
still on for dinner?
Time for 9 o'clock. Ha!
9 o'clock, right?
How about 8:30 at the vegan place?
Actually, I'm in the mood for barbecue.
Sounds good.
Take a call and stay in the game with the Plantronics rig, headset, and mixer. Life comes to games like never.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Oceanic League of Legends Winter Round of 8. I'm, of course, Atlas, joined by Spawn here, and we do have our second matchup of the day of Curse versus Avant-Garde Redemption, and I'm really excited about this matchup. As we reiterated just before the break came through, these teams really, really close, and these jungle matchups looking really, really exciting for both these teams.
Yeah, these teams much closer. So, as we said, the jungle matchup, key. Profound versus Shelby, really, really good matchup here. I think that as we briefly touched on, Shelby, super aggressive. So look for some really, really early ganks. The Elise, the Kha'Zix, really, really powerful junglers, sometimes even falling back onto that Vi, which is a little bit of a throwback, but still really, really useful because Shelby likes to get in your face and he likes to be that initiator for the team. And as I said, he really likes to set the pace. So this is, as I said, the first key matchup. Profound on the other side, Challenger jungle, really, really, really solid as well. And maybe can play a little bit reactive, which will suit someone like Profound because he's quite a smart jungler. So he may be able to come in for some counter ganks, follow Shelby around the match, and make sure this match isn't dictated by the cursed jungler.
He really is. And, of course, Profound plays a lot of Nocturne as well, so a little bit more farm heavy, likes to wait until that level 6 mark before he really puts his mark on the map. But if he manages to, if he plays something like a Nocturne, which sort of wants to play back a little bit more, counter ganks Chelby, gets Chelby behind a little bit by being successful in these counter ganks in some of these lanes, it could look really, really good on the side of Avant-Garde Redemption. But another thing that I'd love to mention as well is the bottom lane here, because it's my absolute favorite matchup in everywhere, just because it has Aery in that support position, who has been known to play the most ridiculous things in that support role in competitive matches, not when he's just mucking around. This guy's legitimately wants to play support Orianna, support LeBlanc, so look to see some of these picks coming through, but you just don't know where they're going. It really adds a lot of ambiguity on the side of Curse and really makes them a contender for really not knowing necessarily where all these players are going, because of course Keen plays a lot of LeBlanc, plays a lot of Orianna, so you don't know where these things are going.
Yeah, definitely, and it adds that element of aggression to the bottom lane. So you get boat on these champions like Draven, the Jinx, the Twitch.
That's about all you get him on, really.
Yeah, exactly right. The 3 champions that he plays.
Yep.
And then you get these really super aggressive, dynamic supports, and it makes it really unique to play against the Curse bot lane. So look for Squiggle and Spoil to really have to step up their game as we move into Champion Select.
Yeah, we are into Champion Select now. We do have instantly banned out. First off on the side of Avant-Garde Redemption is going to be that Twitch.
Yeah, definitely. So maybe we get some target bans towards, as the bans coming out really quickly. So the Kassadin and Morgana follow, but maybe some of those bans towards the boat as Ziggs and Kha'Zix. Wow, AV Redemption looks like they've done their homework. They're not mucking around at all.
Yeah, and Shelby, when he was known as Space Kitten, actually, which was in the autumn qualifying matches, his Kha'Zix was absolutely insane. Of course, Kha'Zix has had a few tweaks here and there just to make sure that he's not quite the ridiculous force that he was at that point, but he was absolutely amazing. Chelby just showing exactly how to play that champion. So removing that one off the map is definitely the right decision. Ares Morgana, when he plays a conventional support, he plays Morgana. That's pretty much it. And paired up with that Jinx in that bottom lane on the side of boat, it's ridiculously good. Profound going to be picking up Chelby's almost personal favorite secondary jungler here in Lee Sin, and I really like that decision.
Yeah, definitely. And I think this has actually caught Curse a little bit off guard with how prepared Avant Redemption really looked this game. 3 quick bans and straight away jump on the Lee Sin. So they really look like they know what they want, and that's got to be scary for Curse, who took a little bit longer banning out the Lulu, of course. However, it has been swapped over to that Jax, who is that hyper carry in the top lane.
Yeah, and Jax just always banned out at this point. There's a lot of purple bans that come through, of course. Kassadin, Lulu, Jax, Morgana, Kha'Zix. There's a lot of purple things you want to get rid of. LeBlanc, another option. But a LeBlanc is available. Shelby instantly locking in that Elise. Doesn't want to go near his Lee Sin. He does have that option there, but really, really comfortable to sit on this Elise as well. So really, really strong. Colo looking to go for this Renekton. So they're not wanting to take away potentially the LeBlanc as well, which is available. I'm not missing that, which is very confusing. Syka does have the ability to go LeBlanc with Nex on that Jackson in the top lane. And that just sounds terrifying to me.
Yeah, that sounds like two characters that are going to scale up the more the game goes on. So that could be a little bit of a danger mode, but you don't want to go too late game heavy, especially when you have an Elise and a Renekton on the map.
That's true.
Who can dominate the mid game. So if you go too late game heavy, maybe you just get run over early if you get Avant Redemption, if you lock those characters in. Maybe we look for a little bit more wave clear out of this. Maybe we see an Orianna coming out of Circa, who does like the
he's
farm heavy
proficient on
people. And Profound. Oh, they take away the Jinx, so it looks like Boat is going to be playing Draven this game.
We'll see whether that is indeed the case. It is his turn to pick up a champion, and I think that they'll probably choose to go with that mid lane pickup in the last slot unless Keen decides to lock in his LeBlanc right now. But we are having Trash Boat on that Lucian. So
Lucian. Okay, so interesting. A pick we haven't seen from Boat much in the past. Of course, this Annie will be on Airy. Won't expect it to be on Keen in the mid lane. And it does leave Keen to be able to counter-pick his matchup, which is quite smart against someone like Psycho. We see a really strong lane, a really strong level 2 lane coming out of AV here with the Jinx Leona lane. Massive all-in potential at level 2. And Spoil looking to pick up what will be a mid laner, it is the LeBlanc.
yeah, and so this lineup here on the side of Avant-Garde Redemption looks absolutely mortifying. With this Morgana being banned out as well, it means that Leona pickup is just so much better. You don't have that Black Shield in order to mitigate a lot of the CC potential coming out from that champion. And of course, it is a little bit of a mind game situation. We do have Syndra being looked at here from Keen, and Keen is a ridiculous Syndra player.
Yeah, and we see this a lot from Voyboy in NALCS. The direct counter to the LeBlanc is a Syndra. Just because of that Scatter the Weak, knocks you out of your distortion and can get a lot of the burst damage away from you or your team. Also helps out with the Leona pick late game. With the engage, has to come at your team as well as the Jax. Just being able to push everyone back and reset the fight may really, really help Curse out here. And as you said, Kane really likes that Syndra.
Yeah, he's really, really strong in that pickup. And Airy still thinking about it. Has actually played Syndra in the support role. Is something that we could also mention here for a potential bottom lane pickup, and Keen could pick up the Annie in the mid lane, but I very much doubt that that's going to happen. Although, I mean, it might be a matchup that could happen.
The reason I don't think it's Keen on the Annie, although it might be now because he swapped to Ignite, is exactly what I was going to say. Syndra a little bit plays further back, will take the Ignite, although they have swapped over, so it looks like it will be Keen on the Syndra, and he will be sticking with Ignite, which is very, very interesting. Maybe an aggressive Syndra, maybe that DFG rush.
Yeah, you'd think the DFG rush, it just works so well with that Unleash power just for having so much burst there in that middle lane. But against Psycho, I mean, he is on this LeBlanc, it's so much power, and still the Avant-Garde Redemption lineup just looks really, really strong. As far as power spikes in the game that go, you are absolutely correct that Avant-Garde Redemption are going to hit it way later. With this Jinx being added onto the crew as well, I mean, it's just going to be really difficult. Profound is on the Lee Sin, so that's a little bit of respite in that early to mid game, but things are looking really, really strong early here for Curse.
Yeah, definitely. Looking really strong early for Curse. They've got Shelby on a really comfort pick. They've got Keen on a really comfort pick. And look for them to try and push this advantage early, especially with Yanni, really strong in the bot lane as well. And Lucian, that was probably the best level 2 matchup they could hope for with Yanni starting coming in against that, Leona.
Yeah, we're looking to see Curse trying to get a lot of picks here as well. I mean, they do have the Annie. If they have the vision control advantage, they can get a Tibbers out of nowhere on some rotating champions on the side of Avant-Garde Redemption. That might be a way they go around it.
Yeah, I think they have a good pick comp, but I also think they have a really good all-round comp. So I think that they can push towers fine. Of course, Boat on that Lucian, no problem there at all. I think they have a really good pick potential with, of course, the Elise Annie combo. But also, Syndra is really, really good in teamfight, and so is Renekton, soaking up a lot of that damage. And they have a really nice front line with the Elise and the Renekton. So maybe they have just a nice all-round team fight. They haven't really given much away in regards to their plan. But I think the one thing they have given away is the fact that they want to get ahead early and they want to keep a lead.
Oh, yeah. Now, they're going to need to as well, because the scaling on the side of Avant-Garde Redemption is absolutely ridiculous with the hyper carry potential of all of their farmers on that team. So we'll see whether they actually manage to do it. Curse just looking a little bit scary. It's just things are looking a little bit difficult here on the side of Curse, especially if this game goes past the 25-minute mark. We haven't seen a lot of Annie recently. How does Annie fare against this Leona matchup?
Yeah, so Annie is a really, really unique matchup because she has that auto attack, which can really, really hassle AD carries, especially like Jinx early game that doesn't have that escape. The other thing that Annies tend to do now is they actually tend to take their Q and just start queuing level 1.
Yeah.
So what that does is that puts a lot of pressure on when the Leona is actually a little bit immobile and can set up a level 2 really, really well when you take the W and you can get that double stun. So Annie, look for a lot of early game harass coming through. Spell Thief Blade will come through as well.
Yep.
And that will be really, really interesting. I think the matchup, which is really, really interesting, is the top lane matchup because Colo's got his Renekton, but of course we have the Jax in the top lane. So if Jax can get ahead at all, Renekton does beat Jax out, but he has a teleport. So as Colo's taken the Ignite. So if,
Yeah, that is interesting. I didn't notice the Ignite.
Jax can farm up, can use that teleport to get around the map, help his team out a little bit more. Maybe look for this Jax to start ramping up a little bit earlier than expected just because of those summoner spell choices.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, I find it really interesting that Colo's picked up that Ignite because generally you're going to see both of your top laners taking that teleport has become way more popular at this point just so that they can follow each other around that map. And with Colo having probably the advantage in the first few levels on that Renekton, he probably doesn't necessarily need to take Ignite that much, maybe?
Maybe. I think
although he probably wants to stamp his name on this lane, doesn't he?
I think what it does say is that Shelby's going top lane first gank. So look for Profound to mirror it. So I think that's what the Ignite gives away straight away because Colo, known for his Renekton play, really, really good Renekton player, really strong in that top lane. He's going to look to push that Jax out straight away and get the level advantage so he can keep shoving waves after wave into that turret.
And that is an incredibly good point as well that I didn't notice is the fact that Shelby can just level 3 gank that lane as well. You get the stun from Renekton into the cocoon, and that's almost easy killings at that point.
Yeah, definitely. And the thing that Elise does is tower dive really well. So Jax, no wave clear early game. Look for the Renekton to push up, get it under the turret, and get that tower dive going. So Elise with the repel can drop aggro straight away, one of the only moves in the game that still does that. So really, really good at those level 3 tower dives after getting some buffs.
Yeah, things are going to look very, very dangerous in that top lane. But if Nex can survive until that late game point, I mean, he is going to generally outscale that Renekton. So hopefully he can stay around in that lane and possibly survive until the point where Avant-Garde Redemption's team comp just becomes superior.
Yeah, and I think that's all it is. Nex is all about survival. So if he survives that first gank, can use his teleport to get back in the lane, look for him to just look to farm under turret. So really, really interesting things in this early game between Curse and Avant-Garde. Yeah,
really, really interesting. And I'm looking at the bottom lane for Avant-Garde. It's just so frightening. They get the level 2 point. They managed to get that combination from Leona that we were talking about before, which is going to be unmitigatable here by this combination. But we're going to be able to see it coming out very, very soon. Everybody don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to the Oceanic League of Legends Winter Round of 8. We, of course, have now Avant-Garde Redemption taking on Curse in Game 1, where we've got AVR sitting on the blue side, and we've got red side here for Team Curse. Of course, level 1s. Jake, what's your decision when it comes to who's going to win this level 1 point?
So this level 1 is actually really, really interesting. Lee Sin's a really good level 1 character, and along with that, Jinx actually bringing a lot to level 1 as well. So maybe AVR has a slight advantage, but the Elise Annie is actually also really strong level 1. So I'm actually looking for standard lanes again. Not seen often on these patches. There has been a ward on the red side of the jungle in the for AVR. However, I'm just looking for standard lanes for everyone to not try and give an early game advantage away and head into this game because I think both teams got the team comps they really wanted.
Yeah, it's really true. Of course, Aerie has taken that W first. I mean, you were saying that they could potentially pick up that Q, but has maxed that stun out. So maybe some early aggression coming out here on the side of Curse, but they have fanned out along this river, just trying to get some early dominance. We do have a nice ward here for Avant-Garde Redemption, and a nice few wards actually coming out from AVR along this river, just making sure that they know exactly where Curse is at all times. And Nex just sitting on that Jax, just asking for himself to have a real weapon, which is always good.
So the line of scrimmage has been set up. It looks like there will be no invades, although maybe a late invade from Profound. No, he's going around to his blue buff. So matching Shelby's jungle path is going to be red to blue to bottom lane, as we have a deep ward going in on the side of Curse, but looks like standard lane, so we will get to see the 2v2 action in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and that's going to be really, really exciting. We'll see whether Curse managed to withstand the combination of Jinx and Leona, which is really, really strong. Of course, Lucian just generally really strong. at this stage of the game. Colo giving a lot of help here to Chelby, trying to make sure that he gets his buffs as quickly as possible. Same being done here for Nex on the other side. So both of our junglers, similar paths here, may end up in the bottom side of this jungle.
Yeah, definitely. And maybe we see the reason for this W start on Airy here, because we do have AVR trying to push up very, very heavily. So maybe he's even going to have to help out on the wave. No, it looks like it's actually been equalized by both. So that's really important. Curse do not want AV to hit level 2 before them.
Yeah, that's true. Counter-Strike being utilized here. Colo just going to wander out of that one in that top lane. Psyker now getting aggressed on here quite effectively by Keen, and we did make a point of the fact that Keen, so comfortable on this Syndra, has hit that level 2 mark and does have a lot more abilities at his disposal now. At his disposal, everyone. Now 3 CS to 11 in that middle lane. Things going really, really well here for Curse.
Yeah, so definitely looks like Keen's comfortable in this matchup. No early aggression out of LeBlanc from Psyker, so it looks like Keen's going to be able to push the matchup in and maybe take advantage, hence the Ignite pickup. Although we do see Colo in this top lane getting pushed in by Nex, so maybe we won't see the dive coming in early. I think that this is really, really brave for a Jax to push out that far this early into the game.
Especially against an Elise as well, who's just notorious for early game ganks with that Cocoon under her belt on the repel for the gap close. So see whether that does pay off for him being a little bit over-aggressive. But Keen's now here. There's the Scatter of the Weak combination. There's the Cocoon as well. Profound taking so much damage. The flash forward, and Keen picks up the kill. Really, really nicely played.
Yeah, really nicely played. A match gank there from Shelby, so it was actually Profound who went aggressive first, lands the Cocoon, and gets that double buff onto that Syndra that was already doing so well in that lane. That's going to be even scarier.
Yeah, really, really scary from these guys. And this is the start that Curse needs, though, just because of the scalability. Zenith Blade landing onto Boat at this stage. The stun coming through onto Squiggle, though, does have that Eclipse, so mitigating a fair bit of that damage. But nice follow-up hit there from Curse.
Yeah, definitely nice follow-up from Curse. Looked like a little bit of miscommunication from the AVR bot lane with Squiggle going deep and Spoil actually wanting to get away. As we see this Scatter the Weak, stopping Profound dead in his tracks. That is why Syndra is such a good pick against this LeBlanc. As soon as she distorts in, just able to get her back off.
There was the fact that there was a safeguard coming through from Profound at the same time as the distortion that really just made that an incredibly well-timed Scatter the Weak after the Dark Sphere. Keen knows exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, definitely. As we see Colo and Nex trading in this top lane, Keen with this double buff has just tripled his CS advantage, now up to 28, only 9 on Psyker on this LeBlanc, so maybe not too concerned about this LeBlanc getting through the champion select.
Yeah, and we were thinking about the fact that Avant-Garde Redemption just knew exactly what they wanted to ban away at this stage, even though Nex doing really, really well in this Jax trading quite well against Colo, even though he does have the level advantage, equalizing it out there with the Q. But yeah, I think Curse may have known exactly what they were doing as well, even though the bans came through so incredibly quickly for Avant-Garde.
Yeah, definitely. And the alarming thing about this top lane is that Colo's managed to build a 10 CS lead. So whilst there's a little bit of a bigger wave, we have seen Shelby coming top, and this is a dive that we were talking about, although he looks like he is backing off.
Yeah, just heading over, taking out those golems, wanting to get a little bit of that money, and Airy sidesteps that zap quite effectively. The Cork coming through from Spoil, and the bottom lane going to back here. Spoil has decided that he doesn't want to, but Squiggle wants to get the heck out of here.
And if anyone at home was wondering what we were talking about, Shelby's aggression, just look at his first item buy. Straight away back, Boots of Mobility picked up before he's even upgraded his Hunter's Machete. So looking to be all over this map and really be the playmaker as Profound comes into top lane on Colo.
Yeah, there's the Sonic Wave Resonating Strike combination. The flash actually coming through afterwards by Profound. He wanted to get something going on. I think that was a little bit of an overstep.
I think that was more of a visual bug than a flash. As we have some aggression from Boat in the bottom. Going hard on Spoil. Spoil has to blow heal. The Q comes through from Airy, finishing that off as Squiggle tries to turn the fight around.
Yeah, the Zenith Blade landing there again. The heal coming through from Boat, though, managing to mitigate a lot of that damage. The Eclipse is there, so Squiggle not going to go down, but having Spoil go down in that lane is definitely not what you want on the side of Avant-Garde Redemption. And Curse, wow, Boat only just survived.
Yeah, Boat only just survived, and Airy really showing the bullying potential of Annie with these ranged auto-harassers and the stuns coming through, as we have Shelby actually on the bottom side of the map, potentially looking for an evade.
Oh, the piercing light, max range there, and the flash through the double tap, and Boat manages to take a tower hit at almost no health. That was so well calculated, maybe?
let's give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah,
We'll go
let's do
with
that,
calculated.
yep.
But once again, that long Annie harass coming through with the auto attack, picking up the auto attack kill on the support, always a good thing to do. And Shelby there for support. As we have Profound coming into this mid lane again, it's matched by Shelby straight away with the pink ward.
Yeah, Shelby going to make sure that one's not there, and Keen's still going to be asserting his dominance now. 62-20 in that middle lane. 3 times the CS of the LeBlanc is Keen here on this Syndra, and my goodness, things are going well for him. Next, now happy to trade level 6 at this point, and as you mentioned, that's a bit of a power spike there for Jax.
Yeah, that's where the lane starts to swing. Jax staying within touch, only 8 CS down, and has a wave at his turret. We have seen the Renekton going with that aggressive rush build again, picking up the pickaxe. And Jax has got his teleport back up now, so maybe look for another quick buy out of Nex as he tries to equalize this lane and get it back in his favor.
Yeah, we do have the stun coming through from Colo. And Counter-Strike not going to be able to do any work there on the side of Nex. Nice Zenith Blade landing. The Zap going to follow up, going to miss Airy on this stage. The Eclipse going to do a little bit of damage, but the Chompers not really going to work out at this point. And Boat, he's not doing too badly on this Lucian when we thought that he only really had 3 champions in his arsenal.
Yeah, definitely. And you see Keen once again pushing that LeBlanc back with the Scatter of the Weak. The really impressive thing about this bottom lane is the fact that even though Boat only has a 2 assists, he has got the BF advantage. So it's forced spoil onto Double Duran's Vampcester, which means they just can't trade at the moment. So this lane looks like it's going to go heavy into Curse's favor now. And there's already a 2k lead advantage up as we see Colo just trading his Renekton and dancing out with that slice and dice from the turret aggro.
Yeah, that combination of abilities is just really useful as far as getting the heck out of dodge. But just a bit of a wet noodle fight there in the top lane, so not going to be too much to worry about. 8.5 minutes into this game, of course. Dragon's going to be potentially in contention coming up soon. No vision there for either team on that particular objective, so we're not entirely sure. Psycho dodging out of some harassment there. Nice Scatter of the Weak, but does manage to land the chain. We do have the Mimic coming through as well that unleash power onto Psycho at the same time. Profound now here to offer his support. Maybe a little bit preemptive there on the unleash power.
Yeah, definitely. I think that was more of a please don't come near me. I have a lot of damage. But we are seeing that the Chalice is going to be picked up from Keen in this mid lane, so not going for the DFG rush as we expected. And we have Shelby once again pushing the lane forward in mid, giving Keen a little bit of a free back maybe.
Yeah, they are going to be able to shove this to the turret as quickly as they possibly can. Of course, Keen's sitting on a little bit of money there at this point as well. Ares sitting on a stun here in the bottom lane, so trying to make sure that a lot of stuff can happen. Scatter of the Weak not quite working with the Dark Sphere there by Keen, and he's going to go a little bit embarrassedly back to base at this stage.
Yeah, well, just so much damage coming out of LeBlanc, even though there is that massive CS advantage. Keen can't really stay or stick around, so gives the lane up, wave up to his jungler. And here we do have Profound moving in on the bottom lane.
Yeah, utilizing that Lee Sin early aggression. Squiggle taking a lot of damage. The Zenith Blade does land, though. The Relentless Pursuit trying to be used to get out of here. Tibbers comes down. We do have the Eclipse coming through. Spoil picks up that kill, gets excited. We've got Airy now taking a lot of damage. Tibbers is there, but Profound hits the Sonic Wave. Resonating Strike comes through as well, but he's going to actually go down to this turret. So Airy equalizing that up as best he possibly could, but 2 for 1 there in favor of Avant-Garde Redemption.
Yeah, definitely. And more importantly, the kill's going on to the carries of Redemption, whereas Ares picked up his 3rd kill for the game. Maybe he doesn't want to be involved, as Shelby comes through and lands a Cocoon.
Yeah, lands the Cocoon. Squiggle taking a lot of damage here as well, but there are the Flame Chompers doing really, really nice things. Has actually repelled on top of Spoil. I think Shelby needs to maybe get the heck out of here at this stage, because he's not quite ready to 1v2 there in that bottom lane.
Yeah, definitely not so, Shelby. Maybe a little bit of a misclick when he's coming down, but he'll be all right. He's just recalling back to base. Really, really good play, however, from Avant-Garde to swing the kills, grab 2 back for themselves, and maybe get this Jinx going in the early game.
Yeah, and that's really, really scary on the side of Curse, just because we did say that they have a little bit of an early game prowess. There's the Scatter of the Weak coming through. A lot of balls coming there, but we do have Psycho taking a lot of damage, but it's going to be Keen that falls down. Profound picking up that kill.
Yeah, Keen definitely getting a little bit over-aggressive in this matchup, continuing to push up, which is giving him a massive CS advantage. However, it turns into kills for this Lee Sin, and he can start affecting the rest of the map. Maybe it will start swinging, as I said, some of the pressure away from AVR, because this bottom lane is starting to climb their way back into the game. Of course.
Ooh, Psycho with a bit of a bait play here, but Oh, the flash actually coming through. Chelby gets kicked. Colo's here, though, to try and answer this one out. Psykers doesn't want to have any of it. The flash forward into the Ignite. Psyker's going to go down. Colo picks up that kill. Profound now in a very, very sorry situation. The last Q from Chelby manages to pick up that kill and is able to walk out of that one as well. So nicely played by Curse.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that AVR actually knew that Colo was there. The call would have been made that he went down the river, hence the ward, and just maybe a little bit of overconfidence from the side of Profound, and gives up the first turret and potentially a dragon in this trade.
And having the first turret be a mid lane turret as well just gives away so much more map pressure. The flash tippers though in the bottom lane. Spoil takes so much damage. The last auto attack, is it going to be enough with that Ignite? It is. Squiggle going down very, very low as well. The culling coming through. Not doing quite that much damage. Keen trying to get a Scatter the Weak with a Dark Sphere down as well to try and get a stun, but no joy coming through there. And Curse going to be able to potentially pick up this dragon in trade for the top lane at the same time.
Yeah, so next stays top, pick up that turret, but Curse do get the first dragon, so that's 12 minutes in the game. Nice first dragon, especially when they're not running the teleport, and they are pushing hard on this bot lane.
Yeah, we do have the Zenith Blade coming through there as well. Shield of Daybreak surely is going to come through. Super Mega Death Rocket gets Relentless Pursued out the way of. Amazingly juked there and dodging the Sonic Wave at the same time. I'm not sure whether it's going to be quite enough. Airy wants to sacrifice his life, but it's Boat that's going to go down first. Instantly kicked his Airy, and he finds himself in a very sorry position. It's going to be 2 kills going the way of Avant-Garde Redemption.
Yeah, definitely, and both picked up by Profound. He's really starting to get himself going now. Airy maybe should have bailed out and gone up the river there, but tried to support the AD to the death. Potentially swinging this turret back in the favor of Avant Redemption, so really starting to turn this one around.
Yeah, it looks like Curse is sacrificing this bot lane turret in order to steal away a blue buff here on the side of Avant-Garde Redemption. Next is here though, Chelby taking a fair bit of damage. The Cutlass is popped as well. Doesn't manage to get the stun as Keen, and there are the chains coming through, and that's going to be a dead Chelby.
Yeah, definitely, and this is where we said Shelby can sometimes get a little bit over-aggressive. So went in for that blue buff steal, didn't quite have his team there to support him, and picks up, gives Nex a free kill, which on this Jax, which is farming fine, in all honesty, 111 CS for 115, could be a little bit scary.
Yeah, really, really scary as well. Of course, Colo really wants to stamp his mark on that lane, has picked up the Ignite as well, so sacrificed a lot in order to really make sure that he dominates that lane, and really isn't quite doing that. Of course, now has a CS deficit against this Jax here in Nex, so a little bit unfortunate on their side. I think the saving grace at this stage is Keen, and he's really got to start making things work there in the mid lane.
Yeah, definitely. Keen and Boat are the saving graces at the moment. I think that Nex has actually played this matchup really, really well, and could potentially not leave that top lane for a lot of the match now, because he could potentially 1v1 that Renekton, and I don't think he cares that much about it. Really
nice Scatter of the Weak, as you were saying there, and there's the aggression coming through. Psych actually taking a fair bit of damage. The Sonic Wave not going to be hitting there. Profound not going to get hit by the Cocoon either. Nicely walked out of the way of, but Chelby a little bit maybe optimistic with that Cocoon.
Yeah, went for the max range Cocoon. As I said, it's actually interesting that Profound is the one that's dictating the pace of this jungle. It's really interesting to see Shelby play reactionary, and I don't think it's by choice. I think that Profound's just beating him to certain parts of the map.
I think that's what's happening, and I think Shelby just accidentally took that blue buff as well away from Keen. So he's going to be able to have that one, and unfortunately not going to be going on to that extra cooldown reduction on that Syndra, which is what she definitely wants. So a little bit of a misplay maybe there, but having it on Elise, definitely not going to be the end of the world. And Next now, hanging around in this top lane, has been spotted by a ward. We'll see whether Colo can actually fight him. He doesn't want any of this though at this point.
Yeah, just dicing away from that.
Oh, Super Mega Death Rocket coming through. This bottom lane turret does go down. There's the Solar Flare. And it's going to be Boat getting stunned up and stopping the aggression. Meanwhile, now we have Avant-Garde Redemption trying to turn this one around. The culling coming through. Really nice two-man Tibbers coming out of Airy, but he's low on health. Nex is teleported in. Double Counter-Strike damage, and that's a double kill on the side of Spoil. Chelby now, after Spoil gets excited, is definitely going to be going down. Nothing he can do. Triple kill on the side of Spoil. And that spoiled everything for Curse.
And that's 5 members of Avant-Garde Redemption in the bottom lane, ensuring that cleanup went through. 3 for none, and this shows the advantage of taking the teleport on your top laner. Next, able to impact that play, whilst unfortunately the Renekton's just, Colo is just stuck in the mid lane pushing out a wave. So really, really good play there from AVR. Sneaking back into the game and equalizing the gold at 16 minutes.
Yeah, equalizing the gold now, though, against this team that has so many carries is going to be really, really scary. We'll see whether Curse can utilize their superior like generally rotisserie power.
As we see, the teleport comes in from Nex. He gets 2-man counter-strike. Spoil able to pick up the first kill, gets excited, picks up the second kill. Nex just uses his cutlass to slow down Shelby. And this is just where all 5 members of Avant-Garde Redemption are there to pick up the kill. Squiggle does the smart thing, stays out of the range, as Keen picks up Profound in a 1v1 while we're on a replay. That's happened every single time so far. As I was saying, though, Squiggle stayed out of the repel range, so as Shelby was coming down, couldn't pick up a free kill. So that was really smart play from the support player of AV.
Yeah, intelligent work, and getting that triple kill on top of Spoil as well, because Spoil's just really a key to victory here for Avant-Garde Redemption, getting him fed. Airy has actually caught him out, though, does get stunned up. Ardent Blaze not going to come through, but the culling going to be enough. It's actually going to be the Ignite picking up the kill on the side of Airy.
Yeah, definitely. Airy, that hungry support, picking up now 5 kills, 3 deaths, however. Boat, unfortunately, only with the 4 assists, so this might start hurting the AD carry. And it's actually interesting that Spoil's that scared of these AP carries, being the Annie and the Syndra, as well as the Elise. Very, very heavy AP damage on the side of Curse. Has elected for an early Negatron Clove.
Yeah, very interesting. And very quick pickup. Probably wanted to go for a little bit of extra damage, maybe getting in that Rush, Last Whisper, or of course the Phantom Dancer that a lot of Jinxes like to go for as well. But we'll see whether that works out for him, whether that's exactly the decision that he wants to make. But there is a lot of magic damage, as he said. So Frost Queen's Claim actually being picked up here by Airy as well. So going to have a bit more cooldown reduction, a bit more damage. And of course that active doing the slow work as well and offering a little bit more burst as well on the side of this Annie.
Definitely. And Squiggle's done smart thing, Rush Crucible straight away. So that's a really important item pick up on the side of AVR, I feel, just to get that immobile AD carry, a little bit of a heal, and of course that cleanse that comes with it. So
yeah,
really, really smart play.
The cleanse against the Tibbers as well is just massively important because that stun can last for so long.
Definitely.
Yeah, this Jinx just without the mobility, as you were saying.
Yeah, and once that Jinx is locked down, it's nearly game over. So Squiggle picking up that item, really, really important, especially because of how much this Jinx has powered up, as Curse go for the Dragon.
Oh, actually gets taken now, and there's a Super Mega Death Rocket, but not going to be enough, and it's going to be Profound just dying after following that Sonic Wave. Very unfortunate that the Smite came through before he even made it into range to try and get that one out, and it reminded me of Dexter in the LCS this morning, so a little bit unfortunate on the side of Avant-Garde Redemption. We'll see whether Curse managed to transition this into an inner turret here in the mid lane, which would be really, really beneficial. They've opted to not because it's a bit dangerous.
A little bit dangerous, and we do have Nex in this top lane. Blade of the Ruin King really ramping up, trying to take this top turret. Tier 2 top is a little bit dangerous, especially when there is a Jax on the team. It means he can swap to the bottom lane and start split pushing from there. What is impressive, though, on the side of Curse is that's twice Renekton has beaten Nex down the lane. Colo, even without the teleport, able to get out of there, as they choose not to pursue, as they see the Leona and the LeBlanc coming up the river. Yeah,
intelligent work from Curse, just making sure they don't get too bloodthirsty, see red, and then just forget that the minimap exists and goes in a little bit too hard onto Nex, because that could have been a recipe for disaster. And they have been trading around leads a lot this game. Of course, it started off looking like Curse was going really, really well in the right direction. Then Avant-Garde comes back through, and it's been swinging backwards and forwards. At this stage, we've got an advantage here by about 4,000 gold for Curse, but that could do anything, judging by how this game has been going.
Yeah, and it actually looks like Keen's been a little bit confused since he took that turret.
Yeah.
He took the turret really early, had that massive minion lead, and then hasn't been able to enforce anything. The minion lead stayed the same, and actually hasn't been able to push much of his advantage for his team. Maybe a little bit of that itemization, as we were talking, maybe used to going the Chalice into, but maybe should have picked up that DFG just to give his team a little bit of that early game pressure, because as we said, the longer this game goes, the more you have to feel that AVR are in the driver's seat.
Yeah, that's really true. Keen now just trying to farm out the jungle because he feels like that's exactly what he needs to do. And we've got a group up here a little bit by Avant-Garde Redemption. Not sure what their aim is at this stage. Distortion being used here by Psycho, just going to try and clear out this ward and then wander back into lane.
I think they saw Chelby come into their jungle, and there is a concerted effort that if Chelby comes into the jungle, 4 members go there and chase him out, because they don't want him anywhere in there. That just gives up way too much map control and clearing out some nice wards. So just ensuring the Curse don't have vision in their side of the jungle. Although on the top side, they actually have quite nice vision control, meaning that they might be able to send Renekton back top. He has picked up the Randuin's Omen, which may slow this Jax down enough that he can stay in lane with him again.
Yeah, opted to go for these Mercury strats as well before getting anything else.
Yeah, I think definitely a good pickup against the pick potential that's coming through from the Leona, from the Chains, from the LeBlanc, from the Chompers, from the Jack Stunt. There's just so much CC on the side of AVR that the Merc Tread's definitely a good buy. As Squiggle gets caught by a Cocoon, but not much doing.
Yeah, and the Scatter the Weak combination with the Dark Sphere as well. So nicely played here by Curse, landing the CC, but not actually going to follow up on anything. So it was a little bit pointless. Another Cocoon landing onto Psyker here, the bottom side of our screen. He is going to repel up and dodge the distortion, but the rest of the fight goes on around it. There's so much burst damage coming through. It's actually Squiggle picks up first blood here on Keen, and Profound taking a lot of damage from the culling. Chelby tries to make his way around. We'll see whether he's being caught, though, because Spoil is coming through with full health. Sonic Wave not going to be enough. Next now, very, very low. Colo not going to be able to finish that one out. The zap comes through. Colo gets slowed down. We'll see whether Spoil can finish up here, but a messy, messy fight going really, really well for Avant-Garde Redemption. Colo now, the last one to survive, is going to try and slice his way out of here. Puts on his dancing shoes and gets the heck out of dodge, but nicely played by Avant-Garde Redemption. There was some really, really low health bars really early on.
Oh, and Boat picks up the revenge kill on Psycho, who got a little bit aggressive as the TP comes in from next top. A little bit of a waste of a summoner spell. But the interesting thing of that fight, as we see Profound push this mid lane and pick up an objective, was that Kane didn't even get his ultimate off. That's how quickly he died. 3-man Solar Flare into a 3-man Jack Stun just meant that 3 members of Curse actually didn't get to participate in about the first 6 seconds of that fight, which led to AVR rolling over them. Really, really nicely done.
Yeah, was that maybe an overcommit there on the side of Chelby? I mean, he did manage to get onto Psyker, did repel away from that distortion quite effectively, but I'm not sure whether it was necessarily where he wanted to be. Does he need to focus on peel, or is it good to dive on the carries?
I think the fact that Chelby pretty much took Psyker out of that fight was a good thing, but you have to also note that this Jax is a lot bigger than this LeBlanc at this point in the game, so maybe it's time that they start focusing their priorities a little bit different. I don't think LeBlanc can actually assassinate Lucian in one combo, so maybe leave him alive a little bit. Lucian highly mobile, able to get in and around the fight with that Bloodthirster, will be able to heal back up. And Lucian is a really good AD carry at affecting team fights from afar with the culling and with all these AD caster type abilities. So maybe a little bit of an overcommit from the side of Shelby on that.
Yeah, so we'll see whether they can turn that around. Curse, of course. It's now Curse's turn to win one of these fights as well, because it's been bouncing backwards and forwards almost predictably this game. We'll see whether they can manage to turn something around, of course. Having Profound finish off that turret there in the mid lane does open the map here for Avant-Garde Redemption. Now squared off in kills. Still 3,000 gold approximately is the lead for Curse, but they're even on turrets, even on kills. They're going to feel like everything's going very, very similarly for both of these teams at this stage. And I think it's going to be getting to the point where Avant-Garde Redemption's team comp does turn it around, even if Profound does get caught out a little bit there by the Scatter of the Weak.
Yeah, definitely, and I think Curse feel that as well. That's why they're setting up for the Baron dance. Shelby's actually pinged it now, but I think that that's a little bit too early as Squiggle gets caught.
And he's going to get obliterated.
Okay, so really nice catch there, but it was the support. So maybe AVR can still try and defend this as Curse move in for the Baron.
Yeah, so it's going to be 4v5. We'll see whether Curse can manage to peel effectively if Avant-Garde Redemption try to go for this one, but that looks like they're not going to try and contest. The culling being used just to try and make sure that this Baron does go down as soon as possible, and they'll have to get back and try and defend the inner turret as quickly as they can. Colo now playing just defensive duty, trying to get around this one, and that's going to be Baron for Curse. And as we said, the advantages are just being swapped around, and that's definitely a big one there for Curse.
Yeah, so I think that Avant actually thought that Curse weren't doing the Baron, and then they kind of realized too late that there was only 2 people in the top side of the jungle. So they tried to run mid and force a rotation. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. They do pick up a Dragon, which is nearly equal gold, but of course Baron provides all those nice stats that Curse just love, and they get this free push on the mid lane because Avant Redemption are really out of position for this.
Yeah, going down to get that Dragon meant that the rotation around to this mid lane inner turret was relatively easy here for Curse, and they managed to pick that one up very, very nicely, opening up a lot of the map here for Curse. So we'll see whether they can make something happen. They have pinged out this top lane inner turret as well, so wanting to try and get 2 for their money here and really putting this Baron buff to work.
Yeah, definitely putting the Baron buff to work and also taking away this blue buff. Keen obviously doesn't want Shelby to take that one because picks it up and throws it away from his jungler. And they have this nice big wave that they can ride in the top lane to maybe take another objective as Profound heads mid lane.
Yeah, a little bit of a wrong direction maneuver there. These are the Rockets doing a lot of work here on the side of Spoil on that Jinx, just trying to clear out this wave. Unfortunately, not going to be able to land that stun. is keen, so I think they might need to back the heck out of this one. Profound throwing his smite down on a caster creep just to make sure that they can't stay there at all. And not all that much damage going down on that turret.
Yeah, so that was a really, really nice defense there from AVR, using the wave clear that they have to get everyone off that turret. It's interesting to note that Spoil has stopped at the Spectre's Cow, hasn't gone fully into a Banshee's Veil yet, and is building towards now what I assume will be either, potentially actually, might go for the Last Whisper now. I'm just looking at the amount of armor that is actually on Curse's side.
Yeah, it does have that Zeal, so it could be a Static Shiv or a Phantom Dancer as well, but only time will tell as far as working out what item he does decide to go with. Keen throwing out a lot of different Dark Spheres, just trying to get multiple stuns there on the table. But unfortunately, no joy coming through there. It looked like Keen just picked up the Sonic Wave coming through from Profound. But they are eventually going to be able to get down this turret. Inner turret going down there as well, so it's going to be now 5 turrets to 3 on the side of Curse. So they're really starting to put their lead into action, and this is probably about the latest that they could have done it.
Yeah, definitely. And you know what? I think that the lead that they have amassed now is about roughly where they wanted to be given the team comps, because any further behind than this, and I actually would think that Avant, even with a gold deficit, is still in the lead just because how they are going to ramp up. But what is interesting to note is this Jax has stopped at 1 offensive item. He isn't going for the Triforce. He's now building what looks like pure tank, even though he's 3-4-0-4, which might actually mean that in the top lane, Colo can 1v1 him.
Which would be very, very strange, considering Jax's just general propensity for being able to 1v1, and just being that duelist, the Grandmaster duelist, as he generally gets known for. So, that being said, Curse have relinquished the pressure here just a little bit, wanting to go back and buy. Of course, the trifecta of mid lane items has been picked up here by Keen, with the Athene's, Rabadons, and the Void Staff offering as much AP as possible. 234 CS on him as well, so managing to pick up a lot of farm 3, 2, and 1. So definitely going nicely here on that Syndra, but Boat is where the action's at as well. So looking to finish off that Last Whisper for his sort of damage spike here on this Lucian, and we'll see whether he can make it happen.
Yeah, definitely. And it's really, really interesting. They've sent Jax back into the top lane. It will be interesting to see whether Colo or Boat matches him in there. I think they have to send Colo. I don't think Boat can do much against this Jax at this point in the game, especially not with the Randuin. However, it looks like Curse aren't done with pushing the outers, and they are looking to get another push in with the last of this Baron buff. No, the Baron's just expired, so next is going back to base, and Boat will pick up this farm in the top lane.
Yeah, so Boat just going to make sure that the rest of Avant-Garde Redemption know that there is no AD carry in the bottom lane. And defense of this inner turret is a little bit easier here for these guys. But 6,000 gold is approximately the lead here for Curse, so they've managed to solidify a little bit more of a lead than they've experienced for the rest of the game. 5 turrets now to 3, and up by 1 kill. But they're probably not comfortable at this stage, just considering the fact that the lead definitely does not look like it's that large. And they know that their champions do not scale quite as well as Avant-Garde Redemption's.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it would be very interesting at this point to see exactly where the gold is sitting on the characters, because of course we have this 5 kill support. So whilst there is a 6k
5 kill support with a Void Staff.
Yeah, 5 kill support with a Void Staff. So whilst there is 5, as I said, there's a big 5k gold leave, I wouldn't be surprised if 1 or 2 of that was actually sitting on the Annie at this point, as the stun comes down onto Profound, followed up by the Cocoon.
Yeah, Keen with a really, really nice stun there, but it was followed up nicely by the rest of the damage and everything coming through here by Curse. This is a team fight that looks very different to the one that happened before. Next now taking so much damage. The last of the double taps coming through from Trash Boat, managing to finish that one off. Now a 4 for 0 for Curse. That was a whitewash of damage. How did that go so differently?
Yeah, so I think that if you look on the ultimate side, it's the fact that Psyker didn't get off his ultimate, Profound didn't get off Dragon's Rage, so it's really, really important that Curse do get these picks, it appears, in these fights, because it was just so much CC thrown out onto Profound, got completely caught and obliterated before he could do anything for his team.
Yeah, it was a really nice Solar Flare onto Keen, but it hit only Keen as well. So they got him out of the fight, but everybody else just obliterated the side of Avant-Garde Redemption. So nicely played by Curse, and they pick up an inhibitor for it. So they're just really turning things around in their favor and just showing that they know exactly what to do.
So here we come in with the replay. Scat of the week and this, there's the Solar Flare only onto Keenan. Keenan already dumped all his damage, so we get Colo in there, really, really beefy at this point of the game, doing so much AoE damage, and then the team peels back for Boat, really taking care of Nex, making sure that Jax isn't going anywhere. The shutdown comes through for Boat, so really, really well played, and looks like the comms on Cursor side is really, really clear, because they changed priority targets so quickly at the end of that fight.
They really did, and of course, Spoiled going after Airy as well was a little bit unfortunate, because as Nex was tanking up 4 members of Curse, it was Spoiled just sort of running around and trying to kill the support. So a little bit unfortunate there on the side of Avant-Garde Redemption, but it's now their turn to win a team fight as far as this game has been going previously. That being said, Curse have really turned it on. Yeah,
Curse has definitely turned it on in the last 10 minutes. Their gold lead is out to 10k, so they've practically doubled it. In fact, they've definitely doubled it. Baron is up in 5 seconds, so look for that to be in the next move, with Shelby moving in to try and clear out these pink wards. And this is going to be a really, really tough team fight for AVR to come back into.
Yeah, considering the fact that they lost the last one so effectively as well and lost their inhibitor, it's going to be very, very difficult for them to have, I guess, the morale to really commit to this fight. Scout of the Week not going to be landing any stunts here, and Colo just trying to look for a slice and dice into an initiation, but not going to be able to get anything. They're just going to shove through this mid lane, and with these super creeps, it's going to make things so hard for Avant-Garde.
Yeah, so it's really interesting at the moment, because it actually looks like Curse want to get the lanes pushing into the advantage, and there's a couple of split calls as Airy gets caught. Yeah, Airy just getting taken down, so much damage onto him. Next taking that kill away. Squiggle now so low on health. We do have Keen managing to pick up the follow-up kill, so 1 for 1 so far. We'll see whether they can get any more joy. Profound getting taken down. Not going to be getting any stuns through on this Scat of the Week, and we are going to have a fair bit of damage coming down now. With the culling doing so much work. Nice Randuins, and there's the Piercing Light, managing to get double kills here. Colo with that Dominus actually picking up the kill under Spoil as well, so nicely played by Curse, and they turned around that fight really effectively. Yeah, so Airy gets caught, but still gets a 3-man's Tibbers, which just turned the team fight straight away. Everyone jumped on him. As that stun comes through onto such Psyker. Long range. Psyker just unleash power. You can't dodge that one. And he's going to be taken down, and it's going to be the Nexus turrets. Yeah, this looks like it's going to be GG, with Curse just steaming through the middle of that exposed area and taking game 1 in really emphatic fashion at the end. Yeah, at the end, it sort of was the last 10 minutes of that game that was just all about Curse. Things were just going backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards. Things were looking dangerous for Curse, but Avant-Garde, I don't know what happened. Was it more of a throw? Was it just Curse really turning it on? I think Curse really turned it on and stepped up. I think they realized that their window was closing, and if they were going to make a move, they had to make a move now. And they won a couple of team fights in a row and really got themselves ahead and played really confidently with the lead, which led to a really definitive closeout. One thing that I was really impressed with was Colo. He managed to stay alive really, really effectively in these fights. And of course, Nex is on that Jax. I mean, he's known for just getting really, really powerful beyond that 25-minute mark. But it seemed to me that it was Colo just being the really dominating force in that team, in those team fights, which is something that you'd expect Renekton to get worse and worse at as the game goes on. Yeah, so it was actually really interesting because Colo dragged Nex down really, really well. So what you normally see from Jax is the double offensive items and just sit split push. But what Colo did was he made sure he was rotating for the dragons. He was getting to the places first. Even though we saw that one team fight in the bottom lane where Curse did they got 0-3 with the TP in from Nex and a really nice solar flare. Colo generally beat Nex around the map. I think and that made AVR really unsure of their rotations and really dictated the flow of the game. Yeah, and we know, of course, that Curse is just so good at those mid to late game rotations especially, because a lot of teams have a lot of plans for these earlier stages of the game, but things start to get a little bit messy as the game goes on. Curse have just been really, really good all the time at strategic play throughout the entire game. So I think it may have been just the fact that they've been focusing so much on knowing their strategy and knowing exactly where to be on the map around the later ends of these games. Yeah, and I think that there was as we go into a replay here, yeah, I think we are trying to go into a replay. We'll see whether we can get that one up on your screen very, very soon. Unfortunately, so there was the one decisive team fight that went in AVR's way, and that was when Psyker got picked by Shelby. However, after we called that Shelby maybe went onto a lower priority target, you saw for the next one that Shelby was actually getting his picks onto Profound, which was actually really hurting the initiation of AVR and really helping the peel. And you saw how clear the comms from Cursor's side was because everyone was just swapping target really, really well. When Boat called for help on the Jax, his whole team turned around and focused Jax. Next just didn't have a chance, had to start running away. As we go into the replay, and this is where Airy gets caught, but gets a really good 3-man Tibbers down right there. And now Colo's just doing so much AoE damage. Squiggle gets blown up. Next gets blown up. Psyker actually uses his Mimic distortion onto a Repel Shelby, and this is where the chase begins. So, of course, Lucian's so good, gets that massive culling out, taking Spoil out. Colo with a flash forward, uses both his activatables, chases down the whole of AVR, and moves in for the victory. So that was a really, really decisive team fight, and you could just see how clear the calls were coming out of Curse.
And it was the fact that Airy managed to get all of his damage down, all of the burst potential from this Void Staff support Annie, before anything else happened, because everyone collapsed on him. It was Avant-Garde Redemption saying, we've got to pick it, we have to do this, because we're getting desperate at this stage of the game. But unfortunately, Airy had enough time to get down the Tibbers, get down the Frost Queen's Claim, do all of the work that he possibly could, and then he went down, and then there were just low health bars on the side of Avant-Garde Redemption.
Yeah, definitely. And that next just so tanky and so disruptive. As soon as you hit him, everyone was being slowed. He was in the middle of the team fight and just causing so much havoc on that Renekton Colo. So just really look for that top lane to maybe swap towards 2 tanks, because it didn't look like Next really made a huge impact, even though he had a really good game on the Jax. Just didn't have the impact in the team fights that it looked like AVR needed.
Yeah, and it seems to me that Curse had planned that one out. They were prepared to give Next that Jax because they weren't too worried about it. They prioritized the early game picks, and having Chelby on an early game champion, I think, is just absolutely genius, because they try to mitigate a lot of the propensity that he has for getting in a little bit too deep and going a little bit too ham.
Yeah, definitely. And we saw that Profound was actually beating Chelby around the map a lot in the early game. Actually picked up a couple of nice kills, and it actually made Shelby play reactively, which he did really, really well. It turned him into more of a pick jungler. He tried to control objectives for his team. He got a couple of blue buff steals, even when the fight went sour in the bottom lane. So playing reactively, he actually did really, really well.
Which is something very, very strange, because we're used to Chelby being just such a ham lord, to use the slang term for it. Of course, going into this next game, what changes do you expect to come through as far as the bans are concerned?
I think that we won't see Psyker back on that LeBlanc. I think that was the one lane that really hurt early game. And I think
that being said, I mean, I think it was the Syndra that came out a little bit on top at the beginning, but I guess LeBlanc's powerful as well. Yeah,
I think that LeBlanc's powerful, but I think that they just have Keen has the answer.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's necessarily the LeBlanc matchup. If they want to ban it, they have. If they want to pick it, they have to get rid of the Syndra, because it looked like Keen was much too comfortable in the matchup. So whilst I don't think LeBlanc is a problem, I think they just have to throw something different at Keen. In saying that, I also think the bottom lane on the side of AVR really has to step up. Airy went massive in that game, was a really big playmaker for his team. So look for Squiggle and Spoil to really regroup and try and get some good momentum going into the game.
And I find it really interesting that we're seeing Annie as well. I mean, is Airy pulling out another pick that's gone a little bit by the wayside as other picks have come through. Of course, it's been Morgana, Leona, and Thresh in that bottom lane almost every single game that you see. So it's really good to see something different coming through as we go into Game 2. So, of course, everyone, don't go anywhere. We do have Game 2 of this best of 3 between Curse and Avant-Garde Redemption. Stick around.
We still on for dinner?
Pepper, 9 o'clock. Ha!
9 o'clock, right?
How about 8:30 at the vegan place?
Actually, I'm in the mood for barbecue.
Sounds good.
Take a call and stay in the game with the Plantronics rig, headset, and mixer. Life comes to games like never.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Oceanic League of Legends Winter Round of 8. Of course, we have Game 2 coming up now between Curse and Avant-Garde Redemption. Of course, Curse managing to take down the first game relatively easily after about the 25-minute mark, but before that, things were just so contentious. So we'll see whether Avant-Garde Redemption can bring us to a 3-game series, because I'd be very excited for that, and I think everybody at home will be too, of course. Spawn, what do you think that Avant-Garde Redemption can do to try and get back into this series?
I think that Avant-Garde really need to focus on their early game here. So I think they went with a later game pick, and they really tried to scale into the late game, and we saw how confidently Curse played with a lead. So I'm looking for Avant-Garde Redemption to really go for maybe an earlier game composition and really try and force their way into the lead and try and make Curse play from behind.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I think that there are a lot of things that they could possibly ban out as well. I mean, that Syndra, as we mentioned towards the end of the last game, I mean, that Syndra pick was just so outstanding against Psykers LeBlanc, and I think that was something that Curse may have known initially. That's why they left it up.
Yeah, definitely. That was something that Ken looked like it was really, really comfortable in that matchup. Yeah. It also led to some really long-range catches in the late game. So I think that if you take the Syndra away, make him play something else, make him play something that's not going to initiate the team fight for his team as well, give Shelby that easy follow-up on that Elise, that will really make Curse play a different kind of game. And I think that if they play the same game against each other now, I think Curse is really confident that they have the upper hand.
Yeah, I think that's true as well. And of course, Curse on that blue side now this time do have that first pick advantage, so they could potentially pick something away. Of course, getting Shelby, that Kha'Zix could be really, really good. But as we look at the bottom lane here, the support matchup here, Aery and Squiggle. Aery is one of my absolute favorite support champions. He has so many different supports. Orianna support came out. LeBlanc support came out. He's just fantastic. But I think Squiggle is very, very strong. And as you can see, the win rate percentage is higher on his side. And he has transitioned so incredibly well from the top lane when he played for Eviscerate.
Yeah, definitely. Aery had a really good game last game on that Annie. However, I think that it was a little bit of early game aggression that just threw the game into Aery's favor. Squiggle had some really good solar flares in that game.
He really did.
And peeled really, really phenomenally in a couple of fights as well. So look for Squiggle to once again play strong and play the initiate kind of supports, but he definitely came out pretty even towards the end of that game against Aery.
Yeah, he did. Aery took a lot of the kills as well, so maybe if some of those kills had gone onto Boat, it would have been a different story there for Curse at the same time. So we'll see whether Aery plays a little bit as bloodthirsty as perhaps he did in the last matchup, but we'll see what happens, and we'll try and get a game 2 ASAP, because I am just looking forward to seeing whether Avant-Garde Redemption have an answer, because they had so much, I guess, confidence when it came to the banning phase. Do you think that maybe this has thrown them off? Maybe they have something that they've been working on that they can fall back to?
Yeah, I think when you roll through a pick ban phase that confidently and then you lose the game, it really will mess with your team mentality. So as we go into picks and bans, it looked like Avant-Garde Redemption got exactly what they want. So now it's time for plan B. Plan A didn't work. Hopefully they have something else that they can turn to. And let's see if the pick and ban stage is quite as decisive as it was last game.
Yeah, we'll see whether things come through. Ziggs instantly taken away from Psyker. Actually, the first game that I saw Psyker play back when he was playing for Ministry, he did bring out that Ziggs, and he was a monster, so they do not want to see that. Of course, the zone control and wave clear is just ridiculous as far as the counter siege is concerned. No Kha'Zix, no Morgana, and Avant-Garde, very intelligent to man those two away. Shelby and Aery's most proficient champions.
Yeah, definitely, and it's just getting them off those combo picks. We also see the Lulu Twisted Fate and the Kassadin ban.
Interesting Twisted Fate ban. That's different for last time.
Definitely, and now it looks like Colo's going to pick up the Jax. He's also running a teleport on him though, so insta-lock Jax, this time taking the teleport. So maybe, once again, Colo going to be looking to rotate around the map, but I think stick purely to the split pushing because he's taking the teleport, and he looked a lot more comfortable with his map control than Next did in that top lane. Yeah,
there's the fact that Colo as well, I mean, we've seen him on that Jax in the past, and he's been so strong. Always sticking to that lane, and then exactly when he needs to, utilizing that teleport. I mean, last time he was roaming around, still staying up in CS, not dying, managing to get a couple of kills under his belt as that Renekton, and we were a bit worried because he was going even. But because he was just impacting the game so much for his team, it was just fantastic. Now he has that teleport. he can just sit in his lane, farm up, become a monster, and things could get really, really scary for Avant Garde Redemption really, really fast. But that Twitch was left up, and Nex is going to be able to take that away straight up. So intelligent picks here, and Profound taking away the Lee Sin again.
Yeah, definitely taking away that Lee Sin from Shelby. Profound looked really, really good on the Lee Sin last game. Picked up some really good early kills, put out some really good map pressure, especially in that bot lane, trying to even that back out. So I think 2 good picks from AVR here, but not really giving too much of their comp away yet.
Yeah, really strong one. And Cursor taking a little bit of time here on their next 2 picks as well. So trying to work out exactly what they want. Keen defaulting back to a personal favorite, of course. I get a little bit confused. Of course, Kensty is a player on the team. XD, now formerly Dignitas here. And Kensty really loves that Nidalee as well. But Keen, similar sounding, similar name, vibe. And he's going to be able to pick this one up and see whether he can do some work on that one. And Shelby's got to work out whether he wants his Elise again, and is going to pick that one up and lock it in straight away.
But Shelby's going to pick up the Elise. Keen on the Nidalee is an interesting pick. The reason it's interesting is because with Jack split pushing, it doesn't give you much wave clear. So if you fall behind, you actually don't have any wave clear. So maybe look for that from the bottom lane. The other thing that also happens with a Nidalee on the team, it also means that your AD carry generally has to join. Because as I said, you can't really want to run a 1-3-1 with Nidalee unless you're really far ahead.
Yeah, that's true. They do have the option for picking up this Jinx on the side of Curse, though. Because that Twitch was locked in, they are going to be able to grab that one away. Psycho is looking at going for this Orianna as well, so really powerful team fight coming through from Avant Garde Redemption, especially considering Squiggle's back on that wall.
Yeah, much happier with this composition from Avant Garde Redemption. Looking with that, the Twitch, the Orianna, the Lee Sin, just so much potential AoE damage that can go into Spoil's Squiggles, Leona, who played so well last game. And we see Boat once again steering away from his Trinity of AD's carry, jumping back on that Lucian.
I think it's because they're going for a severe sort of siege poke comp. And if this is anything like the Janna pickups that we've seen in the past that were used for leveling up okay, I was going to talk about that for a while, but that's actually going to be switched out for Azara, which is potentially going for a little bit of wave clear. I was talking about the fact that they were lacking a lot of wave clear. That Tornado is fantastic wave clear if you get a little bit of AP. But it's Airy looking to go for the Zara as well, which is equally as good, and you have those plants as well.
Definitely, and Lucian, of course, one of the best wave clear ADs in the game with that piercing light, with that culling. So very good pick up there. The hover over Malphite will be interesting. That turns it into a super team fight comp, because Malphite, whilst having those attack speed slows, Colo after about level 11 is going to be able to bully him out of lane quite easily after he picks up that Blade of the Ruined King, of course. So could be an interesting pickup. Turns it into a very team fight heavy composition though from the side of AVR.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, one thing that I'm really scared of for Avant Garde Redemption is the fact that Curse are on this siegey pick-based composition, and with their ability to rotate around the map, it's going to be really hard for Avant Garde to really pin them down and make sure that they can be the ones putting the pressure on, because as soon as a Nidalee gets ahead, as you were talking about before, I mean, it's just so hard not to just get poked out and then get sieged out and then they just take a turret, and I mean, it's so easy. Yeah,
so what AVR are doing here is they've gone heavy engage. So there's Malphite, this Leona. There's no way you can stop them getting into your team.
Yeah,
so look for the Solar Flare.
Yeah.
Look for the Unstoppable Force. Look for the Orianna Ball. And that, of course, Shockwave and massive team fights. I think that AVR are going to want to fight often, and they're going to want to fight really, really early as well. So look for that level 6.
Yeah, the Unstoppable Solar Wave is going to be absolutely ridiculous lockdown as well.
Definitely, and maybe try and get this Jax to the point where he can't split push and he has to join up with his team. Because I don't think that, as I said, I don't think the Malphite can compete with the Jax split push at all in this game.
And I think Airy had the right decision. He was hovering over the Janna. He's now locked in that Zyra. He wants to go for as much disengage as possible. Do you think that maybe a Karma was something they could potentially have looked at as well? I mean, Karma known for a lot of disengage potential on this side, so...
Yeah, I think the Zyra was the right pickup until they locked in the Malphite. Because what happens with other people is when you Solar Flare, you just drop the Zyra ultimate and no one can run over the top to engage onto your team. Whereas Malphite with the Unstoppable Force isn't really going to care about that and is going to take the ball into the whole team and into the Solar Flare. Yeah. So I think that that's why the Malphite makes so much sense in this team comp, and that's why I think that AVR has decided to go with this pick.
Yeah, do you think he's going to be able to stand up against the Jax? I mean, I know he has the attack speed slow, but Jax just can get to that point where he does so much mixed damage that it might be really difficult for Malphite to stick around in this lane. or do you think that he'll be able to stand on his own with a little bit of help from Profound?
I'm actually looking for a lane swap here. The reason I say that is because I'm looking for objectives to be traded really early and for it to turn into an objective-based game from AVR's perspective, because I think you're exactly right. I think after, as I said, about level 9, Jax is going to do way too much mixed damage. That Empower, his W, just does so much. The auto attack reset, it completely ignores the attack speed slow. So yeah, look for a lane swap potentially at the start of this game. Look for some early objective control, and let's look for some early team fights if we're AVR.
Yeah, definitely AVR wants to be forcing as much as possible. Next does have that teleport as well, so we've got teleport and teleport in that top lane. And Profound and Shelby on the same champions as they were on last game, and Squiggle the only one picking up a similar champion. Oh, of course, Boat as well. So we've got sort of similar situations here, bottom lane having one of the same champions and same champions in the jungle as well. So we'll have a look at this mid lane. We've got Orianna versus this Nidalee. How do you think that goes? I mean, in the early game, I could imagine Psyker really having control of that lane.
Yeah, so Psyker will have control for the, not for the kill potential, because of course Nidalee is so hard to force out of lane, but because of the amount of pushing that can go on. And that will really swap the matchup out. Because last game we saw Keen absolutely pushing into Psyker's tower, even taking it early. So look for the CS. I think Keen's a good enough Nidalee player that the CS won't have that much of a discrepancy. At level 6, of course, he gets that Cougar form and able to AoE wave clear a little bit better. But let's look for levels 1 to 4 for Psyker to really be aggressive and really try and get the lanes into Keen's tower. And hopefully if there's a lane swap, there's going to be a 1v1 matchup, and both of them will be able to do it with no jungler support.
Yeah, I mean, looking to see whether King can stay up in CS, of course. Here in Oceania, we've got actually a lot of Nidalee players that are fantastic. Of course, Swiffer comes to mind. Kensti, that I mentioned before, is fantastic. And both of these players are quite excellent at last hitting. Keen is no exception either. So we'll see whether he can manage to make that one work. Of course, Orianna offering a lot more to that team fight. So Avantgarde have it really on them in order to rotate around this map effectively. And I'm just not sure whether they can do that against this sort of almost the perfect rotations that can happen late game here by Curse. We'll see whether they can manage to make it work.
Yeah, so we saw how decisive Curse's gameplay was last game towards the end. And if that Curse shows up, then I think that you're completely right, and then it's going to be really hard for AVR to catch these guys out. However, we saw at the start of the game that Curse weren't really decisive in their calls and maybe even going in on the wrong targets. So if that happens and they get a poor initiation, look for AV to try and roll over these guys and try and get a really good, solid early game advantage.
Yeah, we'll see whether they can make it work. Of course, having these the solar flares and of course the unstoppable force is going to be fantastic for the engage potential. But if they fall behind, I mean, having those ultimates, even if they land them right, if they're behind, it's not necessarily going to do enough, and it's just going to put a whole lot of champions right in the face of Curse, and they can just disengage, poke, and run it backwards and forwards. So I think Avantgarde Redemption still need to stay at least a little bit even in this matchup first up. And we'll see whether they can make that one work.
Yeah, definitely. I think that the key, though, is the fact that Curse actually don't have a true tank. They have Shelby, who will go tanky. I think that Colo will go 2 offensive items. That's generally how he plays Jax into a tanky build. So even if AVR fall a little bit behind, Twitch does so much damage. It's just that
well, that's actually true. I sort of forgot about the rat-a-tat-tat factor.
Damage across the whole team, coupled with a really good shockwave. I think that, and all the sunlight being popped, which is Leona's passive. I think it's going to be. I don't think damage is a problem on AVR's side.
That's the TLDR?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think that's definitely been brought forward, and there's the fact that I completely forgot about the rat-a-tat-tat being the issue, but we are going to be into this game as soon as possible. Everyone, don't go anywhere. Of course, welcome everyone to the second game between Avantgarde Redemption and Team Curse. Curse now on our blue side and the red side being taken up here by AVR. So onto the Rift now, and we'll see what's going to happen in the early game. We'll see whether any lane swaps do come in that you were thinking about there, Spawn.
Yeah, so it looks like they are walking towards standard lanes at the start. This might just be to fan out and protect their jungle. I would be very, very surprised if they did send that Malphite up against that Jax. With Spoil going actually quite deep. Might even bump into Lucian here. Does get his ward down though, so he's safe. Next gets his ward down as well, so just a nice even spread across the map, making sure no funny level 1s happen. AVR really, really solid in this regard.
Yeah,
With Shelby
really
running into
aggressively
next.
Shelby paying a little bit for that attempt to get that ward in a little bit early, but going to be able to wander out. Next, not going to get any kill potential on anyone here, so just no invades, just going to be chilling out. We'll see whether Avant-Garde Redemption opt to go somewhere near this red buff.
Yeah, it looks like they are forming for a late invade. Actually, we have Profound going back around. Looks like he's heading up to his red buff, so maybe not. With Next just giving Colo a little bit of grief up there.
A little bit of a hard time. The Coral Reef.
Okay, so here we have it. Both junglers starting top side of the map. Shelby picking up that blue buff. Profound going across for his red buff. And let's see. No, completely standard lanes. No swaps coming in whatsoever. So this is going to be very, very interesting. In regards to the bottom lane, I do think that AVR have the better level 2 all in.
Yeah.
So that will be the first thing to watch. If this Leona can push out and Zyra can stop that engage. However, it does look like everyone will be heading to standard lanes.
Yeah, so we'll see whether this can work out. I think we are going to have to skip through a little bit of downtime as Psycho has fallen out of this game thus far. But,
Looks like he's back in.
He's come back, so we're okay. And meanwhile, we do have just farming going on. So we'll see what happens. This is an interesting matchup here. Counter-Strike being taken. The stun's going to go off on Next, and that's a lot of damage down early on. Of course, Malphite not with too much dueling potential in the early game, and Colo really putting it to him.
That is really, really bad for Nex in this top lane. To get pushed out that badly, especially when there is a jungler on the other team, like an Elise, that can come up into this top lane. If Colo can push this lane in, might spell some bad news, although it is traded back quite well, with Nex just burning a little bit of mana.
Yeah, he does have that Crystalline Flask as well, which we didn't quite note, and he's going to have a fair bit more sustain in there than we otherwise would have expected.
Yeah, definitely. The interesting thing to note is if Jax does push in and get to dictate this lane, he might get a lot of free farm early, which means he might hit his power spike earlier than we're used to. We're used to seeing Jax against these really, really aggressive top laners like the Renekton's, like sometimes even the Tryndamere we saw in the first second game.
Yes, that's true.
So it tends to push them off farm, whereas it looks like in this game, Colo is going to have absolutely no trouble farming against Nex on this Malphite.
Yeah, but missing a cannon creep there. Profound wanting to come down to this bottom lane to start something off, but the Xenoblade not going to be landing from Squiggle, so he had to back out of that one, and they do have wards here in the river as well on the side of Curse. And we do have the Counter-Strike coming through again. Next taking a lot of damage, of course, those creeps getting activated after the auto attacks there onto the enemy champion. So you're going to be able to get a bit more damage down. The Zenith Blade landing in the bottom lane, of course, the top lane a little bit back and forth going on. Profound has found his way back here though, and Boat is taking a lot of damage. We'll see whether First Blood coming through actually in the top lane. A tower dive coming through on the side of Colo. Does have the Counter-Strike, and the last auto attack from that creep not going to be enough.
Yeah, so that's the worst possible scenario for AVR in this. We said the only thing that was going to really hold them up is if this Jack starts getting to go and they can just go into the split push. There was a lot of action in the bottom lane, but no kills. It has launched Twitch a little bit ahead, even though there's a big wave heading into Boat's tower at the moment. Very, very interesting to note just how strong that level 2 all-in is from Squiggle on that Leona.
Yeah, and intelligent and Profound to come down as well and make sure that they utilize that power spike that they did.
As Shelby's coming in on the mid lane.
Yeah, Psycho actually looked a little bit asleep at that point. Cocoon's going to go wide, so not going to be able to try. Oh, there it is! The fadeaway Spear going to secure that kill onto Psycho for second blood here on the side of Curse. So Curse looking very, very strong early on. Yeah,
Curse looking like they have complete control of this early game. Shelby just walks into mid, no repel needed.
Wanders in, yeah.
Just lack of ward coverage in the mid lane as Shelby takes a tower shot.
For fun,
just for fun, just because he could. Showing the early game dominance of that Elise, so much damage.
Yeah, Counter-Strike now being utilized here. Next taking a fair bit of damage, and wow, Colo's really intelligent when he uses that Counter-Strike. Of course, every time a minion does hit you, it's going to boost the damage there of that Counter-Strike based on all of that damage that you have dodged. So Next taking a fair bit for each Counter-Strike that hits.
Yeah, definitely, and got that Vamp Scepter, really important pickup, just allows him to sustain in this lane against this Malphite. Malphite also blue teleport.
Submarine maneuver. Boat actually forced a Relentless Pursuit out of here. Really nice strangle. Grasping Roots actually, but not going to be enough, and the passive from Zyra going to do a little bit of work against Spoil, but not quite enough in order to follow up that kill.
And Squiggle just going so aggressive in this bottom lane.
Yeah, but
Shelby comes
Shelby's here, and the Zenith Blade does miss. Boat does not want any part of this at all. I think Shelby wanted to get a little bit more hyphy, but unfortunately not going to get the follow-up from his teammate because he was very low on health.
Yeah, definitely very low. Right decision there to back out, take the kill, go by. This Twitch, the further Twitch can get ahead in the early game, the better stead it will hold him in for the late game. As we see Nex actually farming quite well against Colo, even though the first blood was given up. As I said, he did, however, use that teleport to get back to lane. As we have Keen going aggressive on Psyker in the mid.
Level 6 a little bit quicker as well, so he's going to have a little bit of an advantage here. But Psyker trying to turn it around. That Clockwork wind up doing a lot of work. Profound actually coming in, but the Ignite's ticking 1 for 1 in that mid lane. Nicely played. Colo coming through with the teleport. Not going to be quick enough, unfortunately, but my goodness, I thought Keen wasn't going to be able to pick up that kill.
Yeah, definitely a good move there from Keen to flash back in and pick up that kill. Trades a 1 for 1. However, it does burn the teleport on Colo, which means that it won't be up for potentially what could be an early dragon out of AVR. So maybe a little bit of a misplay and a happy trigger finger there from Colo, as it does also give Nex a little bit respite in this top lane, which he was having trouble in against this Jack. So maybe a little bit of a misplay there. Although they are going to get mid turret off this. That's a really early push as the kick comes through.
Yeah, that was a shockwave as well, doing a lot of damage. The two-man counter-strike, and instantly Colo gets the heck out of there. Nice spear doing tons of damage to Profound as well on the way out. That was a lot of misplacing people. Of course, the kick mid-shockwave makes things look very, very interesting. And Nex hasn't even managed to get half health on this turret when mid-turret went down, so nicely played by Curse.
Yeah, so maybe a really good call from Curse, getting the mid-turret again and just opening this matchup again in the early game, as Profound is trying to solo this red buff, get some of that spell vamp back from his W, safeguard, of course.
Very, very cool utilization of the fact that Smite is considered a spell. Oh, nice grasping roots from Airy as well. There's the Q hitting down, and Squiggle taking a fair bit of damage for that one as well. And the wave just going to push up to the turret for Curse to farm effectively. So if we take a look back at what's happened in this game, we've got an 1,000 gold lead here for Curse, which is similar to what happened throughout the early game last time. Do you think it's likely that we have a repeat of last game where Curse managed to just find their footing towards the later stages? I think that Curse is really rolling now, and you can see that they're really, really decisive. As soon as that TP came into the mid and they didn't get any further kills, they'll just like tower. They're going to get an objective from it. So I think that Curse is actually really, really looking strong. If they can get an early game lead like they have, maybe push it a little bit further out, maybe 2,000-3,000 gold, then it really holds this game well in their stead, even though I still think AVR has the upper hand in a team fight at this point. Yeah, do we maybe feel like Curse probably shouldn't go for any dragon aggression then, just because the team fight potential is just so strong, and that's just such a point in the game where things can really go wrong if you try and fight 5v5? Yeah, I think that as long as Colo's teleports down, they cannot go near dragon, because of course Nex did not blow his teleport to go mid lane, even though it did cost them the tower. So as long as those teleports are in the favor of AVR, I would expect for the lanes to stay quite standard. Although we do have Shelby sneaking into the bot lane, pinged out by Squiggle. Yeah, so Avant-Garde Redemption are going to back out while we watch this uninteresting, I would say, battle in the top lane. Some interesting items being picked up though. Doran's Ring now for Nex there. Yeah, that's just because of the Doran's Ring passive. Allows him to get some mana back. As we have Colo going aggressive, I don't think much is going to be happening. We see that E max on that Malphite just slows the attack speed so well against this Jax. Yeah, we'll see what Airy does decide to go with. He does have the Frostfang there in that bottom lane, as we have 4 men strong here moving down. This is the Curse way. They try and get the objectives as much as possible. The bottom lane turret is the next option, and they try and throw out the spears and the poke damage, as we can see. Nice Solar Flare landing onto 2 though. Keen and Boat getting locked up for a little bit, but it's not going to be enough. We do have the popping of the Rat-a-tat-tat here from Spoil, but unfortunately the disengage from Curse, very, very strong. Stranglethorn's coming through, Grasping Roots hitting onto 2 now as well. Spoil taking so much damage, Repel getting out of the way of the damage. Psyker has found his way to this team fight though, and we'll see whether Curse can try and get any other work done. In the meantime, Nex went down in the top lane, but so far in this game, engaged bottom lane, nothing has really happened. So Nex actually teleported in behind AVR there, and he was the first person that went. 2 people flashed his ultimate. So really good reactions there from Curse. Also has allowed Colo some free time in this top lane to farm up. I think that was a little bit of a slow rotation by Psyker there. Got to the team fight a little bit too late, even though there was a
really, really good solar flare. And Boat uses the culling to really force him off the turret here, and it looks like Curse may be able to pick up the second turret of the game. Although, they get it in the top lane.
So I guess the fact that Colo manages to get Nex out of his lane and puts the aggression down into that top lane means that Curse are just happy with making sure that they got an objective out of the fight that ensued. So nicely played, but we do have Avantgarde Redemption picking up this dragon intentionally. And with Shelby back at base, I think this is definitely going to go easily over to Redemption.
Yeah, definitely a good move by Redemption there. Just knowing that they had caught Shelby out on a bad rotation back to base, so nothing to do there.
Profound gets obliterated.
Keen absolutely on point with these spears so far in this game. And they get to push up this mid lane again. This is really, really good map pressure and rotations by Curse this early in the game.
It really is. Of course, this bottom lane turret getting pushed out as well. We've got Boat and Airy here to put Pain down here, and with 3 members of Curse in the mid lane, it forces the rotation up from the bottom lane of Avantgarde Redemption, while Curse just pushed the bottom lane out of turret as well. So really, really nicely played. They have pressure exactly where they need it.
Yeah, so maybe Spoil will be able to save this lane. Yes, he will, as the Grasping Root misses Squiggle there from Airy, but really, really good use of map rotations here, and Keen's spears are absolutely chunking Avant Redemption already. We saw that one that landed onto Orianna as Squiggle goes in on the bot lane.
Yeah, nice Zenith Blade landing that flash instantly out of the Solar Flare as well, so Squiggle not going to be able to lock down his target there, but blowing the flash of Boat is definitely good work as the teleport comes through from Colo. That one's been found. Ambush has been popped, so Spoil not going to be seen. The flash coming through from Squiggle, the Counter-Strike coming through as well. Now the Stranglethorns. Squiggle gets out of that one, but he went the wrong direction, unfortunately. Colo going to be able to pick up that kill. We do have Rat-a-tat-tat coming through on the side of Spoil, but he's now completely out of mana. Oh my goodness, so much damage. Shelby manages to get the Q off as well. There's the Cocoon, and we'll see whether Profound manages to get out of the way. We have the flash forward as well, the pounce. There's the... Oh my goodness, these spears are just so incredibly good coming out of Keen, and Keen's a monster. 4-1 and 2 now on that Nidalee.
I think that's the last 5 spears in a row that Keen's hit.
Yeah.
So 100% in the last 5 spears. Really, really showing how devastating he is with that Nidalee, giving Jax the attack speed buff, moving on to this tier 2 turret. Whilst it looks like Avant Redemption are just a little bit in shell shock. They're just still sitting mid and top trying to push out their waves.
Yeah, we do have Psycho getting a lot of damage down onto the mid lane turret. Does manage to take that one down, but losing an inner turret in the bottom lane is definitely not a worthwhile trade, especially considering early on in that very extended team fight, they did lose the outer turret at the same time. Nex is happy just to let this minion wave take down the turret while he backs off, which is damn cool, but we do have a replay.
As we see here, this is where the Counter-Strike from Jax comes in. He flashes forward, able to get that off. Grasping Roots comes through, as well as the ultimate from Zyra. So at this point, Squiggle has no other choice but to go forward into the fight. This is where Keen comes in, and we see him hit a really, really good spear. Shelby's out the back and finishes off Spoil with a Q from his Elise there. And here's Keen just running through the turret, super hungry at the moment for kills, flashes forward and lands another on-point spear from Nidalee, and Shelby's able to pick up a double kill on the back of really good play from his mid laner.
Yeah, really, really fantastic play. And we haven't actually missed any kills, I do not think, either. So 3,000 gold is the lead here on the side of Curse. And one thing that I'd really like to note is the fact that Colo actually leap striked to a minion and then flashed past that one. Just really, really cute little play there with that Jax, showing that he definitely is incredibly comfortable on that one. Next now, trying to make his presence known. The Cocoon going to go wide there by Shelby, which is uncharacteristic this game because his Cocoons have been very, very on point. So Next going to be able to wander out of that one, no trouble at all.
But meanwhile, Colo in the top lane, the second outer turret that's going to go down for free. AVR really trying to force a team fight here, 4v4, but it just looks like it's not going to be happening. And all the while, this Jax is just getting more and more farmed.
Yeah, and there's the fact that Curse just aren't grouping up either. As you can see, they're really quite spread out here in the bottom lane, not going to give that unstoppable force any chance. Keen not hitting quite the spears that he wants, but it's zoning out the enemy team really effectively. Psycho now in a lot of trouble. The Shockwave actually gets him out of the way. No, the stun still came through from the Shockwave, but the flash comes through and Psycho saves his own life.
That was one spear from Keen taking Next to half health. As they engage, has to unstoppable force out of the way, which is never a good thing when you're playing Malphite, as another spear comes through.
He lands them exactly when he needs to, does Keen. He's going to be able to try and get a second pounce. There's the Solar Flare, but only gets the slow, and the swipe manages to pick up that kill on Next as well. So Keen just, he is such a powerful Nidalee player. He's been so impressive this game.
Yeah, definitely. And this looks like this game is snowballing a little bit out of control for AVR. Not able to get the team fights that we said they needed to early game, and really pressuring this mid turret hard now.
Yeah, with a Nidalee that's doing this much damage, has the Athenes and another needlessly large rod. Those spears, as we can see, are just doing so much damage. You can't stand around your turret and defend.
No, definitely not. And this is what we were saying, that if a Nidalee gets ahead early game, it is just so hard. As the Cocoon lands on Spoil.
Oh my goodness, just instantly taken off the face of the Rift with that spear. And there's another one onto Profound as well. As we can see, Keen just happy to sit at the back, keep throwing these out. There's another one after the Ardent Blaze. The Culling comes through trying to pick up that kill on a Profound, but he is going to be able to get the heck out of there with a Safeguard. And more spears piling through. This is almost definitely going to go down here, this middle lane turret. The Stranglethorn's coming through as well into a perfect Cocoon coming out from Chelby. Trashbro with the Ardent Blaze and more spears on top of one another, and this is not long for this world, this turret.
Oh, and another spear comes through. I think they just want Boat to get the last 2 hits onto this turret, as actually Colo just walks up and does it.
There's the Sonic Wave actually landing, Resonating Strike coming through from Profound, but Chelby able to flash out of the way of that one. Airy now taking so much damage, the Spray and Pray being used. I mean, the Rat-a-tat-tat, of course, and Spoil not quite managing to pick that one up. Trashbro just getting over that wall with the Relentless Pursuit, and they're going to be happy with just taking the turret. And this is exactly what Cursor are about. I mean, if they get the turret, they're happy to back off. Yeah,
definitely happy to play the objective game. In a game where they don't really want a team fight, as soon as all 5 members of AVR join up, as long as they got the turret, they just backed away, they win the trade. So that was a really, really interesting back and forth there. You could see that AVR really wanted to get into the fight. They had all their ultimates available, apart from the Rat-a-tat-tat, which was burnt a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
But they just couldn't get on top of this Nidalee, who was just throwing out these missiles at this point. I don't even think they're spears anymore. They're just chunking people for so much damage, and it's just really, really hard to engage onto this team.
And it's only going to get more difficult because that Rabbidan's Death Cap has now been completed here on the side of Keen. He's going to have so much ability power and just so much damage with those long-range spears that he is not afraid to hit. I mean, sometimes you've got that Nidalee on your team that's just not really hitting for that much damage, but because those spears are difficult to land, but Keen is just ridiculous with that ability. So it's going to look very, very difficult for Avant Garde Redemption. They have to force so hard.
Yeah, definitely. I think that at this point, it really is going to be a steep climb back for Avant Garde Redemption. They're at the point now where Jax has finished his Trinity Force, so can 1v1 anyone on the map. I think that it's going to be really hard to get this Malphite into a clump. However, they are forcing onto Shelby.
Yeah, the Zenith Blade does come through. We'll see whether the Soul Flare makes any work, but it hasn't actually got any stuns. Chelby's so incredibly deep. Spoil is the focus. Chelby's definitely going to go down here, unfortunately, but look at the extra damage coming down from Curse. In this corridor is not where they want to be fighting. Colo finishes off next. Meanwhile, we do have Airy taking down Squiggle on the other side. So 1 for 2. Not necessarily as bad as Avant Garde could have done, but it's not over yet. Colo now getting taken down really low, but we do have the heals coming through on the side of Nidalee. Keen. And now they've got the map control, and now they're going to be able to take down the inhibitor.
Definitely. First inhibitor of the game. Looks like it's coming down. Really looks like Nex tunneled in on that fight. Didn't see the TP in behind from Colo that really cut off the team. Looked like all he wanted to do was get that Unstoppable Force Orianna ult combo off, and it really showed that there's just not great communication on the side of AVR now that have a 7k gold deficit and only 19 minutes in.
Yeah, things aren't necessarily going exactly the way they wanted, and the fact that they didn't have the Rat-a-tat-tat available as well in that corridor fight is just massive. The fact that that could have just ripped through the side of Curse is just really, really sad. Keen now just happy to try and have a go at Profound while they do this Dragon as well, just to extend that gold lead even further. Now out to 8,000, and I think they're going to probably look towards the Baron after this point, or maybe even just siege down on these turrets just because they're so far ahead, and they're so happy to. Yeah,
I think the right move here is just more siege. With this Nidalee so far ahead in the game, no point going to an open area team fight. Just get AVR back underneath their turrets, keep throwing spears at them. As soon as one hits, the person that hits is going to have to back off, as we just saw in that spear hitting Profound.
Yeah, Profound probably would be unable to take double golems at this point because he has lost so much health from that Nidalee. And Keen is just an absolute monster, as we can see. I mean, he'll probably go back to base, maybe pick up the Sorcerer's Shoes, try and build towards the trifecta of mid lane items, with that Void Staff being the next pickup that he goes for. Just going to grab a crap ton of wards as well. So there's the Vision wards and the Sight wards there. So trying to set up a little bit of a base camp around this Baron buff. And as a Nidalee, you just want to have so much vision, and I think he's providing it for himself.
Yeah, definitely. And I think this just shows that when you're ahead in competitive League of Legends, and in all League of Legends, vision is key. The more vision you have, the more you can strangle your opponent out, as we have Colo going in on Profound.
Yeah, the Counter-Strike not going to be able to lock him up, but that's so much damage coming
And that
through.
is so much damage done to the jungle of AVR, so now it may even be that the Dragon is a possibility because Profound has to go back to base, and there are super minions in the middle lane, so it looks like they are going to move towards the Baron buff as the culling comes out, and
Yeah, wants to get as much damage down onto that Baron buff as he possibly can, and secured easily there by Shelby. So now it's going to be Keen with infinite health regen and all of this extra stuff. And Avant-Garde Redemption just gave that one away.
yeah, I think that's twice that boats actually use the culling on Baron just to clear it faster. Culling also
gives it an extra bit of damage.
does the, is it 300% damage to minions? Yeah, so really, really good at forcing that
I don't
down.
think it's
really
quite
quickly.
300%, but it's definitely a little bit more.
Yeah, it's definitely more damage. So as the catch comes through from Shelby onto Next, even this Malphite can't take all this damage that's happening over the wall.
Yeah, he only has a Negatron Cloak, so just not enough magic resist here in order to deal with these extra pieces of damage coming through. Of course, the Frost Queen's Claim has been finished up here on the side of Airy as well, so Zyra's starting to hit for a fair bit on top of these monstrous spears that are coming through from Keen. Unable to hit the last few, but we know that he can do it, so he doesn't really need to have much to prove. All safeguards out of the way of that almost... That would almost be fatal, I think, on Profound. He just does not have any health.
Definitely, and the thing about this Keen on this Nidalee at the moment is not how many spears he misses, it's just as soon as he hits one, it's the go button.
Yeah, pretty
so
much.
you have to dodge 100% of the spears at this game because one of them is going to chunk any member on AVR, especially with that Baron buff and blue buff. He's not going to run out of mana, so you're just going to keep throwing spears at this point, and he has even managed to flank around to the mid lane to maybe get a different angle going on this.
Yeah, playing some geometry here with these spears. Oh, the Cocoon actually landing onto Psycho, not opting to go in, but Profound saving the life of his mid laner, but takes a lot of his health in response. He's going to have to head back to base.
And what this has done is force Spoil completely off the turret, because if Spoil gets hit by one of these spears, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. And it also puts more pressure on the super minions coming into the mid lane, meaning that if they do fight under the turret, then they're going to be much deeper in the base. As Curse rotates in the mid lane, then Shelby lands a bind.
Yeah, okay. Well, there was a Profound there, I think. I'm not quite sure anymore, and they are going to be able to take this newly respawned inhibitor as soon as it pops up, and 24 seconds now on Profound. Still, the death time is not long. I mean, we're only 23 minutes into this game, but already Cursed with just such commanding control. 10,000 gold is the lead, 7 turrets to 2 now for Curse. I mean, we thought that this game might potentially have been more effective for Avant-Garde Redemption just because their team fight's so strong, but Curse have been playing this comp to perfection.
Definitely, as Shelby flashes over the wall after his Cocoon, getting very hypey in the base at the moment.
Yep, does have that repel for a little bit more safety. Keen not happy to go in on any of that. Just going to be going around to the top lane now. Nice Solar Flare. Shelby is in a lot of trouble. Spoil's going to be able to pick up that kill. We've got the Frost Queen's Claim, and there's the Stranglethorns as well. Squiggle's the next target. Colo manages to go in for that one, but has he gone too deep? We'll see whether Spoil can get the extra damage down. The spears have not been landing like they had last time. There's the Unstoppable Force, the shutdown coming through over onto Psyche with a nice dissonance. And Avant-Garde Redemption manages to put their foot down and command a little bit more respect in this game.
Yeah, definitely. And that was just Shelby going way over aggressive, flashing over the wall by himself, having to
A little bit
repel.
impatient, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Psyche able to solo Boat out at some point in that fight. So Boat didn't really get much damage across the wall. And it just looks like, although Curse have a really, really strong comp, if they don't play it properly, if you don't play a poke comp and don't actually hit damage before you go in, the team fighting comp from AVR is still going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, so I think they should probably have a little bit of a think next time they make a decision like that, unfortunately. But, picking exactly where Next was going to go as well with that spear. So Keen still able to hit a lot of these, but we do have a replay coming through.
So here's Shelby landing the bind, but this is a confusing bit. He flashes over the wall and is forced to repel pretty much straight away. So Colo gets into the fight, but here we have, of course, Spoil going into stealth, and this is where the team fight really turns in the favor of Avant-Garde. So Profound with a really, really good insect there on Shelby. The ultimate does come out from Airy, and Colo is able to pick up a kill, but in the meantime, Trashboat have been soloed by Psyche. At this point, Spoil goes really, really big and flashes over the wall. Next, able to get in there with the Unstoppable Force, and they just clean up a fight 3 for 1. So AVR showing that there is still life left in this game.
Yeah, there is. As we come back into the game, we do have Dragon being taken down here on the side of Curse, so trying to extend that lead out. And it was brought back a little bit. It was 10,000 gold before that team fight. Of course, now only 9,000, even after that dragon was picked up there for Curse as well. So things working out very, very well. Getting a lot of that shutdown gold as well on the side of Avant-Garde Redemption. So we are seeing signs of life, and hopefully they are able to create a lot of these situations again. But Colo's back in this top lane, does have teleport available as well. So this top turret's going to be in trouble, and the fact that there's Super Crips in the mid lane still means that it's dire straits here for Avant-Garde Redemption.
Yeah, so definitely Colo has recognized that team fighting is not part of their strongest point at the moment, so he just marches straight back to his top lane. There's still 2 minutes on this Baron, although the rest of Curse has gone back to base. Maybe look for Colo to swap to the bottom lane, because he does have that teleport available, and I still think that he's really, really able to 1v1 anyone on the AVR lineup.
Yep.
So he's got those 2 offensive items built now. He's got the Trinity Force. He has the Blade of the Ruined King. So maybe maybe swing Colo into that bottom lane, force a little bit of a trap around Baron, and start the split pushing game in earnest, because that's how they were winning the game in the first place.
Yeah, or group together, but just stay spread out and don't get impatient and go in too early. They need to land those spears on a couple of members before they create those situations, because last time it was full health members of Avant-Garde Redemption, and it was just Shelby getting a little bit overexcited. So we'll see where the Curse can really sort of settle down, just easy, and because they were winning that siege.
Yeah, definitely. But what has happened is that this is now the second time the inhibitor has respawned, and what's that done? That's forced a lot of gold onto Psycho. He's now got a plus 60 minion kill lead over the mid lane with Keen, and the more waves that is pushed into this base, the more free farm that AVR is going to get, and the longer this game goes, the more I feel like the team fight comp is actually going to get stronger and stronger. Now we have Spoil. He's picked up 2 core items with that Phantom Dancer, with that Blade of the Ruined King, so he's looking fine. He's 3-2-1. Although Keen's spears still seem to hurt quite a lot. So the more this game goes on, the further and further you think that AVR can maybe win one decisive team fight, because they've got that comp and just push down the middle.
Yeah, we'll see whether they manage to do that. It is still a 9,000 gold lead, so Curse still in a commanding position. With this Baron coming up in 2 seconds, they look to have a fair bit of control. Avant-Garde Redemption have a lot of work trying to get back through all of the vision here on the side of Curse to try and make a move here to the Baron, because they didn't have the timer. They didn't see when it went down. There's the spears coming through as well. They are getting funneled. Here is the Baron. It's going to go down. There's a Frost Queen's Claim coming through as well. Shelby going incredibly deep. That's a surprise, everyone. The culling coming down as well now. And that's going to deter Avant-Garde Redemption, get them the heck out of here, because they do not want to be fighting in these tight corridors. No,
definitely not. And AV just a little bit slow in that rotation. Curse able to pick up another Baron buff, and they're charging down this top lane. Maybe look middle, boys. There's an open inhib there.
Yeah, Ari and Shelby did get that memo there, Spawn. Thank you very much for that one. But we do have sort of the instant maneuver here to this top lane. They are going to be able to force down this top turret.
Yeah, definitely. Just straight up tank the turret, pushing in middle at the same time with Ari and Shelby. Colo now coming around to join the team, so profound. Going in deep. That's Lee Syndrome right there. Lands a Q. Really I have to follow.
Yeah, this is the Sonic Wave. I am resonating after this. There is nothing else that can happen, and that's going to be the inhibitor being re-killed here in the mid lane. The repel comes up. Shelby's still in the middle of everyone. Nice spear does land. Profound taking that one. Unstoppable Force now straight on top of Aerie. The first death is going to be Shelby, and Spoil going down instantly. That is massively bad news for Avant-Garde Redemption, and Curse are now just turning it on. They managed to kill 4 people. Squiggle the only one alive, and this is going to be the game here, Spawn. Really nicely fought by Curse.
Yeah, really nicely forced by Curse. Just barging through the middle of the map. I think that it looked like AVR wanted to go on that. They thought Shelby's getting over aggressive again, and then Keen hit a spear. And it was like, wow, maybe we can't go. So here we go. The Nexus is going down. GG to Curse. 2-0 against AVR.
Yeah, really, really well played there by Curse. And I thought that things were going to be more difficult that game. I have to admit, this is a surprise a little bit here, because Avant-Garde Redemption in their qualification match looked really, really strong.
Yeah, so another 2-0, and as you said, AVR looked really strong, and they went with 2 really different team comps. They went with a really late game team comp, and then they went with a team fighting team comp, and it's just like Curse had answers to both situations.
Yeah. They really did. I mean, and Curse known for their ability to rotate around the map, and I think that maybe they have managed to sort of trump out Avant-Garde Redemption here as well, because their late game rotations just were lackluster in comparison.
Yeah, with the one exception of Shelby going really man mode
Yeah,
and
that's
flashing
true.
over the wall, it just looks like Curse really understood what they needed to do to
Yeah.
win that game. They really left it all up to Keen, said, look, you just land your spears and we'll go in off the back of that. So it looked like they played the poke comp really, really well. And with, as I said, with the one exception of Shelby going a little bit man mode into the enemy base with the flash, it looked like Curse, as I said, just had all the answers for AVR.
Yeah, they really did. Curse just playing out of their minds this game. We will have a replay coming up very, very soon about a little bit of a turnaround as it does pop up onto your screen.
Yeah, so this is where we're contesting for the. This is the last team fight of the game. Okay, so this
Yep.
is where we're like, okay, we can go. We've got Shelby. Shelby's
The
gone
Cocoon
really,
on
really
Spoil,
deep again.
man, that was massive.
Yeah, but then Profound gets hit by a spear, and he's like, oh my god, guys, we need to get out of here. Next only hits Airy with his ultimate, and then a really, really nice shockwave here from Psyker. Keeps the team fight going, but Colo at this point is just too big. So Colo and Keen roll over the rest of AVR, and they just push in for a really clean inhibitor fight. And just really, once again, just really, really decisive from Curse. They knew exactly what they needed to do to win that team fight.
And Airy actually finished off Spoil in that fight as well. Ended the game on 4-1-5. He was a monster on that Zyra. A bit of an unsung hero as well because a lot of his grasping roots were fantastic. And his Stranglethorns really, they weren't used, as you were saying, in the way to sort of put it on top of the Solar Flare. It was more, after all that had happened, help for the re-engage and help for the repositioning of his team to make sure that they can spread out the members of Avant-Garde Redemption.
Yeah, and I think that was really just the way that the game went. I think that if it had have been the other way around and it was AV trying to really engage and were in front and had that team fight force, that's what it would have been used for. It would have been the disengage. As it was, however, Keen was just forcing the enemy back so much that their Stranglethorn was able to be used offensively, able to just keep everyone moving around the team fight, uncertain in that team fight comp, and Colo just coming out massive on that Jax.
Oh, yeah.
As I said, went 2 offensive items and just was brute forcing his way through team fights.
Yeah, and he got to the end of that game with that Blade of the Ruined King and the Trinity Force, and it was what was foregone here on the other side. And Avant-Garde Redemption next built Blade of the Ruined King and then went tanky. Do you think maybe if when he was playing Jax, when it was in his hands, do you think maybe the Trinity Force would have been a better idea just to create that more split push potential?
Definitely. I think the first game, if we had have seen a more of an aggressive Jax build out of Nex, would have been able to force that Renekton to stay top, and that Renekton from Colo was so impactful. Finished up with no deaths and was just in the middle of every single team fight, just peeling, dealing damage really, really well.
Peeling and dealing.
Yeah, definitely. So, I 100% agree. I think that if Nex had been able to draw Colo out of these fights a little bit more, maybe match the split pushing prowess, it would have been a completely different series.
Yeah, it was a little bit unfortunate, but Avant-Garde Redemption are not out at this stage. Of course, this is a double elimination bracket of 4 players, and of course, we do have another 2 games next weekend as well. I mean, coming up tomorrow. I apologize. My goodness, I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. Of course, tomorrow we do have Avant-Garde Ascension taking on Team UTS, and we, of course, have your Soul Shell Chuffer taking on Team NV as well. And that game I am super excited for. I mean, I just love watching temp name 507 unless he's gone back to Little Cutie Cheeseroni. That potential Swain is just amazing. So hopefully you see that one coming up. But 2 really exciting matchups coming through tomorrow. We'll see how UTS can go coming from that Winter Arena.
Yeah, definitely. UTS are obviously the winner of the collegiate way into the round of 8. Played really, really well against CMS.
There's a few unfamiliar names as well. I mean, we've got Chuffer on that team and as well Chenny Boy, who's been playing for quite some time. So a few players that come through in this collegiate lineup are names that we still know.
Yeah, definitely. A couple of the cooler heads as well. Some of the veterans of the Oceanic scene that really can tell by the way they calm their teams down and really play through adversity. CMS got early leads in a couple of the games against UTS, and they were just able to battle through and actually had a really strong showing, especially Chuffer in that bottom lane.
Yeah, Chuffer has been an absolute monster, especially on champions like Caitlyn. His utilization of extensive range, making sure that he knows exactly where to be. So I'm really looking forward to that matchup. And, of course, watching Heaven's Curse play in the matchup afterwards, Envy versus Your Soul Shell Chuffer. That's going to be a monster matchup. And I can't even believe I managed to say that. YSSC's name is just a little bit ridiculous, but I'm really, really looking forward to that one. And today's series was a lot of fun. I mean, of course, Immunity versus CMS, I mean, that was sort of top of the table against sort of bottom of the bracket. Unfortunately, CMS unable to come out with any wins in that particular best of 3, but Immunity showing that they are still the powerhouse here. And then Curse coming through, looking like they could potentially give Team Immunity a run for their money against a really well-played, I guess, practiced team in Avant-Garde Redemption.
Yeah, I think if anything showed today, it's that Curse can match Immunity's rotations. They rotated through the mid-game really, really well. CMS in that first series looked like they were just a little bit a step behind, and it was kind of mirrored by AVR actually just not being able to contest these dragons, being a little bit late to these bottom lanes. So yeah, if any team can contest Immunity's rotations, I think at this point it's Curse.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens tomorrow, everyone. We are going to have to end it here, but tune in tomorrow at 6 p.m. for the next round of games. Of course, I've been Atlas, and this has been Spawn, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Hey, beautiful.
We still on for dinner?
Time for 9 o'clock. Ha!
9 o'clock, right?
How about 8:30 at the vegan place?
Actually, I'm in the mood for barbecue.
Sounds good.
Take a call and stay in the game. With the Plantronics rig, headset, and mixer, life comes to games like never before.